The first mission part 2, the orc woman and I were looking for Valgris for an hour, but we couldn't find her whereabouts, and as expected the woman started to get agitated. The best thing in this kind of situation is to stay calm, so I tried to start a conversation with her. We didn't introduce ourselves properly, but my name is Gino Britzes, and yours is Miss? I asked. Mara. My name is Mara, she murmured as we walked. Well, Miss Mara, it's not very common to see orcs outside of Bairile, I said. Now that I think about it, orcs had referred to Valgris as being from the demon race, but Mara is an orc. Maybe he was wrong. Nah, that guy could be many things, but he's never wrong in this. I left the orc Island when I was young and traveled the world until I married Valgris, and now I live in Vigoya. She said I see. So that's what it's about. We continued searching for a while until we came to what seems to be a cliff. This ISS where the Credence attacked USS, she muttered. Credence? I guess she means the giant bats. Valgruis? She gave a deafening scream that I could swear made the place shake. There was no answer, but a huge mob of giant bats came towards us. Mary used her short sword to defend herself, and if she was overwhelmed, she only used her fists and crushed her head as if it were made of plasticine. I wonder then why they were overwhelmed according to her. The encounter was summed up in us killing bats for a long time until the mob stopped. Any chance that Walrus has fallen here? I asked. Mara looked at the cliff with a frown and clicked her tongue in frustration. I guess that's a yes. I think we should go investigate, I said as I put a hand on the ground and conjured a stone pillar, magic without enchantment. I thought you were just a swordsman, Mara said, stunned. Yeah, I'm actually the sword god, hee. I said with a mocking smile. Mara just looked at me with her eyes half closed and sighed. Okay, sword god, guide USS down, she said as she watched the stone pillar grow from the bottom of the cliff. And judging by the amount of mana I used, it shouldn't be too deep, maybe 10 meters. I don't mean to sound insensitive, but you didn't seem to have much trouble with bats. Did they really ambush you before? I asked, of course, say not. I wouldn't abandon my husband for a puny horde of bats. I just got careless when Valgris was injured and the demon worms caught me off guard. She said, demon worms, huh? I muttered. Demon worms, or ghouls as they're commonly known, are not really strong monsters. Individually, they're classified as D or C rank monsters. A ghoul is a human that has been bitten by a vampire, which is a kind of bat, but with a humanoid form. Not like Dracula. Once a vampire bites you, it won't let go until it has sucked all your blood, and what's left of the desiccated corpse is used by the vampire for the vampire to use to attack. They're like control zombies. I see. If a group of ghouls ambushed you, then you had no choice, huh? Sorry, I muttered. No, it's okay. This one is called the Dark Cavern Dungeon. It had already been cleared several years ago, and we thought it would be an easy way to make money. Mara said sadly. We climbed down the cliff using a stone pillar until we reached the bottom. And just as we got down, I found an unlit torch on the ground next to the wall that was glowing dimly. Unlike the cavern floor, which was just gravel, this place was made of solid rock. It was right here where it fell, Mara muttered as she looked at the torch. A little while later, she went to look for a hole in the ground. What are you looking for? I asked. A trap. We split up because a trap was activated and a bunch of rock cut off our path, she said. Are you sure it was a trap? I think the ground collapsed naturally. It's possible that I got trapped under these rocks. I said. Mara looked at me, but didn't say anything. Maybe she agreed with what I had said. I used earth magic to open a hole in the ground below us. Once I removed the gravel, the hole descended to a small tunnel that led to the wall with glowing moss. Huh, so that makes the wall shine. A second cavern. I can't believe it. This dungeon was already cleared years ago. To think there's a second part that no one has ever explored. Mara said we continued searching the cavern and took down more demon worms and giant bats. As we searched, a simple long sword of light or a stone bullet was enough to finish off the bats and ghouls. Eventually, one of Mara's calls was answered. I'm here, said a weak and hoarse voice. Mara rushed to get closer as fast as she could. There were several large stones arranged in a barricade that blocked a small corner of the cavern. Behind the empty barricade lay a huge demon man. Despite looking weak from malnutrition, he still looked very imposing. It was a little difficult to determine his height since he was lying down, but he seemed to be about 3 meters tall, and his biceps were wider than my torso. Valgris, thanks to Millis, you're alive, Mara said, and ran to his side while taking a canteen out of her backpack. Harry, drink this. You must be starving, she said. Valgris took the canteen from her hand and began to drink from it. I thought I was going to die here. Who is this boy you brought with you? He exclaimed while wiping his face. He's Gino Britz's. He helped me because I was curious about ogres, she said. When I came to look for you, I found him at the entrance of the cave. She explained. A solemn look took over Valgris as he looked at me. Thanks a lot, kid. After I fell in here, I found myself surrounded by a horde of ghouls. Killing them was easy, but I ran into the leader. Valgris hissed at the end in anger. How did you manage to escape? I asked. I didn't, he replied. Valgris started eating the dried meat Mara gave him and then reached back and lifted a decapitated head by the hair. The vampire made the mistake of leaving me for last. I managed to get behind him while he tried to go for Mara. I grabbed him by the shoulders with one hand and ripped his head off with the other. Despite having killed the boss down here, I had no idea how to get out of the cavern. I spent a whole day wandering in the dark and defending myself from the ghouls. In the end, I got too tired to go on, so I made this barricade and rested the story. Shit, imagining that is terrifying. This guy's brute strength could be on the same level as Rugert's. The hole that Kaiset went through is filled with stones and gravel. We know the way back. Let's take you back home, Maris said. Yeah, we need to go back and rest before the elections. I honestly forgot about that. Fighting in a tournament would be the last thing on my mind while I was down here, Valgris replied. That may be true, but Bristol needs your leadership, Mara replied. I didn't want to butt into this, but from their conversation and Orsted's words, it seems like Valgris will be the leader of some country that will fight alongside humans in the future. That's good. Mara grabbed him by the shoulder and helped him walk while I used my magic to knock down the stones of the barricade. Wow, you have some impressive magic. I haven't even heard a spell, Valgris commented. You could say that's my specialty, but my mana pool isn't very big. I commented, I can appreciate the talent you have. You're a much better mage than me, he said. You're a mage? I asked in shock. Yeah, everyone is shocked when they hear that. You're looking at the B rank mage of the Iron Guardians. He said, I'm an intermediate level fire mage, but I also know some beginner level water and earth spells, Maris said proudly. And you? She asked at the end. Me? I dabble a bit here and there in all the schools. I muttered, don't be so humble. I couldn't even tell you what spell you used to move those stones before. You must be an advanced rank or saint at least, he commented. Yeah, but my specialty is the sword, I said. I healed Valgris, and we left the cave. It was a quick exit. In the end, we said goodbye and bye Goya, and I returned to the summoning circle. All this mess took me less than a day, and almost at dusk, I returned to the sacred land of the sword. To my surprise, Orsted was still there, sitting on a rock. Orsted? I thought you wouldn't be here anymore, I muttered. I needed to know how your first mission went well. He asked, raising an eyebrow. It turned out perfectly. I was able to rescue Valgris, and we managed to get to Baigoya without any setbacks, I explained. Very well, he said, getting up from his seat. Rudeus is currently gaining the trust of Princess Ariel. In 2 years, it will be time for her to become queen. You will also have to gain her trust eventually, but that will be later. He said, okay, I understand, I said, nodding. Orsted nodded as well and stood beside me, leaned down a little, and destroyed the magic circle with his hands. This was only used once. It's no longer used, he said, so I followed him to the entrance of the cave and looked at him. Orsted, I want to ask you a question. It's about our alliance, I said. What's happening now? He asked. It's about my wives. They want to know why I'm allied with you. Should I tell them? I asked. I don't see why not. Do what you want, he said in an indifferent tone. Okay. See you later then, I said. Orsted nodded and began to walk through the snow until he got lost in the forest, so I walked back home. Hello. Help me by giving me power stones and comments. Confessions after seeing Orsted get lost in the forest was the moment I decided to return home. It was already afternoon, but not that late. I estimate around 4 in the afternoon, and I left home quite early. That's good. This was a quick mission after all. I walked through the sacred land of the sword while imagining what I would tell my wives when I returned home. And that is that I promised Eris that I would tell them everything I have done. I must tell them the best possible version of the events. Yes, that's what I must do. That's what I thought as I walked through the snow. I arrived home as usual, Roxy was making lunch with Nina, and Eris and Ghislaine were training together. Honey, welcome back, Roxy said from the kitchen. Yeah, I'm back, I muttered as I sat down on the couch. How did it go with those morons? Did you kick their asses? Nina said from the kitchen. Well, not exactly. I'll explain it to you after dinner, okay? I said. Nina looked at me strangely, but then shrugged and went back to making the food. Gino, how did it go? Eris said as she entered the house and hurried past me. Well, I'll tell you everything after dinner, I said, looking in her eyes. She noticed this, smiled at me, and nodded. Ghislaine just welcomed me and went to take a bath. And since I said that I like to see her always clean, she bathes daily so as not to stink of sweat. Unlike Eris, if I don't tell her to take a bath, she won't do it. In the end, Ghislaine, Eris, and I ended up taking a bath. I didn't do anything perverted to their surprise, but I had a lot of things on my mind at that moment. When we came out of the bathroom, dinner was already prepared, so we stayed to eat. Dinner was simple: roast wild boar meat with Greyrat rice and potatoes. Just drink pine needle tea, because that is what you drink here, and it tastes terribly stale. But still, because it was something Nina prepared, I had to drink it. It reminded me of the tea I drank to avoid kidney stones in my other world. Dinner was quiet. Nina said there were no incidents of any kind in my absence. The saints trained during the day until it was time to retire, and that was it. Roxy said that Ramara has become fond of Leo and uses him as a horse to walk around the house, or that today she slept on top of him. That's good. I want her to get used to the presence of that dog from an early age. And according to Ghislaine, Reynolds does nothing but sleep and drink tit. It's a good life if you ask me, always lying on Ghislaine's huge breasts. Ahem. Well, I could do that at night, so it's not a big problem. Girls, let's go to the living room. I have something extremely important to talk to you about, I said as I got up from the table. Nina and Roxy looked at each other strangely. Eris just sighed, and Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. But in the end, the four of them sat in front of me on the sofas. I used the smallest one to be in front of them. Well, Gino, what do you want to talk about? Eris said, crossing her arms as she stared at me. Yes, that I'm working with the dragon god Orsted, I said without further ad. Eris just frowned, but the others made visibly surprised faces except for Nina, since she doesn't know that name. Dragon god? You mean the second world power? Roxy said in shock. Yes, that's who I'm referring to. The reason I left today, the reason I left the dojo all those months ago, and the reason I met you was because of Orsted, I declared. Roxy's eyes widened. Ghislaine made a face of not understanding, and Eris frowned even more. I'm not understanding any of this. Explain yourself better, Nina said in an annoyed tone. Yeah, sorry, have any of you ever dreamed about a guy named Hidegami? I asked. Now faces of confusion flooded my four wives as they looked at each other. And thank goodness all four agreed that they had never seen or heard that name. Okay, that's good. You see, let me explain everything from the beginning, I muttered. So I spent about half an hour explaining how it was the first time Hidegami contacted me, obviously omitting the part about me being reincarnated and all that. I also told them that he gave me advices to improve in the sword and that I try to gain my trust. I also told them the real reason why I left the dojo, and I told them that I went to Greyrat, and I emphasized that I never trust him, but what I emphasized the most was in this. And when I turned 10, he told me about a Migard woman who would give birth to the chosen one of humanity. The chosen one of humanity who would be in charge of defeating him. I muttered as I looked at Roxy. All eyes turned to her, and she was in shock. Poor Roxy didn't say anything, but she opened and closed her mouth like a fish out of water and held her dress tightly in her hands. That bastard ordered me to kill you, Roxy, and if I refused, he would kill my family. Obviously, I refused, and he threatened to kill you through one of his pawns. I murmured, pausing to see his reaction. The pawn was Jacine Nucadia. That bastard was always one of his apostles, and he was about to kill you if he hadn't arrived. He was the reason you were trapped in the labyrinth for so long, I seriously declare. Roxy was in total shock as she looked at me and finally looked down sadly. I see now it all makes sense. She murmured. What thing? Nina asked. Before I went to Greyrat, Jess behaved differently with me, always trying to seduce me in one way or another, and when I was rescued by Gino, He just stopped and acted like it never happened. At first I was relieved about this, but now I understand, she said. Just see that I never thought I would be capable of something like that, Ghislaine muttered sadly. Eris, on the other hand, looked at Roxy with a display of sadness and anger. She and Ghislaine must have their own feelings of gratitude for Jess, but this must have been a huge blow to their confidence in him. So you went to Greyrat to save Roxy? Nina asked. Yes, that's correct, but the romance came later, I said with a smile. Roxy blushed and looked at me with a smile. So, you're working with Orsted to protect you from that Hidegami guy? Ghislaine asked. Yes, we're something like partners. Because he has a series of curses, he can't do many things, I said. Curses? Of what kind? Roxy asked. I don't know much, but the two most important things he has are that he is hated by everyone. It doesn't matter if you've never seen him or know about him. His curse will force you to hate and fear him, I said. Wow, that sounds horrible, Roxy muttered. I looked at the others. Eris just made a HMMP sound upon hearing this, while Nina and Ghislaine watched me intently. Yes, his other curse is that his mana capacity takes years to regenerate, which is why he never goes all out in a fight, I said. And that's why I offered to help him with some tasks in exchange for his protection against Hidegami, I said, pointing to my bracelet. I see. Now that you mention it, that bracelet has the symbol of the dragon god, Roxy said, scratching her chin. Yeah, I'm not the only one working for also Rudeus Greyrat is working with him. I said, oh, Rudy too? And what happened to him? Roxy asked worriedly. Ghislaine looked surprised, and Eris had a complicated expression. It turns out that his offspring are working with ours to stop Hidegami. We are both in the same situation. In short, I said, that idiot has always brought trouble. Eris muttered sadly. I see. So you'll be going out regularly? Nina asked anxiously. No, Rudeus takes care of the small missions, but I will go out again in a year or two to meet with Princess Ariel of Azura, I said. Ariel from Azura. The one from the Azura Kingdom? And why is that? Nina asked. According to Orsted, if she becomes queen, she will be of great help in the fight against Hidegami. So in a couple of years, I will have to go out, earn her trust, and help her become queen, I said with a smile. The four of them were silent for a while. It was too much information to process in too little time, so it was only fair. So you made an enemy of a god for me, Roxy muttered as she looked into his eyes. Yes, and I would do it again if it means keeping you all safe, I said as I looked at the others. Roxy and Ghislaine blushed. Nina looked at me with a smile, and Eris looked sad. For the moment, I won't be going out again until 1 or 2 years from now, as I mentioned. I said, think that everything I'm doing is for you and our children, haha. And well, that because I'm bored, I muttered. If Jassi is an apostle, then you shouldn't have killed him, Nina muttered. I did it. In Sharia, the guy wanted to escape, but I stopped him. It won't be a problem anymore. But he is neither the first nor the last apostle, so we have to be careful, I said. They all nodded at this while looking at me seriously. I like to meet this guy, Orsted. Gull told me that he could never touch him, Ghislaine murmured. You could, but his curse would turn that curiosity into hatred, I said. We'll see, she murmured with a smile. At first I thought your behavior was strange, but knowing that you would go to such extremes for us only makes me love you more, Nina said while hugging me. Me too. I never thought someone would do something like that for me ever, Roxy said, hugging me the same way. Eris and Ghislaine also hugged me, and so the emergency meeting came to an end. As I promised them, the days passed without any rush. 2 months later, Eris and Nina became pregnant at the same time, and 9 months later 2 children were born. Ours and Fard respectively. And no, this ours is not a boob-obsessed bastard like the other one, since they both seem to be daddy's boys, haha. And so in the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed, and I turned 17. Let's revive this. It's time in the blink of an eye. 2 years have passed before my eyes. I am now 17 years old. A few months after I confessed that Orsted was my ally, Eris and Nina became pregnant and had children. Now I'm a father of 4 at 17. How curious. The truth is that it hasn't been easy, but thank goodness I have 4 women who help me with these terrible duties. I don't want to sound sexist, but they are better at taking care of babies, haha. After that mission to rescue Valgris, Orsted has not contacted me again, but if my calculations are correct, he will do so again soon. It's summer in the year K425, and in a couple of months Ariel's father will fall ill, so she will have to return to the kingdom to fight for the throne. But Orsted said that it was necessary for me to establish a connection with her first in order to help her. I don't know why this would be. I consider myself strong, obviously. But I think and hope that Rudeus has been under Orsted's training and perhaps has become stronger as well. But I guess they want an easier way, so I'll have to go anyway. I felt someone shaking me in bed. It was morning, very early in the morning. It was already my natural time to get up to train, but I was considerably tired after a threesome with Eris and Ghislaine. I opened my eyes and looked around. Eris and Ghislaine were using my arms as pillows, so it couldn't be them. So I looked down at my feet and found the source of the disturbance. It was REIaNCARNATION, son with Ghislaine. The boy is already 3 years old, and he likes to play jokes on me like this. "Good morning, Daddy," he said with a smile, and ran away without looking back. I could only sigh at this and get out of bed. It turned out that Reynolds is an imperious child and quite strong for his age. Although, according to Ghislaine, this is normal for the Doldius. And since he turned 3, he has become my regular alarm clock and training partner. What do I mean by this? Well, ever since he saw me training, he always insisted that I take him with me. So that's what I did, and that way I took advantage of burning the enormous amount of energy that he has in his small body. Ramara, on the other hand, turned out to be surprisingly calm, although I think my surprise comes from seeing Lara's behavior. Ramara, on the other hand, could be considered a shy girl and a daddy's girl. She usually won't wake up until after 8 a.m., unlike her non-annoying brother. My 2 youngest children, being still too small, stay at home sleeping while I train with Reynolds. He seems to be more interested in swordplay than magic, but I have managed to get him to create beginner-level fire spells, albeit only with enchantment. The kid is talented, perhaps as much as I am, but for now, I couldn't even call him a beginner of the sword yet, fortunately. H-A-A, twok. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed through the forest. "Adjust your posture," I said in a teacher tone. Reynolds, like every child, was imperative when attacking. The first thing I want to control is that wild impulse. TCH.HA. Reynolds launched an attack with both his hands toward my feet, but I simply stepped aside, and he fell into the snow. "This time I almost had you, Daddy," he said while rubbing his knees. "Yes, that's how it was," I said with a smile. Suddenly, my communication ring began to glow, dimly illuminating an area of the forest. "You didn't tell me your rings sparkled, Daddy," he said excitedly, forgetting his past frustration. "Yes, it is a magic object indeed," I replied with a smile. I was debating whether I should take him to see Orsted. If it works like it did with Rudeus, then his curse won't affect my offspring. Shit, what does it matter? We have to try it someday. "Son, do you want to join me to meet someone?" I asked him. "Meet? Who?" he asked. "You could say he's a friend of mine. He's outside the town. Do you want to come?" I replied. "Yeah, let's go," he said with the excitement you'd expect from a preschooler. When we left the town, I took a simple branch, and with fire magic, I created a torch to go down the place. It was not yet dawn, so it was dark, but that didn't seem to matter to Reynolds, who was simply excited to meet that someone. In the end, after a few minutes of walking, I stayed in the same place as before, which was near the cave where I killed that swordsman. I honestly don't remember his name anymore, but it doesn't matter. "This is where we're going to meet your friend, Daddy?" Reynolds asked. "Yeah, let's just wait a bit," I said with a smile, and picked him up. After waiting for at least 5 minutes, a terrifying shadow came out of the forest. Those yellow eyes were like beacons in the darkness. "Shit, we need to stop meeting at night." From the darkness of the night emerged a tall man in a white coat and a black helmet. "Huh. Orsted, is that you?" I asked. "Yes, what I carry in my head is a device that nullifies my curse designed by the grandson of the Milice's Pope, Cliff Grimoire," he said. "Cliff Grimoire. Wait, don't forget it. It looks great," I said. I wouldn't say the same. "Is it your son?" Orsted asked, pointing at Reynolds. "Yes. Her mother is the Sword King Ghislaine," I said. "That I see. That's fascinating," he said as he took off his helmet. I instinctively tensed to wait for Reynolds' reaction. "Wow, look, Daddy, his eyes are strange," he said, pointing at Orsted. I could see that Orsted's expression softened slightly at this, and he came closer to us. "It seems my offspring is immune to your curse," I said. Yes, it seems so, Orsted said while stroking REIaNCARNATION's head. This was touching. This guy may seem tough, but in reality, he longs for company. Yes, but I suppose you didn't come here just to see my children's, right? I asked. Correct. The news that the king of Azura has fallen ill will reach Sharia in 2 months. That is enough time for you to gain the trust of Princess Ariel and bring her to the throne safely, he said. I see. What do I have to do? I asked. Rudeus has already done his part, and with Nanahoshi's help she has been introduced to Pelagius Dola. Your part is to escort her to Azura, Orsted said. And to do that, I must first know her well, right? I murmured. Correct, he said, nodding. I knew this day would come, but 2 years passed in the blink of an eye for me. I know what you're thinking. I installed a new teleportation circle in this cave. It will send you straight to Sharia in a specific place that Rudeus designed, Orsted said. Wow, that's a relief. Thank you very much, I said with a smile. You're welcome. It will be better if you left tomorrow. I'll leave you today so you can inform your family, Orsted said and put his helmet back on. Yes, I suppose you will return to Sharia around here, right? I asked. That's right, he said. And so he went into the cave without saying anything else. So I decided to go back home to discuss the situation with my wives. Daddy, who was that weird guy? His face looked funny. Reinald said. His name is Orsted, and he is the dragon god. I said, Dragon god, like the one in the stories that Mommy Roxy reads me. He asked, Yes, that same one. I said, Whoa. A look of wonder came over Reinald's as he looked towards the forest we had left behind. How adorable. We returned home quickly, and Eris was already trained outside. They were late. Did something happen? She asked while looking at me. Mommy Eris. Mommy Eris. Daddy took me to meet the dragon god. Reinald said as he threw himself into Eris's arms. Damn, Brad. You betrayed your father. Dragon god. Gino, you took my son to see that damn monster. Eris said angrily as she approached me. Wow, you know Orsted is a good guy. And yes, I took him, but it seems Reinald is immune to his curse, I said with a smile. That bastard is a good guy. Do you want to make me? Wait, what? Reinald is immune to what? Eris asked in shock. Apparently, this will happen with all my children. They will not fear Orsted, I said while taking her by the shoulders. Eris snorted, breaking free from my grip, and went to see Reinald's. Son, is the dragon god scary to you? She asked. No. Her eyes were weird and her face was funny, he said with a smile. Eris let out a sigh of relief and entered the house. Well, that went well, I guess. I walked into the house behind Eris. Nina and Ghislaine were at the kitchen table feeding Ars and Farid. Ramara was nowhere to be found, so I guess she's sleeping. Hey, breakfast is almost ready. Wait a moment, Roxy said from the kitchen. Okay, thanks, love, I replied as I sat down at the kitchen table in front of Nina and Ghislaine. Gino, dear, how was your day today? Ghislaine and Nina asked in unison. It was a normal day, but I met with Orsted today. After breakfast, I will tell you what happened. I said. They both looked at me and made worried faces but nodded. Breakfast was as usual, and that was good. These little moments of peace with the family are the best things in life. So when we finished breakfast, I called my wives for a meeting. The 4 of them sat in front of me on the sofa, and Eris was carrying Reinald's and Roxy, and Nina were carrying Ars and Fard respectively. Okay, I want to believe that you all remember what I said 2 years ago when we were in this same situation, right? I asked. Yes, you said that you would eventually come back out to help Princess Ariel take the Azura throne, right? Roxy asked. Yes, that's what I mean. Orsted has contacted me, and it's about time, I said while looking at them. I want to go with you. Eris said, No, it's complicated. Rudeus will also go, and I don't think that will turn out to be a pleasant trip, right? I asked. Eris didn't say anything and finally crossed her arms in annoyance. But Azura is very far away. It's at least 4 months to the south. You're going to leave for that long? Roxy asked sadly. No, I will use teleportation circles to come and go. Now my goal is to gain the trust of Princess Ariel. The departure to Azura would be in 1 or 2 months, I explained. I see, she murmured in relief. I see. In that case, leave the dojo to me. I can handle those unrepentant saints, Nina said with a smile. I would like to go too, but I'm not in shape anymore, Ghislaine said with a smile. And it is true. Since she retired from the sword, now she only swings in the mornings with Eris, and her muscular form has been lost over time. This would be a great loss, but in exchange her tits grew. Yes, don't worry. After all, we have something else to protect, I said, looking at Reynolds. But that means you'll be away for a few days, right? Nina asked. Yes, it seems so, but I will come back here every night before leaving for Azura. I promise, I said. It's okay, but still, we're going to miss you a lot in many ways, she murmured, and the others blushed but nodded. Are you proposing what I believe? I asked in shock. You hadn't said from the beginning how much you loved him? Nina asked, embarrassed, and I could only nod. Oh shit. Then the night will be long point 4 roses plus 18 the day went. By like nothing after that meeting, I went to the dojo and watched the Saints train. These guys move in slow motion to me, so it was the most boring thing you could ever hope for. But I don't just stand there and do nothing. I also like to correct students on their mistakes. I feel more comfortable being called teacher than Mr. Godsword. Over the years, the students have already accepted me as their nothing new sword god. That's good. I don't want insurrections of assholes. So I spent the whole day today watching the Saints train, but I also train Isolde occasionally. Her training with Gull was left incomplete, so I had to take that place. The girl has made a lot of progress and will soon be close to being called a sword saint. And so it went on until evening came. For some reason, Nina and Eris were throwing me lascivious glances at intervals, and almost at dusk they returned home together. It's good to see them getting along now after all. Mivan a Dejar, Seko Kausaz, Pipipipi ##. When the sky turned completely dark, I considered it was the right time to return home. Good job today. Go home and rest that I won't be here tomorrow. So keep training, I said, and that's how I left the dojo. Since my house is next to the dojo, it was just like turning the corner, and I was already home. It was bigger than the house where I lived with my parents, so it was more comfortable. I wiped the snow off my shoes at the entrance and walked in. I'm back, I announced as I took off my coat and put my sword in a corner. Daddy, welcome home, Ramara said as she approached me and extended her arms towards me. How can I refuse this little blue ball of tenderness? Yes, dear, I'm back. Where are your mothers? I asked while carrying her. Mommy and Mommy Nina are making dinner. Mommy Lane and Mommy Eris are taking a bath, she murmured as she hugged me. I caressed her hair and gave her a kiss on the forehead, a total daddy's girl. Daddy, Reynolds screamed as he lunged at me, so I picked him up too. What did you do today, you little rascal? I asked him. Daddy, Mommy Roxy told me more about Orsted, he said excitedly. Oh, I see. And what did he tell you? I asked. Mommy Roxy said that the dragon god is very powerful, the second most powerful in the world, he said. I stroked her head and went to the kitchen with my 2 children in my arms. Honey, welcome home, Roxy said. Hi, I'm back, I said as I sat down in the dining room with Ramara and Reynolds on either side of me. It has become customary for Nina and Roxy to make the food, so they are focused on it. Shortly after, Ghislaine and Eris came out of the bathroom and also sat at the table. It was a dinner like any other, but I noticed that the girls were exchanging glances with each other, as if they were secretly agreeing on something. When I finished my plate, Roxy quickly got up to pick it up and wash it. Eris seemed anxious about something. Ghislaine had taken Reynolds and Ramara to cuddle them, and Nina just looked at me blushing. Is there something you want to tell me? I asked. Well, that's since you'll be away for a few days. We thought you'd like what we have planned for you, Nina said. Planned? What? I asked with a raised eyebrow. You'll see in time. I think it's time for you to take a bath, Eris said as she handed me a towel. I stood there with a raised eyebrow as I looked at them. They all looked anxious, except for Ghislaine, who wasn't in the room. Okay, I'll take a shower, I said, and so I went to the bathroom. The bathroom was not like the one at home. I had to wash myself with a bucket, and that was it. But with fire magic, I could at least warm it up. So I came out of the bathroom, and the kitchen was already completely tidy, and there was no one there. But I could see that there was noise in REIaNCARNATION's room, so I guess they are still lulling him to sleep. So with this thought, I went to my room. It was the biggest in the house, for obvious reasons, but when I entered, there was no one. Strange, I muttered as I closed the door behind me and got dressed. I put on a regular pair of pajamas and fell into bed. But when he thought he would sleep alone that night, the door opened. When I turned around to see 4 figures enter the room. "My love, forgive us for keep you waiting," Ghislaine's voice echoed in the room. "And no problem. What's wrong?" I asked. "You're leaving, right? And even if you come back, you're going to be stressed from the trip. So we all decided to give you this gift so you be motivated in your mission," Roxy said as she climbed onto the bed. Wait, all 4 at once," I said in panic. "Yeah, isn't that what you always asked us for?" Eris said as she lay next to me on the bed. Nina lit a candle that dimly illuminated the room. And at this, the sight of my 4 women in transparent lingerie was revealed. Where they had gotten them from was a mystery to me. "Sword God, please teach me your techniques," Nina whispered in my ear as she sat on top of me. That was enough that I lost control of my emotions, and so began a long night. More, give me more," Ghislaine moaned while I penetrated her wet vagina. She loved the doggy pose. Ironic, isn't it? I don't know how much time had passed, but I still had energy. Ghislaine's vagina was as warm as ever. She massaged my penis hard, sucking out every drop of my semen. But there was also a woman who was playing with my nipples and licking my ears. It was Nina. Honestly, I never had any sensitivity in my chest, but my ears are another story. This simple act made me even harder than I already was. Shit, I'm going to come," I announced. Yes. Come inside. Come inside me," Ghislaine screamed with a moan. So I listened to her and released all my semen inside her. "You," she moaned, and a fountain of water came out of her vagina, wetting the whole bed. "Wow, it seems the sword god has another victim," Nina whispered in my ear. "Yes, and you're next," I said as I got on top of her. Nina spread her legs as she looked expectantly. From the side, I could see that Eris began to lick my semen that came out of Ghislaine's vagina. Oh shit, that I was already hard again. Without waiting any longer, he penetrated Nina's vagina with a single thrust. So suddenly. She moaned, and I started to penetrate her. Her breasts moved like balloons out of control every time I put my penis in and out of her vagina. She held my hip with her feet to prevent me from escaping, and with her nails, she scratched my back while moaning in my ear. "What were you saying?" "Beg me to come inside you." I ordered, sword god. Please come inside me." Nina moaned loudly. At this, her vaginal walls squeezed my penis, and another fountain of water wet the bed. Nina arched her back and left huge red lines of scratches on my back. She gasped as she looked at me. I pulled my penis out of her vagina and looked for my next victim. Ghislaine was already unconscious, and Eris was masturbating while watching us, as well as Roxy. Who wants it?" I asked. They both looked at each other, and Eris crawled towards me. "Gino, did I want you to fill me with your kitten's Naya?" Eris whispered in my ear. So with this, she got on top of me and started to move her hips on top of my penis. "You like my cum so much that you stole Ghislaine's share?" I asked with a smile. Yes, and that's why I want more." She murmured and placed my penis at the entrance tip. I looked at Roxy, and she kept masturbating while watching us. So soon after Eris let herself fall on my penis and shuddered slightly, I could feel something. Wet my leg, and I smiled at this. "Did you come just from putting it in?" I asked. Eris's breathing was ragged, and her legs were shaking as she put her hands on my chest to keep from falling. "What? That feels so good," she moaned. I didn't stay still and started moving from under her. Hiya. Wait. I just came," she moaned. Her tits moved like balls with each thrust he gave her, and her face was one of total ecstasy. It seemed that this position was her weak point. "What's wrong? Can't you take it anymore?" "Pray for it to end," I said. "Please. If you keep going like this, I will die you," she tried to say, but in the end her vagina released her love juices, interrupting her sentence. Eris almost fell if it hadn't been for me. She arched her back incredibly, and her legs lost all their strength. Her vaginal walls squeezed my penis, making me come again. Not again," she screamed and came again, wetting the whole sheet under us. I let my semen out inside her vagina, while Eris had a silly smile on her face. In the end, his body lost all its strength, and he collapsed on top of me with labored breathing. I gently placed Eris beside me, and my eyes turned to my latest prey. Roxy squealed like a frightened animal as she saw my gaze as she looked at me. I approached her until I was next to her. Her breathing was ragged, and she was completely blushing. As she was masturbating before, her vagina was already soaked. "Tell me, what do you want me to do with you?" I whispered in his ear. Roxy shuddered at this, and her gaze went to my penis. "I want you to make me come and get me pregnant again," she murmured as she spread her legs. I smiled at these words and got on top of her. Roxy just looked at me expectantly as I positioned myself between her legs and placed my penis at her entrance. "You," she moaned when I put my penis completely in her vagina. And so I began to penetrate her, completely being a magician. She was the one with the least resistance of the four, so she ejaculated quickly in less than a minute. We continued like this until she couldn't take it anymore, so I had to stop. I lay down on the bed with Roxy next to me. The others were lying in the corners, unconscious from exhaustion. Let's see if anyone gets pregnant from this. Chapter 82, Time to Create Connections, Part 1. I woke up early in the morning. All my wives were lying around me after a nice night, so to speak. I can even say that I went a little overboard and was not even completely satisfied, but that's something. I looked out the window, and it still wasn't dawn, so I decided to get out of bed. I took a shower to get rid of all this sticky feeling on my body, and then went out to train again. This time I didn't go jogging, so I decided to just do exercises to gain muscle, haha. Now that I think about it, that's something I've done very little. The muscles in my arms were formed after thousands of sword swings, but that's all. After about an hour, I decided that would be enough for now and headed back home. To my surprise, neither Nina nor Eris were awake, yet that maybe I was a little overboard. It was already about 7 in the morning, so I decided to make breakfast myself, although in summary, it was just some fried eggs, and I tried to make tortillas. It turned out relatively well, considering that corn doesn't exist in that world. So I had breakfast and started to prepare my things to travel. It wouldn't be too much, and as Orsted said, I'll be back every night, so I won't be gone for long after all. "Good morning," Roxy said as she walked out of the room. She walked a little strangely, her legs were slightly apart. I guess it's my fault. "Good morning, my love. Do you want to make you some breakfast?" I asked her. "Have you had breakfast yet?" "I got up to do it," she muttered while rubbing her eyes. "I'm sorry. I feel like I went a little overboard last night, so I wanted to let you two sleep," I said with a smile. "A little too much?" "That's not much compared to what you did to me last night." "I'm probably pregnant again," she said with an adorable pout while rubbing her belly. I just laughed nervously at this as I made her breakfast. When it was ready, I served it to her and sat down with her to accompany her to eat. "So you're leaving today, right?" she asked. "Yes, but I'll be coming back every night, I promise," I said and took her hand while looking into her eyes. Roxy blushed slightly and started eating. By the time she finished breakfast, Eris also got up but went to the bathroom, so breakfast was left to Roxy. By the time I was ready, Nina and Ghislaine stood up, and my 4 wives kissed me goodbye with a passionate kiss. It seems that last night's session left everyone in a good mood. I guess I'll start doing it more often. I left home in the town until I reached the forest. Orsted had already contacted me previously, so he was already in the forest waiting for me. I waited for a few moments for him to appear. His dramatic entrance didn't work as I could see him approaching from a distance. "I guess you're ready now," he said. "Yes. Thank you very much for waiting for me, sir," I said with a smile. Orsted just nodded, and so we entered the cave. We walked a little until we reached the teleportation circle, and we both jumped into it at the same time. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a dark space only illuminated by the circle. "We have arrived. Follow me," he said, and started walking. We walked through what seemed to be a maze. In various sections, there were different teleportation circles, all in a specific room. At the end, we came to a staircase and went up. When we went up, I found the image that we were inside a cabin. There wasn't much stuff in there, so I ruled out the idea that Orsted Corp would have already been formed. "Is this Sharia?" I asked. "Nearby. This is a cabin that Rudeus bought on the outskirts of the city," he said. "Very well. And now what do I do? Where do I meet Rudeus?" I asked. "Rudeus Greyrat is currently at home with his wife Sylphiette Greyrat. It won't be difficult to find his house," he said. "Yes. Thanks then. I'll see you later," I said and left the cabin. Orsted just nodded and sat down on a chair in the cabin. Apparently the guy lives there. It took me about half an hour to get to Sharia. Unfortunately for me, the cabin is at the north entrance of the city. Rudeus' house is in the south of the city, which is another half-hour walk. But no pressure, Gino Britzes. You're doing this for your family. I made sure to wear my best clothes for the occasion and also brought some magic crystals to sell for some finer clothes if it's needed. After asking around the market for the address of the Greyrat house, I was finally able to arrive. It turned out to be the same house I've always known. It has that signature green roof, and it's a fucking mansion. And judging by the time, which is 8 in the morning, he should still be home. If he's already left for college, I will kill him. So with this in mind, I walked to the house. I passed through the main garden. In one corner of it, I could see some plants, which indicates that it is Aisha's garden. Knock, knock, knock. I knocked on the door 3 times and loudly to assert my dominance. I even considered doing a T-pose, but that would be too much. I'm coming, a girl's voice said from the other side. And the one who opened the door was none other than Aisha in a maid outfit. If I'm not mistaken, she must be 12 years old at this time. When she saw me, her smile turned into a face of confusion. "Here, can I help you with something?" she muttered as she hid slightly behind the door, ready to close it if she considered me a threat. "Good morning, little one. I have come to see your brother, Rudeus Greyrat. Is he here?" I asked. Aisha made a suspicious face. "Yes, it's here. Why are you looking for it?" she asked. "These are private matters that concern Princess Ariel. Tell him that Gino Britzes is looking for him," I said. "Okay, wait a minute," she said and slammed the door in my face. Okay, that went well, I guess. I waited for about 5 minutes until Rudeus came out, and when he saw me, his eyes widened. The guy already looked more mature and formed in body. I suppose Orsted did train him. "It's you. What are you doing here?" he asked. "Didn't Orsted tell you? The time is approaching for Princess Ariel to take the throne, and we have to help her," I said. "Yes, of course. I was just about to go to college. Wait about 10 minutes, he said, and quickly went into the house. I had no choice but to wait 10 minutes sitting on the portico stairs. I won't lie. This house is incredible. Exactly 10 minutes later, Rudeus came out of the house in his college uniform, as did Sylphiette, dressed as Silent Fitz. But her hair was already down to her shoulders, so she wasn't fooling anyone. "Rudy, who is he?" she asked while looking at me suspiciously. "It's the ally I told you about. It's the sword god, if I remember correctly," he said. I couldn't see Sylphie's expression, but from the way her mouth opened, I could see that she was surprised. "I see that. Nice to meet you. My name is Sylphiette Greyrat, but at the university, call me Fitz or Silent Fitz," she said as she extended a hand for me to shake. I squeezed back with a smile. "Yes, I would like to be introduced to Princess Ariel. It is important if we want her to take the throne of Azura," I said. "Of course, in that case, follow us," she said, and so we started walking toward the university. It was about a 15-minute walk, so it was fine. "And how is Paul and his wife?" I asked. "My father lives near us, but my mother has not recovered," Rudeus muttered. "I see. It's a shame," I murmured with false sadness. We entered the university and headed straight to Ariel's offices. "Knock, knock, knock." Sylphiette knocked on the door 3 times. "Come in," a female voice said from the other side. Sylphiette and Rudeus entered the room, and I decided to wait outside for them to introduce me. "Your Majesty, Rudeus brought a person who says he can be an ally in your taking of the throne," Sylphiette said. "Oh, in that case, let it pass," Ariel replied. So, with that authorization, I entered. There was Ariel, with Luke on her right and Sylphiette on her left. Rudeus was in front of them for obvious reasons, so I stood next to him. "Good morning, Your Majesty. My name is Gino Britzes," I said, bowing slightly. "TCH, insolent. When you present yourself to the princess, you must get on your knees," like said in an angry tone, while putting his hand on the handle of his sword. I could only raise an eyebrow at this. "It's okay, Luke. I don't mind. Tell me, Mr. Gino Britzes, what can I do for you?" she asked with a smile. I'd be lying if I didn't say she was beautiful, but the mere fact that she's a complete pervert totally nullifies her charm. "I come from a friend to help you take the throne," I said while pointing at Rudeus. Ariel raised an eyebrow at this as she looked at me. "Excuse me, Mr. Gino, but how could you help us?" she asked. "Well, if the skills of a sword god are of no use to him, then I don't know what else," I said as I patted my sword. Ariel's eyes widened, and then she looked at Rudeus. The guy nodded, and Luke shuddered. I see that. So you are the new sword god, she muttered. Indeed, Prince Grabble and Minister Darius are under the protection of the water god rider Rhea and the North Emperor Aubert Corvette. I guess a little help against those guys wouldn't hurt, right? I asked while looking into her eyes. No, I see what you mean. In that case, I would like to have you on my side, Mr. Sword God, she said. Just call me Gino, Princess, I said. Oh, in that case, you can also call me by my name, she said with a smile. Thank you very much, Ariel, I replied. She laughed, and the atmosphere in the room improved significantly. Well, in that case, we still need someone else's support, she muttered, and Sylphiette sighed. Will you see him again today, too? Rudeus asked. Of course, I would like to go see him, no matter how much time passes. I need his support if I want to be recognized on the throne, she said. Rudeus shrugged and sighed. Okay, I'll call Nanahoshi. Is Gino going too? He asked while looking at me. I don't see why not. After all, we are already allies, she said with a smile, and with this confirmation, Rudeus left the room. I guess it's my time to meet Pelagius, huh? Chapter 83. Time to create connections, part 2. Rudeus called Nanahoshi to help us contact Pelagius. Apparently, she is staying in Pelagius Castle after she fell ill with mana drain syndrome. That's a relief, as it means the timeline hasn't been changed significantly. With one of the communication rings that Orsted gave to me and Rudeus, I contacted Nanahoshi at the castle to let her know that we would be paying a visit. And so for this, we left the city to the east. Here are some ruins of the old Sharia fort that was used in the war against Laplace, and it was the meeting point for us to be teleported. We all went on foot, obviously, and arrived shortly after 10 in the morning. Very well. I will call Almanfi. Please wait, Rudeus said, and took out of his tunic a kind of flute that seemed to be plated in gold. But when we touched it, it didn't make any sound, and we just waited. I looked up at the sky for someone, and I could see him. It was moving at lightning speed, but I could easily follow that speed. It was nothing more than a ball of light, but I could assume that it was Almanfi. In the end, the guy landed in the middle of all of us and saw us. A new one. Very well. Lord Pelagius is already waiting for you. Take this and don't drop it, he said, and began to pass some smooth, golden-colored rods to each of us. When Almanfi finished handing out the sticks, he left without saying anything else. So I waited about 20 seconds. The first to leave were Ariel and Luke, and then me. It was like waking up from a dream. I don't think I got used to that feeling anytime soon. When I opened my eyes, I was inside a beautiful castle completely in white. Even I couldn't help but marvel. Wow, that Pelagius is good taste, I muttered. Indeed, this is the most beautiful castle in the world. After all, a female voice said from my side. I turned around, and it was a woman with angel wings, blonde hair, and a bird mask. She must be Silveril. Yes, I certainly do, I replied with a smile. Silveril lightly flapped her wings as she looked at me. Shortly after, Sylphiette arrived, and 10 seconds later Rudeus arrived. Very well. Now that everyone is here, I will guide you to Mr. Pelagius, she said, and started walking. We walked through several beautiful corridors with sculptures that resembled those of my old world. Everyone was quiet and had worried expressions, except for Ariel, who had an impassive expression, but I could see that it was just a mask. I looked at Rudeus, who was walking next to me, but slightly behind me. I motioned for him to come closer to me, and he did. Have you been to the library labyrinth yet? I asked him in English. He blinked slightly as he processed what I had just said. Hey, no, is that important? He replied with a marked accent. No, I don't think so, but let's see what Orsted says. I answered him. Sylphiette turned to look at us for a few seconds, but only sighed. At the end, we came to a large white door with a dragon symbol on it. That must be the throne room of Pelagius. Very well, on the other side of this door is Lord Pelagius. I remind everyone to be careful, and you, introduce yourself with a bow, she said while looking at me. I nodded, and she opened one of the huge doors. Come in, she said. So that's what we did. First, Ariel came in, followed by Sylphiette, Luke, Rudeus, and finally me. The room was really huge. It had huge decorations everywhere, and in the middle of it was a man about 2 meters tall sitting on a throne with a bored face. It reminded me of Gulf Pharaon in several ways. Pelagius looked at us all as if evaluating us, and his eyes landed on me. He looked directly at me for a few seconds but dismissed me and looked at Ariel. Well, Princess, how can I help you today? The product without moving from its position. I came here to ask for your help in my campaign to take the throne of Azura, she said with a bow. Oh, in that case, what makes a person a true king? He asked with the same bored face. What makes a person a true king, you ask me? Ariel muttered. The will to fulfill your promise to the people who gave their lives so that I could take the throne, she said. So your motivation for being queen is to keep promises to the dead, you say? Pelagius asked. Yes, you're quite right, Lord Pelagius. My wish depends on the will of others. I'm sure that's a far cry from what the rest of the world would consider a true king, but if I could be the king that those who entrusted me with their will expect, then I don't care if I am not a true king, she said. Oh, Pelagius frowned, not seeming too pleased with her answer. And you would ask me to help a king as foolish as yourself? Yes, if I'm so stupid, all the more reason I should expect your help. She answered seriously. Pelagius let out a sound of exasperation as he looked at her. Oh boy, I don't like where this is going. Do you really think your answer is enough to force me to help you? Pelagius asked. Ariel shook her head. No, I do not think so, my lord. However, these are my true feelings. No lies, no obfuscation. This is the king in whom I, Ariel Animoy Azura, I wish to become, she said. Her gaze fixed intently on Pelagius. If you reject what I represent, then I have no need of your power, Ariel said firmly. His words were derogatory. Even Pelagius was caught off guard, his eyes widening. A wave of shock ran through the 12 assembled spirits. Pelagius narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can reach the throne without my help? If my ideals are so different from yours, I think your help would be more of a hindrance than a help, she replied. Pelagius dropped his hand from her cheek and rose slowly. His features were tense with fury, his mouth drawn into a thin line and his eyes wide open. He had not closed his fists, but his shoulders were squared. Suddenly, he raised a hand. For a moment, I imagined the 12 spirits pounced on Ariel. But that was not what happened. Well said, Ariel Animoy Azura. Pelagius' voice boomed. You have made your conviction clear. I, the Armor Dragon King Pelagius Dola, swear upon the name of my late friend Gani's Freen Azura that I will aid you in your quest. I'll prepare a teleportation circle for you. Return to the palace as soon as you can, get everything ready, and call me when you're ready. Pelagius firmly declared, Thank you, Ariel said with a bow. Sylphiette and bowed even more, and Rudeus gave a simple bow. In that case we will withdraw, Ariel said. Pelagius nodded, but then his gaze fell on me. Who are you? He asked. My name is Gino Britzes. I will help Princess Ariel in her fight for the throne, I declared. Pelagius stroked his chin as he looked at me. I see. You have a very powerful Tuki. You're the new sword god, right? He asked. That's correct, sir. For about 3 years now, I replied. I see. You're very strong. Your power is so great that you could even surpass Millis, he said while looking at me. Wow, I didn't know that. Thank you very much, sir, I said. For a sword god, you are very humble and very young. Boy, tell me, is there something you want? More power? Money? Fame? He asked. Nothing like that, sir. I'm already married. I have children and a position in the world powers. But thank you very much, I said. Okay, I like you. You have permission to stay in my castle as long as you want, he said. I bowed to him, and we left the room. As the door closed behind us, Ariel let out a sound of victory as she raised her fist in the air. Luke and Sylphiette seemed equally pleased, but I found it strange. Ariel must have only come to that answer after seeing Derek Reabat's diary in the library labyrinth. I guess that's another change in the timeline. All right, time to get ready. We're going back to college to plan our eventual takeover of the throne, she said with a big smile. Everyone else, except me, nodded at this, and so we returned to the university. I honestly didn't think you were a married person, Gino, Ariel said now. We were back at the university. While Elmore and Clary informed Gina's about Ariel's departure, she was here preparing. Yes, I actually have 4 wives. I muttered. Ariel blinked several times, as did Luke, Sylphiette, and Rudeus, who were talking in a corner, but but it seemed like they were also surprised by this. I see IT makes sense. A person as powerful as you need a lot of wives, Ariel said while nodding to herself. I wouldn't put it that way, but I guess it's true, I murmured with a smile. Ariel also smiled, but her face suddenly became serious. She noted, if I may ask, that, you also work with Mr. Dragon God? Yes, why the question? I said, your bracelet and the way you spoke to Rudeus. Also no offense, but I don't think a sword god would be that interested in helping a kingdom that you could easily put under your control, she said with a sigh. Huh, I have no such intentions. I already have my own territory, but in part it is true, but this also benefits me. You being queen can open many opportunities for me, I said. I see. In that case, thank you very much again for helping my cause, she said, bowing. I bowed in the same way. I looked out the window and saw that it was already afternoon. I guess it's time to go back. When do you plan to go to Azura? I asked. In about 3 months or so. Why the question? She replied, it's nothing, it's okay. I'll come back tomorrow. I said. Ariel just nodded and I left her office. The letter that Ariel's father is sick will arrive sooner, so I must be prepared. But for now, I will simply return home to Chapter 84, starting the path to Azura Part 1. It's been 2 months since I started to have contact with Ariel. I didn't do much more than start planning our route, although I didn't do much since Rudeus was the one who gave the ideas. But the news that the king had fallen ill arrived a month earlier than planned, so Ariel and her entourage had to rush things. There is nothing to highlight at home. Unfortunately, none of my wives got pregnant from that crazy night. The only change is that Iseult was finally able to make a long sword of light, which made her a saint of the sword. With this, it was her moment to return to Azura. It was an emotional farewell between her, Eris, and Nina, but nothing more. The trip from Renoa to the kingdom of Azura used to last several months, but fortunately, we had access to the teleportation circles. Our first stop was Pelagia's floating fortress, where we were able to teleport with our carriage to a point just north of the Azura border. From there, we would travel in a more conventional manner to our destination. Today, we stopped mainly to pay our respects to Pelagia. Ariel took an elegant step forward and began to deliver a formal speech. Pelagia listened to her, leaning on his throne with a haughty expression and his loyal spirits at his side. A little later, after Ariel gave her greeting, we followed Silverl back to the hall. The teleportation circle we would use was located a little further back from the one we had passed through. We found it at the back of a large empty room, which glowed faintly in the dim light. Silverl took the trouble to give us a lecture on the history of the room itself, but I'll skip all that. The most important thing was that this particular teleportation circle would take us to a forest near the Assyrian border. Pelagia had other circles in his fortress, but this was the one that would take us closest to our destination. All the manual and automatic teleportation circles throughout the country had been recently destroyed by Darius. The only one who knew where to find them was Hidegami, and the only person with the power to destroy them all was High Minister Darius, who could call upon private forces spread throughout the kingdom. That was my guess, and it seems Rudeus accepted it. Unless you had a suitable place, appropriate tools, and extensive knowledge of magic circles, you had no hope of making a teleportation circle yourself. In other words, we couldn't make one ourselves inside Azura. We were going to have to take a somewhat longer route to reach our destination. The way Pelagia would arrive in Azura was unknown to everyone but me. Ariel seemed to be aware of the details. At least, they were planning a surprise and dramatic appearance. We entered the teleportation circle and soon found ourselves in a ruin. Its design and construction were very similar to the desert ruin I had teleported to on the Begar continent. From what Orsted told me, there used to be many such structures all over the world, but since the Laplace War, they were almost entirely destroyed. We exited the ruin and found ourselves in a thick, vibrant forest. According to the map we had studied beforehand, we were a little northwest of the narrow valley known as the Red WRM's Upper Jaw. Unfortunately, we encountered a small problem right from the start. We had gotten our carriage into the teleportation circle without any problems, but now we couldn't get it out of the ruin. However, before I could complain about this, Ariel's 2 assistants began to disassemble the carriage. Little by little, they took it apart and carried it out the door. The thing had seemed unusually small to me. But apparently, it was a model that could be disassembled. We tied the carriage parts to our horses and slowly made our way to the main road, where the thing was. Quickly put back together, the sun was already setting, so we decided to camp nearby and spend the night there. As we were surrounded by a lush forest, it was fairly easy to get food and firewood. We hunted some monsters for their meat, collected some wild plants for seasoning, and killed some trants for their wood. Ariel and Sylphiette's assistants took care of cooking that night. I decided to keep an eye on the surroundings. We were a small group, so it wasn't that difficult. Rudeus, on the other hand, sat near the campfire doing nothing. My job was also to identify Hidegami's apostles with Rudeus. His first candidate was Luke, but I already knew that it would only be a moment of stupidity from him. His devotion to Ariel is stronger, but if he tried something, he wouldn't even be able to blink before his head was blown off. I looked at Luke with these thoughts in my mind. He was standing at attention next to Ariel, clad in his impressive and shiny armor. From the looks of it, he was ready and eager to defend her from any unexpected danger. In other words, Hidegami's disciples were usually his victims. Even good and honest people could be fooled by his lies. "Rudy, dinner is ready. Gino, come get your food," Sylphiette said, snapping me out of my thoughts. "I guess it's just a matter of staying alert. You never know." Ariel retreated to her tent at dusk. The rest of us would camp outside, watching the area in alternating shifts. There were 5 of us in the group, not counting the princess. One of us was enough to keep watch, but I would have a shift with someone else. I decided that I would have a wider margin to watch the forest, looking for anything unusual. "Okay, I'll take a look," I said. I nodded to the others and walked away from the light of our campfire and into the depths of the forest. Soon I was surrounded by a gloomy darkness, with nothing but a torch to light my way. I could sense that there were no enemies in the immediate area. After about 5 minutes of walking steadily, I had covered a good distance from our campsite. It was then that someone suddenly stepped out of the darkness. A moment before, there had been nothing in front of me, and now I was staring at a silver-haired man with yellow eyes and a truly terrifying face. I was expected to make periodic reports to Orsted during our journey. The others might get suspicious if I disappeared on my own too often, so the plan was to meet up once every few days, whenever it was my turn to explore the area. "How are things going so far?" he asked. "Luke hasn't done anything suspicious, and the trip is going smoothly at the moment." I replied these were the 2 things I'd been tasked with overseeing, but it was only the first day, so there wasn't much to say. Orsted clearly hadn't expected anything more. "That makes sense. I wouldn't expect anything to happen too quickly," he said with a nod. "True," I replied. "However, be on your guard when you pass through the upper maw, though I believe it won't be too difficult for you to break through even if Raito were to appear before you," he said. "I understand," I replied. "It will proceed as planned, then?" I asked. "Yes," he replied curtly. "If there was an attack, I could use it as evidence to discourage any further travel on the main roads. Once I convinced them that heading straight to the capital would be too risky, our search for alternative routes should lead us directly to hiring Triss and her group of bandits. If there was no attack, Orsted planned to go into action himself, which meant a false flag operation. Basically, Orsted had brought several summoning scrolls and magic crystals to activate them. The monsters they would summon were not native to this area, so he could convincingly argue that someone had sent them after us in any case. Things should work out according to our plans. "Take this with you, just in case," he said. Orsted pulled out some papers from inside his coat. They were scrolls covered in complex magic circles. "They're king-level healing magic scrolls," Orsted explained. "You're only advanced in that school, right? Use these if the need arises on yourself or others in your group," he said. "Thank you very much," I said as I put them away in my own robe. "Hey, it said that you're able to use basically all kinds of magic. Can you cast gravity magic?" I asked. "Yes, I can, but they're not particularly useful for my purposes," he replied. Makes sense. It's Orsted after all. Just one thing, Orsted. If Luke turns out to be a disciple of Hidegami, will you let Rudeus decide whether to spare his life or not?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "Very well." He replied, "So, until this power struggle was completely resolved, Hidegami's apostles were not going to change, and once this was all over they would naturally be freed from his control. Although it was possible that he would turn to them again later to use them in some other plan. On another note, It seemed that no matter what happened, Hidegami wouldn't be able to take a new apostle until he reached a tipping point, which meant that killing one of them would reduce the number of pawns at his disposal for now. Definitely, the smartest option was to finish them off, if possible well. I should go back now. They might get suspicious if I'm gone too long. I said very well. He replied. I stood up, and the first of our usual meetings got up. The next one to come would be Rudeus. I hurried back to the bonfire and reported that I hadn't seen anything strange. The next shift didn't take long to take my place, and I got under my blanket. The first day of our journey had passed without incident. The same upper mouth was the only path that took us through a narrow valley. The path wasn't as straight as the Holy Sword Road, but it was just as easy. There were no back roads or forks to worry about. This place was basically a borderland, unclaimed by any nation. Rudy? Could you stop touching my butt? I'm driving the horse. Sylphiette muttered from my side. Currently me, Sylphiette, and Rudeus were escorting Ariel's carriage. But at this comment, I lost all my concentration and looked at him. The guy seemed to get the message and shrugged, while Sylphiette just laughed lightly. I'm not calling you a pedophile because I bite my tongue, but at least I know how to control myself. At the end of the red Dungarim's upper jaw, we had a panoramic view of the forest that stretched out before us. The entrance to the valley was high enough that we could see all the way to the fortress walls on the other side. However, the trees are tall and dense, making it impossible to follow the path past the point where it entered the forest. There was no chance of spotting anything that might be waiting for us in the depths, and it was pretty clear that nothing that happened and there would be visible from the outside. The fortress walls were high enough that the soldiers on that side could easily keep an eye on the entrance to the valley we were in. In other words, they could control who entered the forest and who left it. Well, I guess we're finally back, Sylphiette muttered quietly, stopping her horse at the entrance to the forest. Luke had also stopped, along with the carriage. Ariel's two attendants stepped out of the carriage's driver's seat without a word. Sylphiette and Luke stepped out, and a moment later, the princess herself stepped out from inside the carriage, carrying a small bouquet of flowers with her. The five of them headed together toward the stone that stood at the side of the road. It was a perfectly normal-looking stone for the most part, but someone had carved an X into its surface. Ariel stepped in front of the group and placed the flowers on top of the stone, then clasped her hands together in Millis prayer style. This was the resting place of all the knights, wizards, and attendants who had fallen fighting for Ariel in this forest. They had been attacked numerous times on their journey north, but many had died in an ambush here. There's a much higher risk of ambush here. We'll camp on the outskirts of the forest for today, and then traverse it in a single day tomorrow, Ariel said quietly. With that, Sylphiette and the others returned to their horses, looking much more serious than before. Chapter 85. Starting the path to Azura Part 2 that night, we went over our combat training once again. We also went over our techniques and skills and discussed how we should react to various combat situations. I would be the first line of combat. Sylphiette was fast and versatile. She would support me in the rear along with Rudeus. Luke and Ariel's two attendants would focus solely on Ariel's personal safety. Their team was solid, but honestly, we didn't want to integrate them into our battle plans. They would only get in the way at the front with me. Anyway, we wanted someone close to Ariel at all times, in case of any surprise attacks. The attendant Clean would act as the princess's body double, with the help of a magic implement that could change her hair color and facial features. In a sense, Ariel started with 2 extra lives. Our goal was to get through this without losing any of them. I didn't know Clean or Elmois very well, but I would still feel pretty bad if we failed to protect them. Tomorrow, we would proceed, assuming we were heading straight into a trap. We save a lot of time by teleporting you. Won't the assassins be dispatched much later? Luke objected. Minister Darius is a very thorough man. He probably took action the moment he heard about my father's deteriorating health, Ariel replied. The next morning, we set off early in the formation we had agreed upon. I took the lead on horseback, followed by Sylphiette and Rudeus, who were on the same horse. As we cautiously advanced along the only path through the forest, we approached a sharp bend with poor visibility. There was a mark carved into a small tree just before the bend that was a $sign. It was a sign that Orsted and I had calculated in advance, meaning that there was an ambush waiting for us just ahead. It seemed that I wouldn't have to resort to faking an attack on my own group. Just as we advanced, a dozen armored soldiers were waiting for us around the bend, blocking the path completely. It's time. I abruptly stopped my ride and paused. Who are you guys? I asked. The armored soldiers didn't respond to my words, their full-face helmets completely hiding their expressions. One of them had a large colored plume on his helmet. Probably their captain. The soldiers remained silent, but they didn't move. It was clear that they had no intention of letting us pass, and just when I was about to get off my horse. "Get off, Rudy," Sylphiette said in a low voice. She quickly spurred her horse and stood in front of me. "I am Fitz, the guardian magician. Do you know that Ariel Animoy Azura travels in this carriage? Second princess of Azura. Who are you, and who do you serve?" She shouted with her eyes fixed on the feathered soldier. The feathered soldier didn't say a word in response. Instead, he pulled out a sword, the rest of the soldiers quickly following suit, filling the air with the sound of metal at that very moment. Many more armored soldiers came out of the forest on both sides of the road. Most of them carried swords, but I saw some with staffs as well. They're attacking us. Sylphiette screamed. I took a quick glance back. Luke had already gotten off his horse and taken up his position at the rear, watching our backs. Elmois was frozen in the carriage driver's seat, gripping the reins with a tense expression on her face. I could see clean inside the carriage itself, disguised as Ariel. In other words, everyone was in position. I turned my attention back to the soldiers in front of me and jumped off my horse while stretching and unsheathing my sword. I was relaxed, of course. I haven't killed people in years. I shouted out loud. I crouched slightly and lunged at the soldiers at lightning speed. The first head I cut off was that of the plumed soldier, and I cut my way through the heavily armored soldiers. Their bodies were cut like butter under my sword. They were frozen in time. They hadn't even processed that they had died. The enemy had drawn their weapons first, but I still struck first. That's how fast I was. "I'll take care of the magic," Sylphiette called out, countering a spell that was flying in her direction. So there were mages at a distance, huh? It didn't take me a second to get to them. I was able to cut down more than 30 of them with a single attack, but more kept coming out of the forest, so their real strength was surely greater. I was thinning out the enemy ranks faster than they could replenish them. I accurately struck down the platoon of fighters without giving them a chance to surround me. It was just too easy. Some even started running when they saw my skills, so I gave myself a chance to look back. "Luke, is there any enemy approaching us from behind?" I called out, throwing another glance at the carriage. "None," was his response from the rear. "Okay, I think it's time for that guy to show up then. Should we fall back?" Luke shouted. "No, I can get through them." I replied. I turned my attention back to the front line and was left halfway. The enemy ranks had suddenly parted, and someone was striding through them. Here he is. The newcomer was less imposing than I had expected. In fact, he was less than a meter tall. Perhaps he was a halfling. A halfling in full armor, polished and shiny armor, his short and squat body shining so much that he reminded me of a disco ball. "I'm a North King, Wisconsin, one of the 3 swords of the North God. They call me Light and Darkness," he said. "I take you, kid. I challenge you to a duel." He said. I raised an eyebrow at this, but nodded. "Aubert should be close by now." With those words, the walking disco ball pulled out his sword. The thing was custom made to fit his proportions, so it was only about 30 centimeters long. However, just like his armor, its blade shone brightly. "Rudeus, watch behind you. Aubert is nearby." I shouted. The guy was surprised, but nodded, looking behind him. "All right, Waite." I tried to move, but with a sword of light, I sliced his neck. His body fell in 2 parts next to the soldiers in shock. Without saying anything, I rushed at the remaining soldiers, finishing them off in less than a second. When there were none left, I looked back, and there was Aubert. It seemed like he was facing Rudeus and was having a couple of difficulties, so I approached them as quickly as I could. I got in between them, stopping an attack from Aubert easily. The guy looked shocked and jumped back as he looked at me. Wow. Quagmire, Rudeus, Silent Fitz, and the Sword God. That I brought YTA with me just as a precaution, really. But now that you're here, I guess it's a lost cause, no. He muttered as he got into a combat stance. "It's nothing personal, Aubert, but our interests are different. I'll make sure they remember you," I said. "Thanks." Then he muttered, and the next moment he lunged at me. With a simple dodge, his waist was exposed, and I cut him in half with a stab. Aubert's upper half fell about 2 meters away from me as he writhed. But perfectly executed, were his last words, and blood gushed out of his mouth, dying instantly. The remaining soldiers, seeing this scene, tried to flee in despair, but Sylphiette finished them off. I breathed a sigh of relief. Now there was only Rita left in Azura. She wouldn't be a problem. The enemy squad was practically annihilated, and we had come out totally unscathed. In addition, I had finished off YTAA and Aubert, which earned me several praises from my companions. Before moving on, we decided to get rid of the bodies of our assassins. The entire group set to work to strip them of their armor, throw everything that looked like a personal possession into a pile, and then burn the bodies. In the midst of this process, I noticed that Luke seemed distressed. In fact, his face became noticeably paler with each passing minute. He was fixated on the soldier's armor, in particular. "Luke, this shield isn't, Ariel muttered. "I can't believe it." Luke muttered it was all too clear what this meant. Philemon Nodo's Greyrat, the lord of the Millbots region, had betrayed Ariel. About an hour after the attack, we camped in a fairly deep spot in the forest. Rudeus surrounded our bonfire with a stone wall to prevent the light from giving us away, and we settled in for a full-blown strategy meeting. This can't be. It doesn't make any sense. Luke kept muttering to himself. Ever since we saw those soldiers' shield, this guy has been in his own world. I was honestly starting to get fed up with it. In contrast to his shocked reaction, Ariel and her other allies seemed to have taken the news in stride. I got the feeling that they had seen this as a possibility all along. "Princess, I think I know where we can take a shortcut. Although with Gino everything was easy, we should still avoid any kind of ambushes if possible," Rudeus suddenly said. "Oh, are you saying that there is some way that we can cross the border without going through the border checkpoint?" Ariel asked. "Yes," he replied. "What do you have in mind?" She asked. "I am familiar with a group of bandits based nearby that make a living mainly by smuggling goods and trading slaves across the border. With their help, we could reach Azura without going through the checkpoint," Rudeus explained. Ariel put a hand to her chin and considered this. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you argue earlier that we should avoid resorting to any shady dealings?" Ariel asked. "Yes, and I still think so, but I think I misjudged the gravity of our situation. I don't think we can afford to be too picky with our methods at the moment," he explained. "I see." Ariel nodded and looked around the bonfire, her gaze landing on me. "What do you think, Gino?" she asked. "Sounds reasonable to me. Although I can fight my way through any ambush, I think it would be safer to travel without running into another one," I said. "And what about you, Luke?" Ariel asked. The guy slowly raised his head, almost like a zombie, and fixed his eyes on Rudeus. There was hostility in them. "What are you playing at, Rudeus? Your behavior in that battle was strange. It seemed like you knew that Aubert was going to launch that sneak attack," Luke muttered with a trembling voice. There was clear suspicion on his face. "Gino anticipated his attack," he replied. "You almost seemed like you knew his fighting style." Luke muttered. "Well, I have my eye of foresight, remember?" Rudeus said. "And why do you know all this, Luke? You were supposed to watch our backs. Aubert was in a blind spot, right?" I muttered with hostility as I looked at him. The guy looked at me, but quickly looked away as he grumbled. If you say so," he muttered. "Control yourself, man. I know you're upset about your father trying to kill us and all that, but I'm not the enemy here," he said in a harsh tone. The guy tried to respond, but was smart enough not to raise his voice at me. "Come on, Luke. You're the one who asked me to help Princess Ariel, remember?" Rudeus added. "I did, yes. But none of this makes sense. Why did my father betray us? It wasn't supposed to be like this," he muttered. Wait a minute. What if Hidegami can't see Luke right now?" I asked Rudeus in English. The guy didn't answer but shrugged without an answer. I also thought of the possibility that Hidegami had abandoned him when he decided that Luke was no longer useful. Sylphiette didn't say anything, but her eyes cautiously shifted between Luke, me, and Rudeus. "Your Highness," Luke said, looking up with a stern expression on his face, "I oppose this plan. Rudeus' behavior makes me fear that he's hiding something," he said. "Wow, I didn't think he could actually be that stupid. We don't have any proof that these bandits are trustworthy." I agree that it wouldn't be wise to go through the checkpoint, but I think our best option is to turn around for now and ask Lord Pelagius for help, he continued. Clean, what do you two think? Ariel asked. Sir Luke has my support, Elmois said. And mine, Clean said. I see, Ariel muttered. After a while, Ariel looked up, her gaze moving between mine, Luke's, and Rudeus several times, then landing on Luke's. We're going to follow Rudeus' plan, she announced. What? But why? Luke shouted angrily. I don't think Lord Pelagius will be inclined to recognize as the legitimate queen of Azura a woman who fled to safety at the first sign of trouble. We must turn to him unless absolutely necessary, she explained as she spoke those words. Ariel sent a quick and meaningful glance at Rudeus. But with this plan, you're risking your own life. Are we really going to turn to the bandits for help? For all we know, Rudeus is planning to sell you to them as Luke. Ariel shouted abruptly, cutting him off mid-sentence. He was already receiving some hostile looks from me and Sylphiette. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? You can't really believe that Rudeus would do something like that, right? Ariel continued, but my father. Luke muttered, Lord Philemon may have betrayed us, yes, but we always knew it was a possibility. You yourself warned me that he might once do so under certain circumstances, she said. Yes, maybe I did, but I know I heard that he. Luke stopped abruptly, bringing his hand to his mouth. Rudeus blinked in surprise, and I just sighed. We got you, idiot. Ariel also seemed somewhat surprised. Her eyes widened, and I saw her lips trembling slightly. Luke, I don't even want to consider this, but my brother has. Ariel interrupted herself, afraid to finish her sentence. In the end, she found a different, less risky approach. Luke Rudeus Greyrat. Tell me, who are you? Ariel asked. Luke looked up in surprise to meet her gaze, his eyes briefly moving to the worried faces of Sylphiette, Elmois, and Clean, then back to Ariel. Without breaking their gaze, he knelt in front of her and spoke. I am your knight, that's right, and I am your princess, Ariel replied, and Luke lowered his head. Both of them looked more relieved than before, as did Sylphiette and her attendants. Well then, let's get going right away. Rudeus, could you guide us? Ariel asked. All right, he replied, and the next morning we set out to seek the bandits' help. Chapter 86 Ariel Choice. The first step was to get back to the main path through the forest. Rudeus knew how to get to the bandits' territory. One of the rocks by the road would be marked with a certain dollar symbol. All we had to do was head into the forest right there and head east. The group had their home at the eastern edge of this forest, under a rocky outcrop at the foot of a mountain. Once we got back into the forest, our speed dropped drastically. The main problem was that we had to disassemble the carriage and load it onto the horses. Ariel stayed on horseback for a while, but as we got deeper into the forest, she eventually got off and walked. We stopped numerous times to rest, mostly for Ariel's sake, as her legs were really sore. She's probably not used to walking on this kind of terrain, but she still stoically endured the pain. We only paused to let her catch her breath while Sylphiette used healing magic on her legs. We kept going all night long, but eventually it got too dark to continue. We camped in the forest and set up a rotating guard as usual. This would be a chance to make my second report to Orsted. Rudeus was going to do it, but since Luke is very suspicious of him, I'll have to do it again. So you finished off Aubert and YTAA then? Orsted asked. Indeed, that's how it was. I said firmly, I see. YTA must have been summoned here by someone. I suppose it was probably Hidegami's suggestion. Orsted said, I see. I suppose if they contacted WIA, then they must have looked for more sore masters. I guessed. It seems so. It won't be a challenge for you, but be careful. Even so, I doubt Darius would spend so much on other bodyguards. With the water god already on his side, I suppose there are one or two more at worst. Orsted said Rito was Darius' trump card. That made sense. What do you think about Luke's situation? I asked. It's a positive sign, since he has the gift of foresight. Hidegami is inexperienced in conventional prediction. When he manipulates several disciples at once, it's common for him to weaken like this, Orsted explained. Basically, Hidegami had been advising his disciples without really thinking about the effects it might have on the others. It occurred to me that Hidegami might have abandoned Luke at this point, too. I muttered, that's entirely possible. Luke's fate is weak, so I doubt Hidegami saw him as a particularly valuable pawn. Likely, his main role was simply to keep an eye on you and Rudeus' movements. And with me around, he's not even capable of that anymore, he said, but Hidegami only has 3 pawns to play with, right? Would he really use just one for that purpose? I asked. Orsted frowned and shook his head. Hidegami can see everything, and any exception to that rule is terrifying to him. He had every motivation to keep an eye on you. Orsted said, okay, I think I understand. I said with that said. It seemed unlikely that he would let Luke go completely. At the very least, his presence would limit our options in the future. Do you think it's okay to let Luke go for the time being then? I asked. Yes, but be on your guard. When Hidegami sees no use for a disciple, he often incites them to act recklessly and foolishly, he replied. Yes, that makes sense, I replied. If he takes any dramatic action, kill him, Orsted said. Understood. I replied. With our meeting over, I hurried back through the forest. I made my way back to camp. Sylphiette and Clean were sharing my shift tonight. I had left them by the fire less than 30 minutes ago, but as I approached, I found that there were now 3 figures waiting for me. The third figure sitting by the fire was Ariel, and as I approached her, she stood up. It's a beautiful night. Don't you agree, Gino? She said. The fire behind her shadowed her shapely features. Sylphiette and Clean looked at her, their expressions worried. Would you like to join me for a walk? She asked. As Ariel spoke those words, I could make out the bold smile on her face. I couldn't help but wrinkle my nose at this. Ariel and I walked together, making our way through the trees. She led the way. If we kept going like this, we were going to end up at the place where I had spoken to Orsted. I wanted to talk to you in private, Gino. Tell me, what do you think of Luke? She asked, looking into my eyes. I think he's plotting against us. I don't trust him anymore. I said. I see. I think Luke has betrayed us too, she said sternly. However, I haven't said a word of this to Sylphiette or the others, she said. And what does he plan to do then? I asked. I don't know. I still trust him. He has no reason to betray me, and he could have done it long ago if he wanted to. It would be easy enough for him to kill me in my sleep, she said. Then why do you suspect him? I asked. Despite his loyalty, he could still be coerced into betraying me in some way, for example. Luke is very proud of his family and their history, she said quietly. And so, I ask your opinion. You agreed to join my cause very recently, and quite suddenly, perhaps you know certain things that I don't, she asked, looking into my eyes. It sounded like she had her doubts about me, too. It was understandable, considering the way Luke spoke of me. I have a question of my own, if you don't mind. Why are we talking about this here, alone in the woods? I could kill you out here if I was your enemy, I said. Yes, I'm sure you could have easily, but if I've completely misjudged you, I have only myself to blame, she replied. I don't think Luke betrayed you exactly. I think he's just being tricked. I said. By who? She asked. My apologies. I'm putting you in a difficult position. I'm sure you would have already shared this information if you were free to do so, Ariel said. So, I'd like you to introduce me to him. I want to see your boss, that is the dragon god Orsted, she said. If he's on the right side, I plan to embrace his support, no matter how horrible he may be. I'm willing to tolerate him, she said. That's easier said than done. You know, I replied. I'm royalty, a princess. We know how to keep our composure around those we fear or detest. It shouldn't be a problem, she said with a smile. All right, there's no need to think too much about this, Gino, a voice said from behind me. I turned to find a silver-haired, golden-eyed demon lurking in the forest. I mean Orsted, of course. If Ariel Animoy Azura wishes to speak with me, I will not refuse her, Orsted said, this time wearing his helmet, thankfully. Oh, and that helmet? Ariel asked. It's to suppress my curse, Orsted replied dryly. I see. I've met several Micahs. But even with that, I must say that your affliction is far more powerful than most, she said. Indeed, Orsted replied. I'll get straight to the point. Why are you helping me, Lord Orsted? Ariel asked. Why is my sworn enemy pulling Darius's strings? Orsted replied. You mean my brother, Prince Grabble? She asked. No, he replied curtly. Who is it then? She asked. An evil thing that pretends to be the human god. His name is Hidegami, he replied. The human god? Isn't he one of the creator gods of ancient myths? She asked. I can't tell if it's the same one, but he's taken that name. At least, he replied. Are you telling me that a god has given Darius his support? But why? She asked. He wishes to see you killed, and Grabble take the throne, he said, huh? Ariel slowly looked in my direction, and I nodded. I have to wonder why this god would support my brother. Yet is Grabble simply more deserving of the throne? She asked. No. Hidegami's motivations are purely selfish, could it be explained, perhaps? She asked. Puzzled, Orsted looked at me and frowned for a moment, but then looked back at the princess. In about 100 years, the Azura Kingdom will face an existential threat, he explained. Ariel blinked in surprise. In that time of crisis, the kingdom's response will depend on whether you or Grabble take the throne, Orsted continued. If Grabble triumphs, Azura will respond to the threat with military force. And if you triumph, they will respond with magic, he continued. Surely neither of you will be alive in 100 years, Ariel said. Your policies as sovereign will lead the kingdom down different paths. Grabble will focus on expanding his army, and you, in turn, will strengthen his magical forces, Orsted explained. If Azura relies on his armies, Azura will fall. But if you call upon your mages, the kingdom will endure. Hidegami wishes for Azura to be destroyed, he continued. Ariel brought a hand to her chin, clearly trying to make sense of all this, and after a moment, she cast an unsure glance in my direction. Well, honestly, I'm a bit perplexed right now. This isn't even remotely what I expected to hear, and I can't decide if I should believe you, she muttered. You don't have to trust me. I'll tell you what you want to know regardless, Orsted said in a pompous tone. What do you mean? Ariel replied with a somewhat surprised face. Rudeus Greyrat hasn't betrayed you. He's simply being manipulated by Hidegami, Orsted replied. Ariel's smile disappeared. It had been her default expression throughout this entire conversation, but now it was gone without a trace. Gino also suggested that it might be the case, but if I may ask, how exactly is Luke being manipulated? Ariel asked. Hidegami is leading him down the wrong path, promising him all the while that it's for his benefit, she replied. Luke is wiser than he seems. I'm not sure he'd be fooled that easily, she replied. Even intelligent men are prone to trust those who tell them what they want to hear, he replied. But this is all rather hard to believe. Do you find this believable as well, Gino? Ariel asked. Yes, I try to be manipulated by Hidegami on several occasions, and because I didn't fall for his tricks, he threatened my entire family, and so I joined forces with Orsted to stop him, I explained. Ariel listened to me without expression and then turned to Orsted. She opened her mouth to speak, but shook her head and stopped. For a long moment, she remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. In other words, Luke isn't working for Darius after all? She asked. Correct. He serves the interests of his enemies, but he does so unknowingly. I imagine he is still loyal to you, Orsted replied. It is a great relief to hear that, she murmured. Tell me, does this Hidegami have someone else under his control? She continued. It is likely that he also uses Darius and the Water God. He said there are only 3 of these. Apostles, then, she said, bewildered. Right. There's no more at the moment, he replied. I see. So you, Rudeus, and Gino are here to fight those 3 disciples and interfere with Hidegami's plans? Is that correct? She asked. It is. I must say you are quite intelligent. Orsted said, Thank you. I consider myself relatively intelligent. Ariel replied. There was a hint of true pride in Ariel's voice, but she had yet to crack a smile. It seemed her face was stuck in a deadpan expression. Now then, Lord Orsted, I have a proposal, she muttered. Oh. Orsted muttered, since it seems we share the same goal, I would like you to consider me your subordinate. If you give me orders, I will follow them, Ariel muttered. I doubt your companions would accept that, Orsted replied. I see no need to tell anyone. They can't accuse me of selling my soul to the devil if they don't know what happened, she said. Orsted fell silent at this. I am willing to use any means at my disposal to ensure our victory, Ariel said. Aren't you worried that I might betray you in the end? Orsted asked. I'm not so foolish as to waste my opportunities to avoid all risk, she replied. One last thing, Lord Orsted, for the time being. I'd like you to put Luke's problem in my hands. She continued. Why? Orsted asked so Gino and Rudeus can focus their attention on our battle against Hidegami's apostles, while I devote my attention to handling Luke and the Azura peerage. Dividing our responsibilities should allow us to use our time more efficiently, she explained. Very well. I'll let you deal with Luke for now. Win him over if possible, and kill him if not. He said, so be it. Thank you, Lord Orsted, she said with those words. Ariel knelt before her new superior, who responded with a simple bow of his head with his face as stern as ever. Chapter 87. Tristina. I couldn't remember the last time I felt so bewildered, perplexed, maybe bewildered was the word. Suddenly, Ariel had sworn loyalty to Orsted. From now on, we would share our plans and work together for the same goals. I had the second princess of Azura as a co-worker. The next day, we entered the bandits' territory. No one seemed to be chasing us. Normally, Hidegami could have anticipated our alternative strategy, but I looked at the bracelet I wore on my left arm. Hidegami was unable to foresee any changes in the future caused directly by my actions. He shouldn't know that we had taken a different route. Not even now. I had been moving forward for a while, reflecting on all this, when I felt the direction of the wind change abruptly. Stop! They're here, I said, and the others stopped. At this, Rudeus came running towards me. They have us surrounded. I whispered. Very well. It's time to negotiate, remember? He said. I nodded and took a few steps back. I backed up to where the rest of the group was. Sylphiette looked slightly worried about Rudeus, but she could get to him in less than a blink if something happened. Around us, dark shapes passed between the trees. They must already be surrounding us. At that moment, the bushes in front of us rustled, and a man came into the light. Others showed themselves too, coming out from behind the trees, or advancing on the branches they were perched on. The man who had stood in front of us was the typical stereotype of a bandit, and carried an unlit torch in his hand. He took another step forward and said out loud, "What does the echo say in response?" "Rabbit innards and the song of a thrush." Rudeus replied these were code words that Orsted taught Rudeus to communicate with the bandits. "What the hell? What is the thrush's chick?" the bandit lord said in a doubtful tone. "The striped acorn," Rudeus replied. That was Triss's code name. The bandit lord looked even more confused than before, but then he shrugged and raised a hand. The bandits stalking us silently melted back into the forest. "Follow me," the bandit said curtly. Lighting his torch, Rudeus turned to us to give a nod of approval, and the group exhaled in relief. The man ended up leading us to a lonely cabin in the middle of the forest. There was an enclosed area for our horses outside, and the inside was large enough to include a living room, a bedroom, and a storage space. The bandit lord accepted his payment and explained how things were going to work. "We'll take the thrush to you. The crossing is tomorrow at dawn. No deal if you leave here before then," he said, and walked away into the forest. After I dropped my bags on the ground, Rudeus explained our next steps to the rest of the group. We would cross the border early tomorrow, with a woman we would meet soon as a guide. And for tonight, we had to stay here. That covered everything, really. "I guess we'll just have to pray that we're not handed over to Darius' forces in the morning," Luke replied. My ambitions have been shattered, and I'm reduced to a plaything for the bandits. How terrible," Ariel said in a playful tone. "Rudeus, I hope you'll be kind enough to let Clean and Elmois go at least," she said, hugging herself. "In any case, it seems that we'll have a roof over our heads tonight. I imagine our journey across the border won't be easy, so let's make sure we get plenty of rest while we can," she continued. The others took that as a sign to begin their preparations for the night, Ariel herself looking visibly fatigued after our walk through the forest. Luke stood by the window and kept a close watch outside, but every now and then he cast probing glances in my and Rudeus' direction. It was clear that he still had suspicions about us. I, for my part, sat on the floor in a corner that gave me a good view of everyone. Ghislaine had taught me this position, and another thing is that I was too lazy to keep watch. 2 hours passed more or less without incident. At some point it started to rain. You could hear it hitting the roof of the cabin. Now that I think about it, it's the first time I've seen rain in this world. Ariel was sleeping. She had fainted as soon as she got into the bed that Sylphie had prepared for her. Elmois had accompanied her to the bedroom, and Luke was standing by the door like some kind of guardian. After a few moments, there was a knock on the door. The sound echoed throughout the cabin. I stood up and opened the door. A hooded woman entered. She was wrapped in a thick, waterproof monster skin cloak, but it was still easy to tell that she was, well, voluptuous. Damn, couldn't you two open the door a little quicker, you morons? The woman said. She took off her cloak, muttering curses to no one in particular. She had light brown hair, which was typical for Azura, and she was wearing very revealing clothing, which was much less typical. Boy, are those puppies really bigger than Eris's. So, who do you want to see me? I figured some moron was going to try and buy me for the night, but it seems not. Spit it out. I'm a busy woman, the woman screamed. She had spoken so loudly and intensely that her voice seemed to fill the entire cabin. Sylphiette grimaced, and Clean looked at her reproachfully. I'm sorry, but we have someone sleeping in the back. Would you mind lowering your voice? Sylphiette muttered. The woman's mood immediately worsened. What the hell? You call me down here in the pouring rain, and all you have to say is keep it down. They call me Quick Tris for a goddamn reason, you know? She screamed. Luke gently stepped forward, taking Tris by the hand and wiping the water from her forehead with a handkerchief. Please forgive us if you can. We know your time is precious, but we just ask that you consider what we have to say, he said. Tris stared at Luke for a moment with her mouth open, but then a blush spread across her face, and she looked down at him. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll listen, at least, she muttered. Somehow it had worked. Never underestimate the power of a pretty face. Luke glanced at Rudeus. The rest was up to him now. Hey, before we talk, would you mind telling me your name? Tris said as she let go of his hand. That I'm Luke, he replied. Luke preferred to completely omit his last name, then walked back into the group without saying anything else. Tris muttered her name to herself with a dreamy expression. Rudeus stood up from his spot. It's nice to meet you, Tris, he said with a perverted smile. Who the hell are you? She replied, her expression of doubt giving way to a frown. My name is Rudeus, he said, tilting his head. Tris slowly looked him over from head to toe, then raised an eyebrow. Rudeus? I think I've heard that before. Wait a second, are you Quagmire? She asked. What is the most vicious magician in the magic city of Sharia doing here? Tris tried to speak, but a small stone bullet grazed her cheek and crashed into the window. I'm sorry, she muttered. It seemed she wasn't just shaking, neither was Rudeus. I'm not, trying to butt into your business or anything. Okay, she continued. It's just that information is needed to survive in this line of work. Tris continued. We know the names and faces of most of the dangerous people, she said. I'm not really that dangerous, Rudeus said. Yeah, sure, don't worry, I get it. You're just some random guy named Rudeus, not that famous magician, right? That woman over there isn't Silent Fitz, and that guy over there isn't the Sword God. Is that okay? She said. Yeah, let's go with that, Rudeus muttered. Very well then, random Rudeus. Would you mind telling me what business you have with Tris, the border-jumping thug? She said. Very well, for the moment. Excuse me, are you by any chance Tristina Purple House? A voice from the back of the room interrupted Rudeus. Tris looked at her from across the room, her eyes wide in surprise. Why do you know that name? She asked. Oh, it's really you. Don't you remember me? We met only once at my 5th birthday party. Ariel said. Princess Ariel? Tris asked, looking totally stunned. For a long moment, she seemed to study Ariel's features carefully, perhaps comparing them to her memories. And then she froze completely, her mouth slightly open. Why, but what are you doing here, your highness? She muttered. With her legs shaking, Tris knelt on the wooden floor. Ariel stepped past and stood before her. I received word that my father is deathly ill, and he intended to return to Azura, Ariel said with a smile. But it seems my older brother is not in a particularly welcoming mood, she continued. Oh, I understand. So that's why you've come to us, to be smuggled across the border, she said. Tris nodded thoughtfully. I got the feeling she'd already heard about the recent battle in the forest, though not the specific details. But what about you, Tristina? What are you doing in a place like this? Last I heard, you disappeared without a trace, she muttered. Well. Tris hesitated for a moment, but looking into Ariel's eyes, she seemed to find a reason to continue. It's a long story, but, she muttered. From that point on, everything moved quickly and easily. It turned out that she didn't need to say a single word. Triss told Ariel the whole story of her miserable life as a sinner in confession. Ariel, on the other hand, cried openly for most of the story, and her tears seemed genuine in part. With the last tears still running down her face, she made a promise to Triss. I can't really understand your suffering, but I guarantee that I will give the man who did this to you his just punishment, and then asked Triss to help our cause by testifying what Darius had done to her. Still, Triss was hesitant to accept. The Azura kingdom was very powerful, and Darius was a cunning and ruthless man. He insisted that we had no chance of winning. Ariel, for her part, told her that this was not true. She named her allies, Sylphiette, Rudeus, myself, and Pelagius himself, and argued that we were capable of defeating Darius and winning the throne from him. Triss agonized over her decision for an hour, but after that painful period of silence, she finally nodded, swearing then and there to escort Ariel to the capital and help her defeat Darius. And with that, Ariel had gained another loyal follower in no time. On the road, early the next morning, we gathered all our things and left the cabin. The sun hadn't risen and the forest was dark and quiet. Well then, follow me, Triss said. She led our group as we made our way deeper into the forest without her alone as a guide. It was hard to tell which direction we were going, but the ground sloped upwards in front of us, so we were probably heading towards the mountains. We moved silently, without any unnecessary chatter. The forest was dense here and seemed to go on forever, but then we made our way through one last patch of thick undergrowth. And we found ourselves looking out over a sizable lake, with the forest suddenly behind us. This wasn't even on our map. I muttered, "Yeah, it's places you can't see it from a distance. And this is all our territory, so you won't see it on any map," Triss said. I muttered. We proceeded to follow the curve of the lake to the cliff on the other side. At first glance, it looked like a steep, almost featureless wall of rock right at the edge of the water. However, a single tombstone lay on the ground. When Triss performed some sort of spell in front of her, part of the cliff melted away and a cave appeared before our eyes. "Over here, it's easy to slip and fall here, so be careful," she said. She led the way again, heading into the lake, which continued towards the cave and the cliff. Apparently, the water was very shallow here, only reaching her knees. "Gino, I think it's best to form a line," Sylphiette said. "All right," I replied with me at the head of our group. We formed a single file and carefully led our horses into the water. It was surprisingly cold given the time of year, but to me it was nothing. But luckily, the cave led up from the entrance, so we were out of the water in no time. "Very well then. Follow me and try not to fall too far behind. You don't want to get lost here. Trust me," she said. With a torch in one hand, she confidently entered the shadowy cavern. I looked behind me to make sure the others were following. I made eye contact with Princess Ariel, who was looking at her soaked pants with concern. "Let's wait until later for them to dry," Your Highness, Sylphiette said. "Oh yes, of course," she replied with a smile. It hadn't been obvious at the entrance, but the cavern floor was neatly tiled. Apparently this tunnel was man-made. It gets very twisty and complicated from here on, so stay close, stay alert too. There aren't many monsters around here, but sometimes they come in from the deeper tunnels. Oh, and don't wander off if you see a light in the distance. We're in red WIRM territory now, Triss explained. At this point, the tunnel had a high ceiling and was lethally wide, but just as Triss said, it curved constantly, and there were frequent side passages and branches along the way. It felt like we were moving through part of a giant man-made labyrinth. "This place is really amazing, Rudy. It's not some kind of labyrinth, is it?" Sylphiette muttered under her breath. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not," he muttered. "How do you think they made such huge tunnels through the mountains?" she asked. I frowned and focused elsewhere, but there was only Triss in front of me, and I didn't feel comfortable talking to her after what happened last night, so I just stayed quiet. Ariel, Luke, and the assistants followed us at a decent distance. Our formation felt a little loose. We had probably spread out too much. There didn't seem to be many monsters lurking on this path, but the last thing we needed was for the princess to get lost. We had been walking through the tunnels for quite a while. It was difficult to say how long exactly. When the sun is not visible, the perception of time changes. Also, moving through dark and unknown terrain also tends to be more tiring. Ariel and her companions were clearly tired. I was already starting to hear some comments like, "It seems like we've been walking for days, and we were no longer moving as fast as before." But soon after, Triss finally stopped at what seemed like a dead end. A stone tablet similar to the one we had seen at the entrance was discreetly on the ground. When Triss activated this device, the rock wall in front of us opened up, and we blinked as the sunlight hit our faces. And just like that, we were back outside. Squinting as I adjusted to the sudden brightness, I looked around. From the looks of it, we had entered another forest. It was dense, but not enough to obscure the sky from view. The position of the sun told me it was a little afternoon. We had left very early that morning, so in total we had walked for about 8 hours. Triss took a few strides outside and turned to us as we blinked and squinted. "Welcome to the Azura Kingdom," Triss announced with a playful smile. We had crossed the border safely after all. The exit Triss had guided us to was a little southeast of the royal border checkpoint. If we headed south from here, we would reach the Donati region. Fitoa was to the southeast, our final destination. The royal capital was further south of Donati. After a long breather, we continued on, trying to get out of the forest as Triss was eager to get us going. We had to take several breaks along the way, but we managed to get out of the forest that same day and resumed our journey south through the Donati region. Naturally, we stayed off the main roads, sticking to the quieter, less traveled back roads. To be clear, these weren't rough trails plagued by dangerous thieves or monsters. These paths weren't on our maps, but Triss knew them like the back of her hand, so we moved towards our destination fairly steadily. On our journey south, we passed through the Fitoa region. It had been a few years since reconstruction began in earnest. Fields of crops dotted its landscape here and there. Rudeus and Sylphiette stopped, their horses side by side, to gaze at the grassy plain with its scattered fields. Both had nostalgic expressions on their faces as they looked out at the landscape. After about 10 days of traveling, we stopped at a place called REIaNCARNATION. It was a town near the southern end of the Donati region and a center of trade with the royal region. We wanted to reach the capital of ours, without making our presence known if possible. We had gathered information in the villages along the way, but found no clues about the movements of our pursuers. Unfortunately, our group stood out in the crowd. Ariel still maintained her anonymity, but that didn't matter as long as she strutted around with a group of bodyguards as flashy as us. REIaNCARNATION was a choke point, just like the border fortress. It was very likely that our enemies were waiting for us here. However, to my surprise, the guards did not stop us, and there were no rows of armored soldiers along the streets inside. Triss quickly led us to an inn that was suited for groups who wanted to stay unnoticed. It looked like a normal place from the outside, but it was actually run and staffed by people closely related to the bandit gang. Ariel locked herself in her room at the inn, while Triss went out into the streets to gather information. The rest of us stayed at the inn to keep an eye on the princess. I stood guard at the first-floor staircase of the inn, while Sylphiette and Rudeus guarded Ariel in her room. Elmois and Clean had disguised themselves and gone out to buy supplies. Luke was hiding in Ariel's room. That made me a little nervous, but I had to trust that he wouldn't suddenly lose his mind and try to stab the princess. I yawned as I looked towards the entrance. Right now, I wish I had someone to talk to. Now that I think about it, Nina is the closest thing I have to a childhood friend. In fact, I don't have any friends, It's kind of depressing, but it can't be helped. A moment later, Triss entered the inn with sacks in both hands. She closed the door with a push, approached me, and handed me one of the sacks. "Hello. I brought some food for you," she murmured. "I appreciate it," I replied with a smile. "Yes, am I not kind? Make sure you savor it with pleasure," she said. There were several hard fruits, like pears, inside the sack. "Thank a lot, Tristad, and hey, I'm sorry about the cabin. I was honestly a bit stressed," I said. Oh yeah, never mind," she said, and with a vague wave of her hand, she headed for the stairs to the second floor. The woman had only been with us for 10 days, but seemed like she had already found her place in the group. Basically, she fell into the same category as Elmois and Clean, a true believer of the fair and kind Princess Ariel. She had a dirty mouth, but she seemed like a decent person. I took out a pear, skinned it with my sword, and took a bite. The thing was kind of crunchy for some reason, and its taste was more sour than sweet. "Your Highness," "We shouldn't discuss this in front of him," a voice shouted from above. I quickly went up to investigate. Sylphiette was looking towards Ariel's room with a worried expression. "Is something wrong?" I asked. "Yes, Triss got information, and according to her, Luke's father has betrayed us," Sylphiette said. "I see." I answered and stayed near the room in case something happened that same night. Ariel informed me and Rudeus, after a private conversation with Luke, which finally convinced him to open up and be completely honest with her. In short, our suspicions were correct. Hidegami was giving her advice. Apparently, it had only happened once so far. As we prepared for our trip, Hidegami had warned Luke to be prepared for Rudeus' betrayal. His claim was that he had secretly allied himself with Darius to take control of the Rudeus Greyrat house. In this scenario, he was motivated by a thirst for power, lust for Ariel, and simple greed. Sylphie had no idea of his intentions. Everything was happening behind her back. During the day, he pretended to be Ariel's ally, but carefully led her into the enemy's traps, and at night, he snuck out to meet with Darius' spies and tell them everything he knew. This version of Rudeus sounded like a ridiculously thorough and intelligent guy. Nothing compared to the real Rudeus. But the best way to prove Rudeus' innocence is through actions, and Ariel also promised us that she would stop Luke from doing anything reckless in the meantime. Hearing all that was a relief. Hidegami hadn't done anything smart here, so it wouldn't be that hard to break his hold on Luke. By Hidegami's standards, this could be considered a half-baked job. It was pretty clear that he never expected to get much out of Luke. Still, we would never have learned any of this from Luke. It was a good thing Ariel had stepped in to handle the situation. She was much more suitable than me at that. The next day, we set off south from REIaNCARNATION. Luke was constantly watching Rudeus and doing everything he could to make sure he was never alone with Ariel, probably thinking he might murder Ariel and send her head to gravel. I didn't really care by now. I knew what was going through Luke's head, and Ariel had him on a leash. It was one less thing to worry about. I don't know if Ariel had anticipated any of this, but I was impressed with how quickly it had lightened the load on my shoulders. Over the course of 20 days, we slowly made our way south along the back roads and eventually arrived at Ars, the jewel in Azura's crown. Ars, the royal capital, Ars, the capital of Azura, is also the largest city in the world, named after the legendary hero who led humanity to victory in the Great Human/Demon War. When a traveler first sets eyes on this metropolis, his amazement is impossible to conceal. The imposing castle in the center, known as the Silver Palace, is surrounded by the grand mansions of the high nobles. Beyond the walls that surround this area, the city extends in all directions to the horizon. Here lies a huge arena, the splendid training grounds of the royal knights, and many beautiful churches of Milis. Canals run throughout the city, crossed by countless beautiful bridges. Gazing at the capital from the top of a high hill, Rudeus and I gasped almost simultaneously, "Amazing." I muttered the city of Ars spread out before us, far larger than any other city I had ever seen in this world. The first thing that caught my eye was the castle situated in the center. It was as large as the one in Perugius, if not larger, and it shone like silver in the sunlight. Compared to the megacities of my old world, this place was nothing special. But there was something truly impressive about a medieval city large enough to fill your entire field of vision. "Well, we're finally back midline horizontal ellipsis," Sylphiette muttered. The other members of our group were also moved by the sight, but in a different way. Their eyes were fixed on the castle in the center of the city, and their faces were stern. Even Ariel had gotten out of her carriage to gaze at it, but after a long moment, she turned around and said, "Let's keep moving forward, everyone." As impressive as ours looked from above, it wasn't all that distinctive once you were inside it. All the cities in this world were pretty similar, at least in their entrances. They had their street vendors, their stables, and their groups of travelers and adventurers wandering around. Another thing that caught my attention was how wide the street was. 6 normal-sized carriages could fit side by side on this thing. It reminded me of the highways in my old world. Apparently, this was one of the main roads leading to the central plaza. "For now, we're heading to my residence in the city," Ariel announced from inside her carriage. "We'll use it as our initial base. Preparations must be made before entering the court. We set off immediately. Our destination was the district of the imposing mansions of the high Assyrian nobles. Given the sheer size of the city, getting there could take us half a day. Luke was at the head of our group, followed by Sylphiette, then Rudeus, and finally me. We were arranged in single file. The path was large enough for us to split up, but there couldn't be any complications if you met a noble coming in the other direction. Normally, the lower-ranking aristocrat would be expected to move aside, but Ariel's carriage was unmarked, and getting her off to settle some pointless argument would be a huge waste of time. Past a certain point, the streets began to change around us. Businesses aimed at travelers and adventurers gave way to ones aimed at the average residents of the city. I started to notice people on the street pointing in our direction. Huh, isn't that Sir Luke? And Silent Fitz? You're right. Look, they're escorting that carriage. Don't you think? It's Princess Ariel. She must have run back when she heard of the king's illness. One look at Luke and Sylphie was all it took for the people of this city to figure out who was in the carriage. But at this point, there was no need to hide the truth anymore. For one thing, it was never realistic to think we could travel through this massive city completely undetected. And in any case, we would have to show ourselves eventually to make our appearance at court. And we weren't in that much of a hurry, either. It wasn't the end of the world if we caused a bit of a commotion. But that being said, Mr. Look over here. Sir Fitz. Welcome home, Princess Ariel. Wow, they're quite popular here, huh? Ready, set. Sir Fitz. Every time Sylphiette received a chorus of cheers, I'd see her scratch behind her ears. That was her gesture to say she's embarrassed. The cheers increased as we passed through the central plaza. I had a feeling that people were spreading the news of Princess Ariel's return. Things are getting so boisterous that I started to worry that the city guards would come running to control things. But thankfully nothing as dramatic as that ended up happening. Once we reached the noble district, the adoring crowds quickly thinned out. Maybe Ariel's popularity was limited to the common people. Or maybe the aristocrats had too much pride to just stand around on the streets, yelling and screaming. It was probably a bit of both. I also noticed occasional groups of armored people patrolling the streets in formation. They were wearing full suits of thick silver armor and helmets that completely covered their faces. But one of the rookie knights was staring at us. Through the helmet, I couldn't see his expression. I couldn't sense open hostility, but this person's movement seemed unusually sharp. I had a feeling that this wasn't just any rookie knight. After talking to someone who seemed to be her commander, the novice broke away from her group and started running towards us. Sylphie, Luke, and I quickly drew our weapons. Oh God! The armored novice, clearly frightened, immediately stopped. After an uncertain pause, she reached for her cube-shaped helmet and took it off, revealing a very beautiful woman. She was truly a charmer. Her hair was long and silky. Somehow, even the sweat on her forehead seemed attractive. Gino, it's me. She shouted. It was none other than Iseult. I'm glad you're okay. My teacher is very pessimistic knowing that you're already the sword god. But in any case, what are you doing in Azura? If you had sent a letter in advance, Iseult, that I'm glad you're okay. But as you can see, I'm a bit busy. We'll talk later, okay? I murmured now that it was obvious that I knew Iseult. Luke sheathed his sword, and Sylphiette looked relieved, but still held her staff in hand. Rudeus was also holding his staff as he looked around while scanning the area. Are you in the service of whoever owns this carriage now? Of course you are. You know, there are rumors around town that the second princess has returned. Is she the one there by any chance? But why would she be accompanying? Oh, of course. The princess must have contacted you for a good sum of money, right? That must have convinced you, is that true? And then he hired you as a bodyguard, perhaps? She asked. It didn't look like it, but she was quite the talkative girl. Yeah, something like that, I muttered. After my arrival in this city, I ended up joining the Royal Knights on the recommendation of my teacher. Once I am formally knighted, I should also be granted the rank of Water Emperor, she said. Oh yeah? Well, congratulations, I said as I patted her on the shoulder. Thank you, she said with a smile. At that moment, Luke turned his horse around and came trotting towards us. After dismounting, he approached me. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. Gino, I assume this woman is an acquaintance of yours, he said. Yes, that's right, I replied. I see. I'm sure you have a lot to catch up on, but it would be best if you finish this conversation relatively quickly, he said. Sure. I replied. I turned to Isolde and gave her an apologetic smile. Somehow maintaining his friendly and apologetic smile, Luke quickly climbed onto his horse and returned to the front of our entourage. Isolde looked sad, but still returned to her group of knights, and so we continued our journey. A little further on, our entourage turned right and began to climb. We soon came to a thick, imposing wall guarded by soldiers, but Luke showed them some sort of emblem he was wearing, and they let us through the gate immediately. After passing through the district where the mid-ranking nobles lived, we passed through another wall midline horizontal ellipsis and came out into an area where the houses were as large as the fortresses of minor nations. Ariel's residence turned out to be a decent distance from the Silver Palace, and though it stood on an ordinary city block, the thing had to be 5 times larger than Rudeus's house in Sharia. It was nighttime when we reached its gates. We had entered ours shortly after noon, so it had actually taken us half the day to navigate the city streets. As we entered the compound of the mansion, a man who appeared to be a butler emerged from within. After seeing Luke, he hurriedly ran out and gathered all the maids to greet us. It turned out that there were only 5 of them. Apparently, this small household staff had kept the mansion in good order during the years of Ariel's absence. After a few formalities, we were ushered into the building. Once we were assigned to our individual rooms, we headed to the bathroom to wash off the dust of the road. Even the buckets we used to rinse ourselves were richly ornamented works of art. The mansion apparently had a larger bathroom with a bathtub, but it was presumably reserved for Princess Ariel. After freshening up a bit, it was time for dinner. That night, I dined with Ariel, Rudeus, and Sylphiette. Ariel's official subordinates apparently ate in a different room. Now then, Sir Gino, Ariel murmured. Yes, Your Highness? I replied. First, allow me to express my gratitude. Thanks in large part to you. We have safely arrived at our destination, she said. We had just finished our meal, but it seemed like Ariel was ready to get down to business. I will begin making my arrangements tomorrow. I will prepare a suitable scenario for the arrival of Lord Pelagius and the fall of High Minister Darius. This will involve sounding out the nobles who have switched sides in my absence, gathering information, contacting the allies waiting for me in the city, and taking other measures. I will be quite busy, she explained. Fine, I replied simply. I intend to prepare the stage promptly before Darius can move against us. Fortunately, the news of my father's illness has already attracted the kingdom's most powerful nobles to the city. She continued, How much time do you plan to spend on these preparations? I asked. It should take about 10 days. She replied. Understood. I replied. We've already secured the card we need to play. I'll take other steps as well, but in essence, I think our victory is already guaranteed as long as we have our stage. Therefore, it seems possible that the enemy will try to destroy that stage by force. She said, We've gathered a competent force in our own right, but I'd like to increase the odds in our favor. It would be best to splinter our enemy's threats in advance. She continued, That makes sense. I muttered, I'd like to ask you, Rudeus, and Sylphie to take on this particular role. She said, Do you want us to go out and hunt down the enemy? I asked. No, I imagine that would be very difficult. The capital is a huge place, and if you spend too much time wandering its streets, they might launch an attack on you first, she said. Instead, I think we can lure them out. We'll deliberately present them with a golden opportunity to pounce. I have a magic item that should make this possible, she continued. Do you think they'll actually take the bait? I asked quietly. I'd say, It's a 50-50 chance. If they bite, we'll be in good shape, but if they don't, I suppose we'll have to settle things in a big battle, I continued for her. Indeed, I think we have to count on you quite a bit in that scenario, Sir Gino, Ariel said. I suppose you're right. Let's try that if all else fails, I said. Sylphiette and Rudeus seemed somewhat taken aback by this exchange, but I expected them to shrug. Very well then, proceed with the initial plan for now, I said. The next morning, we set out with Ariel for our trip to the Silver Palace. There were only 5 of us. Triss was staying at the residence to begin preparations for her big moment, and Ariel's 2 attendants weren't coming either, They were running around the city, trying to win over other noble houses to Ariel's cause that we were losing rankings. Deadly Duel at dusk, the Silver Palace of Azura, was as imposing up close as it seemed from afar. It was larger than even the imposing Pelagius Castle, and there were apparently many structures in the sprawling grounds surrounding it, including the royal family's main residences and a series of beautiful gardens. Ariel was going to visit her sick father, and then make a reservation for one of the palace halls. My role was simply to follow her and Luke. For 3 days, things are going smoothly. Ariel was making steady progress in organizing her meeting, the nobles who had been awaiting her return offering to help. In the course of my duties as a bodyguard, I had been introduced to what seemed like dozens of influential people. To be honest, I couldn't remember any of their names. I hadn't formally met Darius and Prince Grabble, but I had seen them from a distance, only once. Darius was a flaccid man, with a drooping chin and an unpleasant gleam in his eyes. When he saw me, his face contorted in terror. It was as if he saw the Grim Reaper or something. Maybe it wasn't wise to read too much into that sort of thing, but the man's reaction was so obvious that I didn't feel the need to doubt any longer. He was obviously one of Hidegami's 3 disciples. Prince Grabble seemed like a fairly ordinary man. He was nothing more than a medium-looking bearded man in his 30s with fluffy golden hair. The princess was fighting her own battles. My job was to eliminate the enemies who tried to stop her by force. In fact, we had been attacked repeatedly. Hired assassins were sent to us every day. That said, these assassins were nothing special. We hadn't provoked our biggest prey yet. The killers targeted Ariel exclusively. To be more precise, they were after Sylphiette, who was now acting as her body double, and they pounced on her in the street while she was eating and while she was sleeping, not giving us a moment of peace. Of course, the real Ariel was wearing a maid outfit and a wig, and she slept soundly every night in a normal maid's bed. They actually send us a lot more than last time, you know? It makes a big difference having you and Rudy around. Gino, Sylphia commented at one point. I've made preparations for the stage. Now, I think it's time to bait our trap. Ariel said that day. The princess made a special effort to talk to a noble loyal to Prince Grabble. During this conversation, she made some vulgar jokes about how Sylphiette was on her period and how I was having stomach problems. The noble showed some interest in Sylphiette, but she responded with a frown. It seemed that Ariel had decided to invite an attack by spreading the word that her own bodyguards were in bad shape. However, it didn't work. Perhaps she had been too obvious about it. From the next day onwards, even common assassins stopped showing up. It was the 5th day the attacks against us had completely ceased. In return, the enemy had begun targeting some of the more influential nobles of Ariel's faction, specifically those who were making arrangements for her stage. These nobles had the means to defend themselves, and the attacks hadn't amounted to much. 9 days had passed, and our stage was finally set. In short, it was going to be a party, drinking, dancing, chatting, that sort of thing. These sorts of events were regularly held in the halls of the Silver Palace. This was announced as an event that was going to be celebrated by the second Princess Ariel in honor of Prince Grabble. There had been several attempts to disrupt the preparations, but the princess had dealt with them all effectively. Tomorrow would be the moment of truth. Sir Gino, I just gave them one last push, Ariel said, snapping me out of my thoughts. Oh, I muttered. To be more specific, I've leaked some information that should make High Minister Darius very anxious, she replied. Well, I see, I muttered. Later that night, we headed to Ariel's residence. It was a dark, moonless night. All of our preparations were now complete. It was just a matter of waiting until tomorrow. We would have to relax and rest as much as we could tonight. Or so I thought, until I saw the man standing in the middle of the road in front of us. He had rabbit ears, so he was clearly a beast man. The beast man wore black, non-reflective armor and had a straight sword in his hand. He stood right in the path of Ariel's carriage. Who goes there? Luke asked, stepping forward from his spot next to the carriage. I am a Northern King Knuckleguard, one of the 3 swords of the Northern God. They call me Twinblade. He said a second later, Knuckleguard began to separate, one half of him moving slowly to the left and the other to the right. Hey, Knuckle. I guess we shouldn't say our names. Oh, right. I guess things are a little different this time. Huh? You're pretty smart, guard. Well, I've been hitting the books lately. No, it wasn't that. Knuckleguard was actually a pair of twins. Oh, and we probably shouldn't tell them it was Lord Darius who hired us either. You're probably right. When we had to fight assassins, they never told us who they worked for. Yeah, exactly. So make sure you keep it a secret, Knuckle. Understood. They really weren't very good at being assassins. Huh? Shocking myself out of my disbelief, I spurred my horse and leapt towards them. Gino Britzes, I said. The twin swordsman's ears twitched at the sight of me. Oh, the new sword god. We may be nothing more than a couple of puny mildettes, but we'll still take you on. I got into my combat stance, and the guys got into a mirror position. Alone, we're only half a man. Together, we're a whole man. We'll fight you two at a time. Surely you'll agree that this is fair. No, that's the definition of unfair. Actually, at that moment, another silhouette emerged from the darkness, this time on the street behind our carriage. It was a tall, brown-haired man wearing a black leather coat, and he was carrying a sword that I recognized immediately. Wide S.O., it wasn't enough for you to just become the sword god. Huh? Now you want a position in the nobility? You insolent boy. It was my father. Dad, I muttered in shock. My legs felt heavy. My throat was dry for some reason. It was my father. There was no doubt. He got into a combat stance while Sylphiette and Rudeus faced him. What is he doing here? Why him? Okay, here we go. Knuckleguard shouted. I had forgotten about him momentarily. I dodged his attack effortlessly, and with a sword of light, I cut Knuckle in half, and Guard lost his right hand. Yick, damn it, bro. Guard screamed in agony as he writhed on the ground. My gaze is focused on my father. Rudeus and Sylphiette began to attack him quickly. My father repelled their attacks effortlessly. Luke was glued to the carriage on Guard. Fucking hell. You'll see, Guard shouted. I quickly threw a stone bullet at him that penetrated his skull, killing him instantly. So I started running towards my father. He was already closing the distance between Rudeus and Sylphiette, but I was able to stop his sword at the last second. Dad, what are you doing here? I screamed while looking him in the eyes. He didn't answer me. He was still in attack position while struggling with my sword. His gaze was cold and calculating. He had only looked at me like that once. When he wounded my chest and I became a saint of the sword, the wound wounded me again in the chest. For him, he was no longer his son. He was an enemy that he had to kill. Rudeus, Sylphiette, protect the princess. I shouted. They both looked shocked but nodded. More assassins had come out in front of us, but even Light could take care of them. I'll ask you again, Dad. What are you doing here? I shouted. What are you doing here? You haven't had enough, have you? When you told me you wanted to go out into the world, I was happy. I thought you would go out and take Nina with you, that you would have a good life. But what did you do? You came back full of pride and defeated the master by stealing his title. You are a disgrace. Dad shouted. We've had this discussion before. It was an accident. I yelled. Accident. If it was an accident, you should have let yourself be defeated again. That's why your mother and I left. I couldn't stand to live on the same land as a usurper. Dad shouted. But I will not make that same mistake again with your brother. He is already an intermediate of the sword, you know? Dad murmured. I just stayed silent as I looked at him. What are you planning to do? I muttered. I'll settle my debt. The master will claim his title again if I team up with him to kill that princess, Dad said. What? With Gull? Are you collaborating with Gull to kill Ariel? What? I screamed. I don't know. He came to me one day with a proposal. I couldn't say no. We're all in this, so I'll return the honor god sword style, Dad murmured. At this point, I felt tears coming out my eyes. Is there nothing that can make you change your mind? I'm stronger and faster than you, and you know it. What will happen to Mom and my brother? Are you going to leave them alone because of this? I yelled at him. It wasn't in our plans for you to be here, but never mind. Master and Call will take care of you, he muttered. In an instant, he stopped struggling against me. He immediately rushed towards Ariel's carriage, and I throw a long sword of light towards it. Wait! I screamed as I ran towards him. The attack split the carriage in half, but Ariel had already left it. Sylphiette began to attack him with air attacks, but my father repelled them effortlessly. Rudeus and Luke were busy with the other assassins, so they didn't notice what happened. It all happened in a second. Papa lunged at Sylphiette at lightning speed. She didn't have time to react, and one of Papa's attacks hit her. His left arm was cleanly severed in an instant. She didn't even have time to react, and my father tried to attack her again. No! I screamed as I intercepted his attack and threw a long sword of light at him that split him in half. It was like in slow motion. My father's upper half fell to the ground with a serene expression as he looked at me. He fell to the ground with a thud as he looked at me. I couldn't decipher his expression. He looked disappointed as he looked at me. The next member's life left his eyes. Timothy Britzes had died. Sylphiette's cry of pain brought me back to normal. Sylphie! Rudeus shouted as he came running towards us. I immediately took out a healing circle that Orsted gave me and placed it on Sylphiette's severed stump. In an instant, and with a yellow glow, his severed arm grew back without leaving a scar. Aha! She muttered, still in shock. Sylphie, are you okay? Rudeus ran towards her while hugging her tightly. Yes. I'm fine. Thanks, Gino, she murmured. But I didn't answer him. My attention was on my father's body. I didn't know how I felt. My father disowned me. He allied himself with gold to kill me. But still, even though I tried, I just couldn't hate him. I wanted to be angry with him. He had abandoned me. But even if I wanted to, tears began to come out of my eyes. Ariel was unharmed. Luke and Rudeus were able to take on all the assassins without any problems. I gathered my father's body and burned his remains. His only possession was his blue sword Tsukikage. I decided to take his sword and put it on my belt. I didn't feel well. When night came, I simply lay in bed and stared at the ceiling until exhaustion overcame me. Ariel's battlefield. I woke up early that morning, the amnesia of waking up momentarily, relieving me before the memory of what had happened that night hit me like a baseball bat. I had killed my father. I had done it. Not an enemy, not just any assassin, not a wandering swordsman who came to disturb the peace of the sacred land of the sword. It was my father, the man who trained me, my family, to abandon me at the least expected moment. Yes. But even so, I never hated him for that. Even now, he had conspired to kill me, but even so, I felt guilty. It was the first time I felt like that. The first time I felt bad about killing. I had nightmares at the right moment of how the light came out of his eyes. Maybe with the king rank healing circles, I could have healed him and immobilized him to make him reconsider. I had enough time, but I just stared at him. At that moment, I had not processed what I had done. I had killed my own father. I got up feeling my body heavy. I had to meet with Ariel and the others. I found them quickly talking in a room. All eyes turned to me when I entered. I didn't know what time it was, but I always got up before everyone else, not after. Mr. Gino, I understand that one of the assassins was your father, right? Ariel murmured. Yes, it was my father. He attempted against his life and almost killed Sylphiette, but I took care of him. I murmured as I sat at the table. I see. According to Rudeus and Sylphiette, both had a conversation before I killed him, right? Did he say something important to you? She asked. Yes, he said that he is collaborating with the former sword god Gulfarion and with a guy he called Call. I don't know if they have any relation with Darius, although there's no need to doubt it, I said. I see. That'll be very helpful. I suppose that they already found out that I have a world power as an ally, she murmured. It seems so, though there's no need to worry. In my current state, I can take care of Gulfarion. I said, that's a relief. Then there's no reason to keep waiting. We have to leave, she said, and so we began to get ready. Here would be decided if Ariel became queen or not. Our stage was one of the large reception halls of the Silver Palace, used primarily for large gatherings and parties, and today there was only one long table in the room. The room was so well decorated that one could not suspect that the event had been organized 10 days in the making. I was officially here as a member of the staff, and Rudeus and I stood near the entrance to the waiting room, studying the faces of the attendees as they arrived. Most of the conversation in the waiting room consisted of speculating on what Princess Ariel was going to say today and how Prince Grabble's faction might react. The first important character arrived a little late. It was Philemon Nodo's Greyrat, accompanied by his eldest son. He stopped at the entrance to look at Rudeus with undisguised hostility. Do you really think you can sneak back into the Nodo's Greyrat household after all these years? He said. The thought never crossed my mind. Actually, Rudeus muttered. Remember this, boy. By all rights, you shouldn't even be allowed to call yourself Greyrat. He said, sure, okay. Rudeus said, after letting out that confusing insult. Philemon studied the faces of the guests in the waiting room and then disappeared into a private room reserved for the high nobility. After Philemon's arrival, the rest of the important guests began to appear at a steady pace. The parents of Ariel's attendants and several members of Triss's family were among them. The other heads of the four great families also appeared. The Euros clan arrived first, then Zephyros, and finally Boreas. Finally, when everyone else had already introduced themselves, High Minister Darius arrived, his only company being a single bodyguard. As soon as he saw me, Darius looked away with a grimace of fear, but the bodyguard headed in my direction. It was Rita. She looked slightly older than the last time I saw her, but other than that, she was the same. Godsword, what are you doing here? She asked as she looked me up and down. Princess Ariel's cause captivated me, and here I am, I said in a sarcastic tone. That I see. Isolde is already here, you know. I plan for her to be my successor when I'm gone, she said with a wistful look. That sounds like a good plan, I muttered. Huh. Yes, it is, she said, then turned around and walked away with Darius. In any case, the most important guest, First Prince Grabble, was not going to come to the main waiting room. Instead, he was expected to show up directly in the main hall once the party started. In other words, all the players were now assembled. The party had begun in earnest. The nobles entered the room in a certain order and took their seats along the huge central table. I watched all this from the periphery of the room, where I was standing alongside several other bodyguards. Ariel had arranged for there to be almost no palace guards on duty, so most of the nobles had brought their own. Sylphiette wasn't here. She had an important role to play in the upcoming ceremonies and was currently waiting somewhere else. Ariel stood behind the place of honor at the head of the table. Once all the guests had settled into their seats, she stepped forward. Thank you all very much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this party, she murmured. At first, her welcoming speech was rather conventional. She began by mentioning the king's illness, made some comments about the state of things in Azura, and talked about how she had felt watching events from afar during her studies abroad. That sort of thing. But soon she began her attack. Now, then, there's a specific reason why I have gathered you here today. As it happens, I have two people I would like to introduce to you, she said. As Ariel spoke these words, a voluptuous woman in a beautiful dress walked through the doorway. Without saying anything, she slowly crossed the hall until she stood beside Ariel. Seeing her face, Darius's eyes widened. Some other nobles at the table stood up, the color draining from their faces. They were probably representatives of the Purple Horse family. This is Tristina, the second daughter of the Purple House. By pure coincidence, I met her on my travels in the most unlikely of places, Ariel said. Triss performed an impeccable curtsy. Thank you very much for the introduction, Your Highness. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tristina Purple House, she said. There was a flurry of voices around the room. I hadn't disappeared. I thought she was dead. Too, that girl was alive. She has certainly become a beauty. However, after a few moments, the comments began to focus on one particular question. But what is she doing here? When I found her and took her under my protection, Tristina was in a terribly weakened state, but she told me that she had several things to tell you all, and that is why I have brought her with me to this meeting. Ariel said. Triss stepped forward at the right moment and approached Darius, who was sitting high up at the table. Looking at him with the disdain of someone studying a particularly dirty pig, she began to tell her story. She did not speak with the harsh tone of a bandit. Her words were clean, elegant, like those of a noblewoman. She spoke of her family's betrayal and her purchase by High Minister Darius. She spoke of how he had kept her as a pet, a dog. And she spoke of how she had nearly lost her life after the displacement incident. She told the story of how she had survived, the bandit gang that had bought her and her life as their leader's plaything. Finally, she explained how Ariel had rescued her. Several nobles burst into tears during the tale. She had the feeling that Ariel had asked them to do so in advance. But many of the others, especially Darius's allies, had clear expressions of shock and dismay on their faces. The Purple Horse family members, in particular, were white-faced with fear and visibly sweating. Darius himself, however, maintained a placid expression. He showed no signs of losing his composure, at least on the surface. It was the face of a man who had come through tougher situations than this one. And that is all my story. Triss finally wrapped things up, and as she stepped back, Ariel stepped forward. Now then, this is all quite surprising, Minister Darius. I certainly did not expect such shocking fact to be revealed in front of everyone like this. It is truly hard to believe. Could you really have abused your power so blatantly? Kidnapping a noble-born girl and treating her as your personal slave? Ariel spoke. Her tone, calm at first, began to heat up quickly as she continued. Now she was spitting the words at Darius with a fury in her voice. Is this how a high minister of Azura behaves? Is this the behavior of a man who administers our entire kingdom? It is a total disgrace. Do you have anything to say for yourself, sir? Ariel asked. With a disdainful snort, Darius slowly stood up. Princess Ariel, you're taking your games too far today. I didn't expect you to grab a woman off the street and insist on calling her the daughter of the Purple House. I know my enemies delight in spreading such rumors behind my back, but this is the first time anyone has thrown such lies in my face. He said, laughing loudly. He turned to look around the room, silently encouraging the other nobles to agree that Triss was an imposter. You claim her story is false, then? Ariel asked. Naturally. Now I have a question for you. Princess Ariel, do you have any proof that this Miss Tristina is really the second daughter of the Purple House? Tristina, Ariel muttered. At Ariel's urging, Triss reached into the bosom of her dress and pulled out something. It was a ring. It had a beautiful purple gem in the center, with the image of a horse carved into its surface. An amethyst with the image of a horse, no doubt, is what the members of the Purple House wear to prove their identity. Darius said rather easily, but his face hadn't lost any of its composure. If anything, his smile had become sharper and more hateful. I see. Since this lovely girl is wearing that ring, it seems that she really is a Purple House, or so one might initially believe. He muttered. It turns out that I have news of my own to share regarding Tristina Purple House. I'm afraid she's been identified for a while. Little Darius continued. Identified? Ariel asked, identity conclusively tilting her head slightly. I'm sure you all remember, ladies and gentlemen, a certain operation we carried out in the capital about a month ago. Its objective was to round up all members of certain criminal organizations that had taken root within the royal capital. In the course of that exercise, I'm afraid Miss Tristina's body was discovered. Darius said. Ariel breathed heavily upon hearing this. A month ago, she had prepared for this in advance. Of course, her signet ring had already been sold on the black market, so it was difficult for us to establish her eye. However, Miss Tristina's body had a distinctive feature that only her family knew about, a crescent-shaped birthmark on her chest. Darius muttered. Now that was a lie. Triss didn't have any such birthmarks. At least, not anywhere I'd seen. And she was wearing very revealing clothes. I believe the head of the Purple House will be able to confirm all this for us. Isn't that right, Lord Fridas Purple House? Darius asked, but before the man could answer, a noble saint from the table reached out and took off her ring from his finger and changed shape. Fuck hell with this shit. A young voice echoed from the side of the room, and a burst of light with a golden glow shot towards Darius, cutting off his head on the spot. We were all completely shocked by this. Not even REIaNCARNATION could react to this. Damn stupid. You had to wait until Ariel won the throne. A familiar voice reached my ears, and the windows of the place burst. On instinct, I lunged at Ariel to protect her. Clank. The sound of metal swords echoed throughout the place. Before me was a man with blue hair and a scar on his cheek. The guy had a totally familiar shark smile. Go. I muttered crash. Crocoboom. Thuds were heard from outside the castle. They're attacking us. Sylphiette shouted. Rudeus was totally in shock as he looked at the young man who had killed Darius. He was a black-haired boy with no armor and a beautiful golden sword. Alec Coleman LL. Fwajajajaja. Hidegami was right. Everyone is here. A voice echoed from outside, and a huge figure with golden armor and 6 arms burst into the place. You should feel honored, Gino. Hidegami gathered the heavyweights just to kill you. Gull said with a smile, oh shit. Battle to the death in the Silver Palace. Gull Farion, Alec Coleman 3, Ryder Rhea, and Batagati with the god of fighting armor. They were all gathered here with the sole purpose of killing me. I could take them all on by myself, but I don't think I can even take on Batagati with Rudeus. We need Orsted, and we need him now. That was what I thought as I sent mana to my communication ring. Orsted had said to activate it in case something bad happened, but even I thought I wouldn't need it. If Batagati wasn't here, I wouldn't be as nervous as I was now. Shit, Rudeus, get Ariel out of here, I shouted as I got into a combat stance. But there was no response. In front of me was Gull Farion and Rida, although she looked just as confused as I was. Gull, so you've fallen so low as to side against Princess Ariel, Rida muttered slowly as she unsheathed her sword. This is more personal, but if you want you could try to attack me, although I'm not the sword god at the moment. I'm still at my best, he said with a smile. No, right now we're on the same side, she muttered as her gaze turned to me. The other nobles were completely in shock. Those who tried to get up were cut in half by Gull or Rida. Ariel had run as fast as she could with Triss and had taken refuge behind Rudeus. But he had bigger problems. Alec was giving a stupid speech while mocking Rudeus. I hadn't seen Sylphie yet for a while, and that was starting to worry me. What are you doing there waiting? Didn't I teach you that the one who attacks first is always the winner? Gull shouted. I took a deep breath. I can handle them. I can do it. They're nothing to me. I closed my eyes, inhaled deeply, crouched slightly, and with one jump, I closed the distance between me and the 2 divine ranked swordsmen in front of me. It happened in less than 1,000th of a second. Rida couldn't even follow my movements. His arms were just lifting slightly. He hadn't even realized that I had moved. With a long sword of light, I cut Rida's throat cleanly. His head was still stuck to his body. He hadn't even processed that he had died. I turned to Gull Farion. He saw my movements just barely, but he was still trying to intercept the attack that was going for Rida. His arms were exposed. I closed my eyes and opened them again. I made a decision. With a clean cut, both of Gull's arms flew out. His eyes widened. The feeling of pain still hadn't reached his brain. I quickly jumped and grabbed his sword and Rida's and returned to the place where I had been before. The sound returned. The color returned when I stopped moving. The momentum of my attacks finally reached the 2 swordsmen. Rida's head flew several meters, and his body fell to the ground with a dry sound. Gull's arms also fell to the ground as his face contorted in pain, and he gave a heartbreaking scream, like a huge bear that was wounded as he fell to his knees. Gull! Alex screamed as he looked at me with anger. Fwahaha! So the rumors are true. You are the youngest sword god I have ever seen, Batagati shouted from the hole in the wall he had made. The guy hadn't even entered. He was waiting outside, analyzing me. Alec Coleman, LLL. I challenge you to a duel. Accept it or die. I shouted, pointing my sword at him. His face turned into surprise, but he put on a manic smile. Sword god Gino Britzes accepts, he said as he got into an attack position. I looked at Rudeus. The guy looked totally scared. Behind him were Ariel, Luke, and Triss, equally scared. But with one condition. While this duel is going on, let them go. I shouted. Alec looked at me confused and scratched his chin thoughtfully. Very well. The sword god has given all of you a few more minutes of life. Be grateful, Alex said in a mocking tone. Without waiting any longer, Ariel and her group left the room at full speed. At this rate, Orsted will arrive. I can win. Tell me something, Alec Coleman. I muttered, what are you doing here? Are you plotting against Princess Ariel? I shouted. No, I'm here because I was promised that Orsted would be here. I've killed all the remaining Supports, and now it's Orsted's turn, he said in a proud tone. The remaining Supports? What do you mean? I asked. Those demons were taking refuge in the kingdom of Biorile. It was easy to find and kill them, he declared. I was completely shocked at this. By this point, Rugard should already be in that village, that means. I tightened the handle of my sword to the point that my hands turned pale as I tried to control my anger. Tell me, who told you that? I muttered with murderous intent. Huh, that would be me, boy. A familiar voice said from the table where the guests were. Some nobles lay dead, others fainted, and some were hiding under the table. But there was one who remained impassive. Prince Grabble. The guy had a huge smile on his face as he stood up from his seat. He showed me his right hand, and with one finger he pointed to a ring. He took it off, and, "Damn you, little bastard," I muttered angrily. In front of me was Jess Nicadia. He was dressed like a noble and looked at me with pride. "You don't seem so clever now, do you? Next time you kill someone, make sure they're dead," he said and put his hand in his robe. From it, he took out a sword with a red blade and a white staff and threw them to the ground. They were Ghislaine's sword and Roxy's staff. "Did you think that with your current power it would be enough? No one betrays Hidegami and comes out victorious," he shouted, but the words did not reach my ears. I could only look at the sword and the staff on the ground. I don't even remember what happened. Literally, anger controlled me. It was as if I were a spectator of my own body. I could see what was happening, but I couldn't control it. First, I reached Jess at a speed I had never reached before. Everything around me turned black. I even surpassed the speed of color. With a simple slash, I cut Jess in half. I didn't stop there. I reached where Gull was writhing. I planned to try and make him reconsider, but now I can't. With a slash, I also cut off his head. Then I went towards Alec, who barely had time to react. Clank. The sound of ours resonated throughout the place. "What's wrong, Sword God? Are you mad? Let me tell you that your wife Dodoldia was a thorn in my side," he said with a smile. "REIaNCARNATION." I let out a guttural scream as I thrust my sword towards Alec. "NGG." He made a sound of effort as our swords clashed. Seeing that this wasn't working, I crouched down and aimed for his ribs. He couldn't react in time, and I cut him in half. I didn't stop there. I cut off his head. I cut off his right arm and his left arm until they turned into ground meat, as well as his legs. I didn't stop there. No matter how much I cut him, he would revive. So I kept going and going. I don't know how much time passed, but I even used fire magic to burn the flesh. It was too fast. I had done too much. I didn't care. Nothing mattered to me anymore. If everything these bastards say is true, I don't even have a purpose to live anymore. When Alec's flesh turned to ashes, I wanted to stop, but my body couldn't. I looked behind me. There was only one imposing figure that stood out from all the others. 6 arms, at least 3 meters tall, and he was approaching me quickly. I didn't hesitate for a second, and I lunged at him. I threw a long sword of light at him with all my strength. My arm hurt. I had never put it through so much effort, even now. My attack reached him. It made a slight cut on his armor, on his chest, where I had aimed. The force of the attack made him stagger backwards. I didn't stop there. Because of the momentum of my attack, I crashed into the wall. I didn't know that I had broken in the process, but I didn't care and I lunged at him again. My target was now his legs. Because of his momentary loss of balance, he was staggering backwards, but I didn't care. I again threw a long sword of light at him, directly behind his knees. The blow was accurate, but I felt like hitting a wall. But in my case, my sword was a hammer, and I was able to make my way through. Again, the momentum made him stagger, and now he fell forward on his knees. "Fwahaha, you're very strong," he shouted as he tried to stand up, but I didn't let him do it. Now, I stopped halfway, turned 360 degrees, and lunged at him again at his chest. But Batagati realized this. With wind magic, I changed my trajectory in the air and rose. One of his right arms was exposed. Gra! A turn in the air, my sword headed for his arm. Clank! The sound of metal hitting echoed in my ears. I gritted my teeth in pain and anger when I saw that my attack did nothing to him. His armor had a slight dent, but nothing more. I wouldn't beat him like that. "Fwajajajaja, my turn," he said and threw 3 arms at me at once. I barely had time to use my sword as protection. The sensation was the same as when I was run over by that truck before dying. Unfortunately, my sword couldn't bear it and broke under the weight of the attack. With this, the 3 fists hit my body, and I was sent flying, crashing into a wall at supersonic speed. Blank! When I crashed into the wall, an intense pain ran through my entire body. It was so much that I even tried to scream in pain, but instead of a scream, blood came out. I was practically embedded in the wall. I couldn't breathe. My head hurts, my arms hurt, my feet hurt. I feel like my internal organs are collapsing. That's shit. I muttered as my vision blurred, and I fell to the ground with a thud. Stay proud. "You're strong," Batagati said as he approached me. I could barely move my arms and try to search under my robe for something that could help me. The king-level magic circles. I've only used one of the 3 that Orsted gave me. With this thought in mind, I unfolded the circle and placed it on my chest. Quickly, a feeling of immediate relief invaded my body. It's as if all the pain before had only been a dream. I even felt stronger than before. Wow, humans have really become resilient, Batagati said as he approached me at a slow pace. I looked around. My sword had broken. I hadn't brought my father's sword with me. I had lost sight of Gulfarian's sword. The only sword available was Alex. "I guess it's time for you to say goodbye," Batagati said. He was already close to me. With water magic, I created a smoke screen between him and me. Useless tricks," he said and began to hit the ground where I had been. One more second, and I would be mush. I ran at full speed to the point of skidding, and with one hand, I reached for Alex's sword. It was heavy, about 1.5 meters surely, and an immense feeling of power overwhelmed me completely. Batagati came out of the smoke screen and stopped to look at me. That sword won't make any difference," he shouted as he lunged at me. I started running again until I was behind him. I have to give him a precise blow. I started running further back until I reached the end of the room. "Now what are you planning?" he shouted as he searched for me. In my right hand a sword, I muttered as I raised the sword above my head. In my left hand a sword. With this blade, I will claim hundreds of lives. I am the sword god Gino Brits, I shouted. The next moment, everything around me began to float, as did Batagati. "Whoa, what the hell is this?" he shouted as he twisted in the air. "Hiya," I shouted as I lowered the sword to the ground. The building around me collapsed. Batagati was thrown to the ground at the speed of light, and I felt half of my mana being drained in an instant. Despair, the building around me completely collapsed. Even I think I went overboard with that attack as a large part of the castle was destroyed. "Shit," I screamed as I dodged the debris falling from the roof. I used Kajikut to use gravity magic and avoid the larger debris that fell. It was less than a minute, but the entire castle hall was destroyed, leaving only a cloud of dust rising before me. I used wind magic to clear the area. Luckily, only the party room had been destroyed, and the rest of the castle was still intact. Neither Orsted nor Rudeus were anywhere. I held the sword tightly in my hand as I relaxed. "Phew, let's do this," I muttered as I raised a hand to the sky. Huge black clouds began to form around me. All of them contained huge lightning bolts, and they compacted until only one huge black cloud remained in the sky. It was the king rank spell Electric. It would be a risky move. I already had half of my mana spent. This would leave me at least 30%. I stood still in my place looking for a golden figure. Creak. The rubble in an area began to move, and a huge figure jumped out of them. Fwajajaja. That was a powerful attack, but you'll need more than crack-a-boom. Before he finished his sentence, I cast the spell. The earth shook at the attack. Even from my position, I felt the electricity that ran through the place. At this, my legs shook as I tried to stay calm. At this, I saw a huge figure jump beside me. I was about to attack him, but the armor was jet black. Sorry for the delay. We made an improvised summoning circle, and it cost us a lot. It was Rudeus in his 2 Malawian Quachas armor. He was just as imposing as I imagined and exuded an aura of incredible power. "Where's Orsted?" I asked. "He's here. If he sees things getting complicated, he'll intervene. Ariel and the others were evacuated with Pelagius," he said. "And Sylphiette," I muttered. "But I don't know," he replied. "TCH shit," I shouted in frustration. "Is that the fighting god that he asked?" "Yeah. Even between the two of us, I don't know if we could defeat him," I muttered. "That's not very encouraging," he said as he raised his hand to the sky to form his own electric shock. Batagati lay kneeling on the ground as he received my attack, but Rudeus' electric shock was even stronger than mine. But even so, when all the smoke cleared, he was still there. Smoke was coming out of his body, and the armor seemed slightly melted, but nothing more. The armor regenerated quickly, and he began to advance towards us slowly. "Rudeus, that we won't be able to defeat him, but I have an idea. I will try to cut his arms and remove them from his body. If that works, I ask you to help me destroy them. Use fire magic at its maximum power. I know you can. I said, I'll see what I can do, he muttered. All right, here I come. Batagati shouted and began to run towards us. I got into a combat stance, crouched slightly, and made a huge jump towards him. Ha! Rudeus shouted, and from machine gun integrated into his armor, he began to shoot stone bullets at Batagati. Ha ha! This is no more effective than a mosquito bite. Batagati laughed as he lunged at Rudeus, but before he could reach him, I threw a long sword of light straight at his chest. The impact made him fall on his back, and part of the chest of the armor had a huge cut. It works, I murmured excitedly. Kajikut is the key. Rudeus, I shouted. Yes, he answered as he began to run alongside me. I didn't give Batagati time to get up. I turned on my own axis and cut off one of Batagati's arms. The sword cut through the armor like butter, and his arm flew to the side. Without saying anything, Rudeus ran towards the arm and caught it in a huge purple fireball while I looked at Batagati. His arm that didn't recover. I see. So that's what they're planning, he shouted as he stood up. I looked at Rudeus momentarily. Batagati's arm was already reduced to ashes. Okay. With this thought, I rushed towards Batagati as fast as I could. He tried to stop my attack with two of his arms. I jumped the first one and cut the second one, passing my sword between his fingers. The arm was split in two parts, which I cut again and threw them to Rudeus. He caught them quickly and summoned another fireball. TCH die. Batagati screamed as he tried to attack me, but I realized that he was smaller now, maybe 50 centimeters less, but I quickly got that thought out of my mind and aimed at his legs. The armor used heels for some reason, so I broke the bases of these and Batagati staggered backwards, and then I took advantage to cut one of his legs and Batagati fell to the ground. I threw all the pieces at Rudeus, and he took care of them with fire magic. Also, I realized that the armor can't regenerate the cuts made with Kajikut, so I quickly got on top of Batagati and stabbed him in the chest. I don't know where his core is, but it's still worth a try. Clank! Trasbog! The sound of the metal stabbing echoed in my ears as I dodged Batagati's arms. One of the arms caught me, immobilizing me. Bastard! You're letting yourself go! He shouted, but then the ground beneath us turned to stone and Batagati fell into it, while a huge pillar of earth fell on him. It hit him full force, and that made him let go. I didn't waste time and cut off the arm that had me captive and threw it to Rudeus. Now he only had 2 left arms and 1 right arm, and he also didn't have a leg. He was at a clear disadvantage. Give up, Batagati. If you do, that will let you live. I shouted. I don't think so. If I do that, Orsted will kill me, he said as he tried to get up. Batagati was now at a clear disadvantage. Me and Rudeus had a good strategy that was paying off. It was just a matter of time before Batagati lost. Tell me, Batagati, why did you join forces with Hitagami? Are you also an apostle? I asked. It's nothing personal. I simply had a debt with him, and now I'm paying it off, he said. I see that, then you'll die for it. I muttered as I injected the mana I had left. Into Kajikut. Come for me then. Batagati muttered. I lunged at him at the speed of light. Batagati couldn't react to this, and I cut off his last right arm and threw it at Rudeus. Then I turned around completely and stabbed him in the back. Batagati didn't twist, but tried to attack me with his 2 remaining arms. I stabbed him right in the center of the chest, and when I buried the sword further, I felt that I broke something, and then Batagati was paralyzed. Rudeus! I screamed as I buried the sword until it pierced his chest, and with all my strength, I began to cut from his chest to his head. F! I gave a cry of effort as I pulled the sword out of his body. I put the sword back in from where I had cut until I cut his body completely in half. Suddenly, the armor began to shine as the remains were drawn towards me. Oh shit! I screamed. I immediately began to channel all the mana I had left in a Kajikut. I concentrated on the armor. I cut Batagati again now in half. The remaining pieces of the armor began to float, but I already had some in the body, like in the hands and a knee pad. Batagati's body began to float in the same way, but my mana was already running out. But just then Rudeus arrived and stood behind me, holding the sword in the same way. He injected the mana, and I commanded the sword. The remains of the armor next to Batagati's body began to form into a ball of flesh and metal. There was no noise, but a huge light came out of it. Rudeus, use a fireball, I shouted. He didn't say anything and fired a fireball directly at the grotesque ball of mana that was in front of us. There was no explosion afterwards or anything like that. The light went out and ashes fell to the ground. The gloves and the golden knee pad fell from my body, and Rudeus quickly burned them with fire. I looked around. There was nothing but rubble, and the castle that stood to my left, the gardens were destroyed, and there was no one around. With Kajikut in my hand, I started walking around the area. Rudeus came out of his armor while he looked at the ashes where Batagati was with melancholy. I searched for a while among the rubble using the little mana I had left to lift the heaviest stones. I lasted like that for about half an hour until I found it. There it is, I muttered. Among the rubble was Ghislaine's red sword and Roxy's staff. I carefully picked them both up and took them as I walked out of the rubble. When I left the place, I could see that Sylphiette and Rudeus were hugging each other. I unconsciously let out a sigh of relief and approached them. Sylphiette, we were worried about you. Where were you? I asked as I approached. Hello. That 6-armed man broke into the gardens. I cast several spells on him, but I saw that it was useless, so I tried to retreat, but he attacked me. But he only knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, Orsted took me to a safe place, and I came back as soon as I could, she explained. I see. I muttered. Hey, is that my teacher's staff? What happened? Rudeus said as he approached me. That those bastards said that they attacked you. They also said that they attacked the supered village. I said while holding the objects tightly. Rudeus threw himself to the ground and began to cry. I felt that I was crying too, but what I felt most was anger. Orsted arrived shortly after while he was analyzing the damage. This was a very risky move by Hidegami. It also seems that he was desperate to send so many powerful people to finish you off, Orsted said. And now what are we going to do? I asked. We'll take advantage of this. Say that Prince Grabble hired world-class people just to kill Princess Ariel, but was repelled by his 2 trusted bodyguards, he explained. I see. Taking advantage of this event, I muttered. Orsted nodded at this, and soon after the city guard began to arrive, I was surprised to see that some nobles survived, like Philip, Triss's father, and some minor nobles. Seeing himself cornered, Philip begged to go over to Ariel's side, but she refused him. The other nobles said that many powerful swordsmen broke into the party with the intention of killing Ariel. We pulled some strings and made all the blame fall on the now-deceased Darius and Grabble. Speaking of him, they found him in his room dead and with signs of poisoning. This was considered a suicide to avoid the consequences. So it was a total of 3 more days with no one else standing in the way of the throne. Ariel was chosen as the future queen of Azura, but I didn't stay to see that. Anxiety had been eating away at me for many days. I needed to return home and at least see what had happened. I wanted to at least see if the ashes of my home remained. The deception, 3 days. 3 days have passed since I had my battle with Batagati. Ariel was reluctantly chosen by the king as the new queen of Azura. My mission was already completed here, and I had no more reason to be here. Prince Grabble was killed along with other nobles, either because of the battle in the ballroom or because they were replaced by Gull and Alec. But the thing is, after this, all the people who were willing to help Hidegami are gone. They were killed by me. Batagati is a special case, as he was defeated as a team by me and Rudeus. Orsted says that someone can only claim the title of the fighting god, whether you put on the armor or destroy it. This in itself is complicated, since me and Rudeus destroyed the armor, not just one person. But I have no intention of checking the World Powers tablet at the moment. I wanted to return home. All these days I had lived in fear. But I was also in denial. I wanted to believe that what Jess had said was simply something to provoke me. I wanted to believe that my wives and children were still alive, but I was afraid to go there and check it out. I wouldn't stand it. But I knew I couldn't go on like this. I had to go back home and face the consequences of my actions. I didn't even say goodbye to Ariel or the others. They would still be staying there for another week, but I had already returned to Pelagia's castle and explained my reasons. I see. In that case, I understand. I will teleport you to Sharia, Pelagia said while scratching his beard. So with Almanfi's help, I appeared on the outskirts of Sharia, but in the east, so I ran south where the cabin was where I arrived here. At my top speed, it takes me less than a minute to tour the entire city. I had 3 swords and Roxy's staff with me. He carried my father's sword, Ghislaine's and Alex's, the latter of which he had taken out of simple revenge. I entered the cabin with more trembling hands and went down to the basement, where I quickly walked through the labyrinth of teleportation circles. Shortly after 3 minutes later, I arrived at the circle that would take me back to the sacred land of the sword. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I put a hand on my chest to try to calm down a little. My heart was beating 1,000 times an hour. I felt desperate. I wanted to scream. I would like to do anything but go there and find out that my family is no longer there. He was terrified. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. With resignation, I jumped into the teleportation circle to face my destiny. I opened my eyes, and again, I was in the cave. I wanted to move, but my feet were glued to the ground. My instinct screamed not to go out, or I would see something horrifying. I inhaled and exhaled as much as I could until I could move my feet. There were slow strides that didn't take me very far. Each step I took was more difficult than the last, but my willpower kept me from stopping. So I continued walking, one step at a time, until I saw the sunlight and left the cave. The village was to the north. If Alec and Gull had come, they would have done so from the road that is somewhat far from here, so they wouldn't see anything for the moment. But that did not comfort me, and with this thought, I continued walking. My feet sank into the sand with every step I took. I couldn't move properly. I felt like a beginner in this climate instead of someone who lived practically his entire life surrounded by snow. Every step I took felt slow and misplaced. My head was spinning. I didn't want to go there and see what had happened, but my love for my family made me keep walking. And with this simple thought, I continued walking through the snow. It was autumn, so the snow is constantly falling. The leaves of the trees fall, and I step on the dry leaves, which marks my steps, and the small creaking sounds reach my ears. All these thoughts reached my ears, simply as an attempt to distract myself from the truth that was approaching me. It took me about 10 minutes to get to the town. At first glance, everything looked normal. I could see people outside the streets with wooden swords on their hips, walking from side to side, acting tough. But the moment they saw me, they turned pale and bowed deeply. Others simply looked at me from a distance with admiration, others with anger, and others with hatred. The same as always. It felt normal, as if nothing had happened. This made me calm down a little, and that's why I continued walking. "Oh, Mr. Gino? What a big surprise. I haven't seen you around here for a long time," a man said from the corner of a house. I knew him only by face. He always saw me when I went out jogging in the mornings. His casual greeting slightly relieved my heart and gave me back my hopes slightly. I kept walking until I passed by people's houses. Everyone looked at me as always. There was no concern in their eyes or fear of what could happen. With this, I simply calmed down and started walking faster toward my house. I passed by the children's dojos, and they looked at me in amazement. I passed by the intermediate dojo, where Donald was, and he greeted me, so I returned the greeting. So I started running. I just wanted to know what had happened. Not even the weight of the sword mattered. Each step I took was faster than the last. I felt like I was flying. I went up the hill, up and up and up, until I saw the central dojo, and next to it my house. It was the same as I left it. There were no signs of damage of any kind, so I kept walking. I walked and walked until I got home. My hand reached for the door handle and slowly opened it. It had no lock. There was no need. No one who was smart enough would enter this house without permission anyway. I slowly opened the door and looked inside. Everything was intact. The furniture, the decorations, and the floors, everything was the same. I entered the house and took my father's sword while I was on guard, while I walked slowly. I passed the living room and got to the kitchen. There was no one, and I kept walking until I got to the bedrooms. Woof! I heard the bark of a dog and turned quickly. It was Leo, and he came excitedly towards me with his tongue out and a happy expression. "Leo," I murmured as I bent down slightly to pet his head. It was a few brief seconds, and then he left my side and entered Ramura's room. I quickly followed him and entered the same way. And there was my daughter asleep in her bed, and next to her was Roxy, sitting in a rocking chair while reading a book. "Roxy," I murmured as I approached her. I felt tears coming out of my eyes as I approached her. "Oh, dear, welcome back. Hey, you won't believe what happened, the father of HMMP." Roxy tried to speak, but I quickly hugged her and kissed her passionately. She opened her eyes wide, but after a few seconds, she hugged me back. I couldn't take it anymore, my legs gave out, and I knelt down while crying on her chest. "Wha? Gino, what's wrong?" she asked with concern. I was so worried, I murmured as I hugged her tightly. "Tell me everything that happened while I was gone," I said as I looked her in the eyes, seriously. Oh, okay," she murmured. Roxy spent the next half hour explaining what happened during the month I was gone. The first week was pretty much unchanged. Eris trained hard, Nina monitored the dojo, and Ghislaine and Roxy looked after our children diligently. That was our established dynamic while I was away. But after 9 days of my absence, Gull arrived at the dojo. Nina told Roxy that he came in like a wandering swordsman, dressed in tattered robes, and had a scruffy beard on his face, as well as an indecisive expression. "I've come to see the sword god," Gull demanded and burst into the dojo, only to find Nina. She was obviously in shock. After all, she hadn't seen her father in 3 years, and now he came in like this. But seeing that I wasn't there, he simply left, but Nina went for him, and after an hour of talking, she convinced him to visit the house. He made fun of Ghislaine because she had left the path of the sword, but there was no malice in his tone. He also praised Eris's progress and named her Sword King. Other than that, he didn't do much, but Roxy pointed out several times that he seemed indecisive. He often looked at his sword while playing with my children. His visit barely lasted until night, and then he said his request. "I need 2 weapons, a sword and a staff. Gino needs help," he said after letting out a deep breath. Ghislaine gave him her sword and Roxy gave him her staff, and so he left without looking back. There was no incident after this. I listened to all this attentively, without being able to fully understand it. "Did Jess trick me?" was what I muttered. "Yes, he deceived me. But he also deceived himself. Hidegami probably sent him to kill my family. Obviously, he came here, but when he saw my family, or simply out of moral responsibility, he didn't do it, and he only took weapons to deceive Jess, and since my house has the protection of the sacred beast, Hidegami couldn't see what happened in my house." All this simply left me in shock while Roxy told me what happened, but I was already relaxed, and I let myself fall on the floor while I hugged her. A little later, Ghislaine arrived with Reynolds in her arms, and was surprised to see that I received her just like Roxy. She also agreed that Gull seemed indecisive throughout his visit to the dojo, but he needed the whole family present to tell everything that happened. So that the whole family could find out everything that happened, I waited until night. Nina and Eris received me with bear hugs, and they also told me that Gull had come. Also, Eris showed me off that I was already a Sword King, but after that I gathered them all in the living room for a family reunion. Seeing all my wives with expectant faces and totally healthy filled my heart with peace, but also made me feel guilty. But I put that thought aside when I remembered that Gull almost killed Ariel if it weren't for me. I was away for a month. A lot of interesting things happened, and others that I'm ashamed to tell. I muttered while looking at them. For an hour, I spent everything that happened for the first day I arrived, my conversation with Pelagius, and our first days on the trip, how I killed Aubert, and why, in addition to our visit to Triss, and how we arrived at Azura. The closer I got to that moment, my voice broke as I reached that day. But I reached the day when my father ambushed us. I told them without stopping how I had to kill my father to protect the princess. Besides that, he was allied with Gull to kill the princess. The girl's expressions became grim as I continued telling the story. I finally reached that moment. I avoided Nina's gaze as I said it. While Princess Ariel and Tristina confronted Darius, the North god Alacolman III burst into the place, as well as Gull Farion, and the fighting god attempted on Princess Ariel's life. I had no choice but to finish them off. But before he did, Gull showed me the weapons he took from here. Ghislaine was a thorn in my side. "You should have seen her face of pain when I killed her son," he said as he threw the weapons he brought from here to the floor. I said seriously. When these words left my mouth, I instinctively looked at the ground and remembered that I had not brought Gull Farion's sword. It had been lost in the rubble of the battle, and I had not even bothered to look for it. But now I regretted not doing so. Besides, I was afraid to look at my wives' faces. All of them except Roxy had ties to Gull. But I looked at them anyway. Nina's eyes were full of tears. Ghislaine's fists were clenched while she looked at the ground in the same way. Roxy just looked at me with concern, and Eris seemed impassive and had her fists clenched with an inverted V expression. I don't expect you to forgive me. I hope you understand me, I said with a murmur. Suddenly Nina stood up suddenly and looked me in the eyes, then slapped me hard. You're stupid. You killed my father. But still, I suspected this. He's not the kind of person who changes his mind. I forgive you, Nina said as tears fell from her eyes. It's certainly unexpected, but I never thought Gull would be capable of something like that. Don't feel bad, dear, Ghislaine said with a smile. Anyone who is Gino's enemy is my enemy, Eris said with a snort. It must have been really hard, right, Gino? I guess you deserve a break, Roxy said as she gave me a hug. I simply hugged her back and then felt another pair of 6 arms around me. It took us about 3 minutes until we separated. But after all that, what happened? Nina murmured, now calmer. Well, and so I spent another 10 minutes explaining my battle against Batagati. The next step of the operation, I spent the next 10 minutes recounting my fight with the fighting god. Eris's interest immediately returned, and I could see that the others were engrossed by the story. Even the moments ago dejected Nina seemed interested in the story I was telling them. So, if you're the fighting god now? Eris asked with visible enthusiasm. I don't know. Me and Rudeus fought him, and we both destroyed the armor. According to the rules, for someone to claim the position, they have to destroy the armor themselves, I explained. I see that, but you said that you even killed Coleman 3, right? And he's 7th on the list, so is his position now empty or what? Ghislaine asked. No, did I in that case the position would return to his father Coleman 2, I replied. That's very confusing, Eris complained. Yet I agree, I said with a smile. I think so. But now that I remember, in the room where my father kept his sacred swords, there was a monument of the 7 world powers. Don't ask me how it got there, she said. I could only arch an eyebrow at this while everyone looked at her. I see. I'll check on her later, I replied. Gino, I know you came back really fast, but isn't it risky to leave Princess Ariel alone? Roxy asked. No, she has 2 competent bodyguards guarding her for the moment. All the people who could conspire against her have been eliminated. They'll be fine, I said with a smile. They all smiled at this, and so we returned to normal. We had a quiet dinner, and the 5 of us slept together. Another week passed, and life in the sacred land of the sword continued as if nothing had happened. I spent my days alternating between the dojo house while training Nina and Eris. I had also gone to see the moment that Gull kept in his special room. It was nothing more than a formation of earth about 40 centimeters high that was stuck in the ground. But I could see that the stone was in a hole directly into the ground. In conclusion, they had built this room and had avoided removing that monument. But apart from that, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The ranks of the 7 world powers seemed unchanged, or so I thought. 1 SD Technique God Laplace, 2 ND Dragon God, Orsted 3 RD Sword God, Gino Britzes, 4 TH Demon God Laplace, 5 TH Death God Randolph, 6 TH Pelagius Dolus, 7 TH Alec Coleman LL. Yes. I couldn't believe it, and I ordered that this not be spread as much as possible. I didn't even know how this had happened. Perhaps the armor had chosen me as its victor since I defeated the wearer. Who knows? I'll never know. But the fact is that I moved up 3 steps on the list, and it's terrifying. But I also found it curious that Pelagius made it onto the list. I don't doubt that he is powerful enough, even though his position is low, but still, I wonder if it was the same technique god who did it or something. I may never know. But other than that, there's nothing else to note, so to speak, until my communication ring shines again. I guess I'll meet up with Orsted again. It was afternoon, so I told the Saints to leave so I could meet up with Orsted. It wasn't dark yet, so we had left early if we thought about it. I walked quickly through the sacred land of the sword until I reached the forest and stayed near the cave. To my surprise, Orsted was waiting inside it, sitting on a stone. He looked at me for a few moments, but then nodded to himself. Judging by your expression, I guess everything went well, right? He asked. You could say it was all a trick to provoke me, I said, sitting on another nearby stone. That's good. Plus I see your rank in the world powers has also grown, he muttered. Don't even mention it. This will only attract more stupid outsiders who will come and challenge me. I grumbled. Yes, it is possible, but we're not here to talk about that. In your absence, Rudeus and the others worked to establish Ariel on the throne. Now it is simply a matter of time to wait for the death of the king, so she can claim the throne, Orsted explained in a cold voice. I see, and when would that be? I asked. In about a year and a half. Ariel's coronation would be 6 months after the king's death, and he would have to mourn, he replied. So 2 years, and what are we going to do in that time? I asked. Believe it or not, there's not much to do. Hidegami bet everything on invading the castle, even bringing the fighting god there. There's no one else willing to help him. Orsted said with a sadistic smile that made my hair stand on end. Okay, so I'll see you again in 2 years, right? I asked. Yes, but I will call you occasionally for small missions if Rudeus is not available, Orsted said. Very well. In that case, I'll see you later, I said. He nodded, and so we said goodbye to each other until I lost sight of him. And so in the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed, and I turned 19. Many things happened in those 2 years, the highlight being that for 3 months, many wandering swordsmen tried to challenge me upon seeing that I claimed the 3rd place in the world powers. But most were defeated by Nina or Eris, so it wasn't a big deal. Also, speaking of Nina, she became a sword emperor 4 months ago after finally defeating Eris in a sword duel. However, Eris still became sword emperor 2 months after Nina. It seemed like the two had their rivalry intact. But they had already relaxed a bit because they had reached the limits of their respective talents. How my Dragon Phoenix sword broke in the fight against Batagati. I started using my father's Tsukikage sword. And speaking of him, shortly after things returned to normal at the dojo, I went to see Mom and told her everything that had happened. She was obviously devastated, but she expected it because she had been resentful towards me ever since they left the dojo. But other than that, I convinced Mom to come back to the sacred land of the sword. And fortunately, she listened to me and returned home with my younger brother. Sometimes I go to visit them, but most of the time it's Mom who does it. Life had been good, and it's true that I had relaxed a bit. Although you can't blame me, I had practically gotten rid of all the people who were willing to help Hidegami. But there were also many tragedies, and one of them was the Supered village, where that fucking Alec killed them all in cold blood. An unexpected act was how Orsted called it. We don't know if Rugard was there or not, but that doesn't matter anymore. The Supereds are practically extinct now. Obviously, the most affected by all this was Rudeus, since he had promised Rugard to improve the reputation of his race, which is now practically impossible. But apart from that terrible incident, nothing bad happened to my family. Which brings us to today. It was midsummer of the year K427, and a letter arrived at my house in the morning when I was in the dojo. So Ghislaine personally came to the dojo for me to read it. Dear, you received a letter, she said. Thank you very much, I said with a smile as I received the letter. The letter had the seal of the Azuran nobility in red wax, and the dates already gave me an idea of what it would be like. So with my sword, I opened the envelope and took out the contents of the letter. Dear Sword God, Gino Britzes, I, Princess Ariel Animoy Azura, am contacting you through this medium to extend a cordial invitation to you, your wives and children, to be part of the ceremony of my coronation as legitimate Queen of Azura. I know you have unusual methods of transportation, so don't worry. The ceremony will be in a week, and I sincerely hope you will attend. That was the content of the letter. I suppose it was one of his ways of thanking me for my work, right? And I didn't even say goodbye that day, if I remember correctly. Maybe she wanted to reward him in some way for my services. And in fact, I had to attend to show that Ariel had powerful supporters. That was what I thought about for the rest of the day, and so when night came, I took the news to my wives. Azura, are you talking about? It doesn't bother me. I want to go, Roxy said. I've never been there, but will be interesting. I want to go, to Ghislaine said. I don't know. I've never left here. But if the others want to go, then I have no choice, Nina said. Sounds fun. And Isolde is there, right? I want to talk to her, Eris said excitedly. Oh yes, Isolde. I had even forgotten about her. That time I promised to talk to her later, but between the desperation for my family and for having killed Rita, I didn't consider it. I guess this is also an opportunity to apologize. It wasn't very difficult to convince my children. Reinhold was the one who was most enthusiastic about the matter. Ramara only accepted when I promised her that I wouldn't separate from her. That how cute. Ars and Farid simply didn't care, as long as their parents were with them. So after a couple of preparations, I left Donald in charge of the dojo during our absence, and with all that I left with my family towards the royal capital Ars. The main street of Ars, the capital of the kingdom of Azura, was absolutely flooded with people, so much so that the slightest sway to either side would force you to bump shoulders with someone, so many that you couldn't see more than a couple of meters ahead. Ariel's coronation had attracted people from all over the world, all with the simple purpose of seeing Princess Ariel, and we were no exception. I was dressed in an elegant brown jacket with my father Tsukage's sword at my waist with a gold-plated sheath. Behind me were my wives all in dresses and carrying my children in their arms. The reason I was ahead was simply because I knew the way to the palace, since we had arrived thanks to Pelagius. Incredibly, Nina murmured as she looked around. Now that I think about it, it's the first time she's surrounded by so many people, so it's only natural. Eris was holding her arm while everyone followed me. It seemed like we were walking in single file through the crowd. That was until we reached the noble district, when a finely decorated carriage blocked our way and Elmois got out. Lord Godsword. It's been a long time, she murmured with a bow. Yes, but call me Gino. I'm not a noble like you, I said with a smile. I see. Are those your wives? She asked, looking behind me. Yes, and those are my children, I said while carrying Ramara. I see. Please get into the carriage. Queen Ariel is waiting for you, she said as she got back into the carriage. We did as she asked and transported ourselves to the castle. From what I could see, the part of the ballroom that was destroyed 2 years ago was already repaired, and now it's as if nothing had happened, which was good. Elmois took us to Ariel's residence where some butlers were waiting for us outside. Please stay here. Queen Ariel will see you in a few hours, she said, so we got out of the carriage and entered the mansion. It was just as I remembered it, and I think this would also be a gesture of gratitude from Ariel towards us. So for the moment we relaxed in the place until late afternoon Ariel and Luke arrived at the place. I immediately nodded to my wives, and we all gave a slight bow to Ariel. Gino, I'm very glad to see that you're okay, and I guess these are your wives, right? Ariel said as she looked at the women behind her. Yeah, sorry for leaving that time without warning. You see what happened was. And so I explained to Ariel everything that happened that day and why I came home unexpectedly. I see that could have been unfortunate indeed, but I'm glad everything went well. But well, my coronation is tomorrow. You are all honored guests. I'll wait for you at the Silver Palace, she said with a smile. Yes, we will be there. And is His Majesty Rudeus here? I murmured, yes. He's with Sylphie at the palace. Why do you ask? She murmured. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Ariel, I said with a smile. Yes. See you later, she replied and left the mansion. But when I turned behind me, Roxy and Nina were pouting. Is something wrong? I asked. That way of talking to her, that you seemed very close. You didn't fuck her, or did you? Nina asked with a raised eyebrow. And no, and it hurts me that you don't trust me. I complained. She is very beautiful indeed, that I wouldn't be surprised coming from you, Roxy murmured. At this, I simply shrugged and let myself fall on one of the mansion's couches while the butlers prepared dinner. It will be a long night, chatting with friends and awkward meetings. Apparently my wives doubted that I would remain faithful to them during that month that I was away. And why? Simply because Queen Ariel, according to them, is too pretty and all that nonsense. I won't deny that she is very beautiful, but I have no interest whatsoever in that woman. And even though I made it clear to them, it seems that they didn't believe me completely. And what would happen if I had actually slept with her? What would they do? I asked, already irritated. That's simple. We won't let any bitch outside take our husband away from us. Eris shouted determinately, and Roxy and Nina nodded. Only Ghislaine sighed at this. I could only shrug at this as I saw the determination on Eris's face. Sigh, I don't know what you want from me, but I can assure you that I did not sleep with Ariel. I swear on my mother's life, I said, fine, we'll let it go just this once. Eris said, and sat on the couch next to me, cuddling her head on my shoulder and totally blushing. I raised an eyebrow at this, but the others looked at me seriously. Soon after, Ghislaine sat next to me, and Roxy sat on my lap, all snuggled up to me. I looked at Nina, but she had already gone to the kitchen, and shortly after she returned with sandwiches which she devoured all night. Since the mansion was large, we had separate sleeping quarters, including the children, but we decided not to do so. Eris would sleep with Ars and Reynolds. Nina would sleep with Fard and Ramara, and Roxy and Ghislaine would sleep with me in a room. I didn't do anything that day, I swear. I just rubbed Ghislaine's tits until I fell asleep, and Roxy used my arm as a pillow, that was all. The next day, we got up very early since Ariel's coronation would be at noon, so we wanted to be ready. But while we were having breakfast, someone knocked on the door. One of the butlers opened the door, and a very beautiful woman with light blue hair and silver armor entered the mansion. It was Iseult, and when she saw us, her gaze turned to one of relief. "Wow, I didn't think I'd find them all here," she said excitedly. "Iseult, what are you doing here?" Eris asked as she stood up from the table quickly. "I didn't think I'd find you here," Nina murmured with a smile. "Yes, I heard from Princess Ariel that you were here, so I didn't waste any time and came to greet you," she said excitedly, and then her gaze fell on me. "Gino, how have you been?" she murmured. "I've had a good time. I've had a quiet life. And you?" I asked. "Yes, same here. I'm a water emperor now. My teacher taught me the sword of deprivation before she died, and I'm about to master it, so I can become REIaNCARNATION," she said with a nostalgic smile. Yeah, Iseult. About your teacher, I want to tell you that nothing like that. Before dying, my teacher told me everything that would happen. She knew she wouldn't survive if she faced you," she murmured, interrupting me. "I see that. I'm still very sorry for your loss," I murmured. "Thank you very much," she said with a calm smile. "Ahem. Very well. Iseult, you must tell us everything that has happened to you in all these years," Eris said as she led Iseult by the hand into the living room with Nina behind her. I looked at my other wives who had the same expressions as me. "She was jealous?" "Yeah," Roxy said with a snort. "I saw it coming. Well, let's keep eating and we'll be out soon," I said as I brought a spoonful to my mouth. Iseult, Eris, and Nina spent about half an hour talking while catching up with each other. I spent that time bathing my children with Roxy and Ghislaine, although I think I was only there to delight in the naked bodies of Ghislaine and Roxy, that for something else. After that, my two wives and I took a bath, my right hand on Ghislaine's tits and my left hand on Roxy's ass. That's how I took a bath. After Eris and Nina finished talking to Iseult, she would be in the Silver Palace as one of Ariel's guards, although she would be wearing a helmet, so we wouldn't recognize her. Eris and Nina took a bath together after that, and so we were all ready around 11 in the morning. Half an hour later, Elmois came to pick us up in the same carriage as before. We got in, and he took us to the Silver Palace. The streets were completely packed with people from all over the kingdom coming to see their new queen. It was a truly overwhelming feeling. We arrived at the entrance of the castle and had to get off there. All my wives were wearing beautiful dresses, even Ghislaine, who was wearing a dress that covered her two puppies well. Since we were guests of honor, Elmois led us into the throne room and sat us in the front row, the chairs arranged as if in a church. There were still about 40 minutes left for the event, but people were already arriving. We were in the right row, but in the left row. "It's Rudeus," Eris muttered as she looked at me. "Yeah, are you going to ignore him or something?" I asked. I looked to my left, and there was Rudeus sitting next to Sylphiette, and she wasn't wearing her glasses for some reason, plus they had a brown-haired girl in their arms. She must be Lucy. "You want me to ignore him?" Eris muttered. "No, just do what you think is right, but do it after the ceremony is over," I replied. "Okay, I'll think about it," she murmured. I glanced at my other wives, and they also had worried expressions and looked towards Eris. But it's a situation that can be solved by simply talking. Shortly after, Sylphiette turned to our side and looked at me with a big smile. Consequently, I warned Rudeus, and he simply greeted me with a nod. That would be enough for now. As the hours passed, the benches became more and more crowded until they were completely full. I looked at the position of the sun and assumed it was already midday. And immediately an organ sound began to resonate throughout the building. Honestly, it did sound like a damn church. In front of us came out a man with a white tunic and hat who carried in his hands a red pillow with golden threads, and on top of it was a crown and a golden scepter. The guy put the pillow on a table in front of everyone, and behind him came Ariel with a blue-dressed Gino, and from the sides of the benches, knights in silver armor began to trot. They trotted until they formed a crescent formation around Ariel. And then the guy in the white robe started giving some kind of speech that I won't bother repeating. The fact is that it was a whole hour in which I tried to put on my best serious face. And now, let the heads of the Greyrat houses come forward to give their testimony. The man shouted. For men in fine suits stood up from the benches. They were all supposed to be the leaders of the different Greyrat clans. But it caught my attention that among them was Luke. The four men walked up to stand in front of Ariel and knelt for a few seconds and then stood up. The man in the tunic gave him the crown, and the four of them took it. Me, Amarant Zephyrus Greyrat, I accept you, Ariel Animoy Azura, as my rightful queen. One of the men said. Me, Benjamin Boreas Greyrat, I accept you, Ariel Animoy Azura, how my legitimate queen. Me, Donati Urus Greyrat, I accept you, Ariel Animoy Azura, as my rightful queen. Me, Luke Nodos Greyrat, I accept you, Ariel Animoy Azura, as my rightful queen. They all said one after the other, and then they raised the crown and gently lowered it until it was placed on Ariel's head, and then they lowered it again. Long live Queen Ariel Animoy Azura. The four said in unison, and applause erupted in the room. And that's how Ariel became a queen. There was nothing after that. When the applause stopped, Ariel went out to the balcony to show himself to the villagers who burst into applause. But apart from that, the ceremony did not last much longer, and instead it was a party in the meeting room where 2 years ago I had the fight with Batagati. The place was as good as new despite having been there for 2 years. I had no doubt that magic had been used to rebuild this. My wives and I were given a huge table just for us with a huge banquet. Apparently it was the same with Rudeus, but the table was smaller for obvious reasons. My wives and children feasted until they were full, which brought a smile to my face. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of the glass cup being hit with a spoon echoed throughout the place, silencing those present. It was Ariel who was in the center of the room with a big smile. I hope everyone is having a good time today. As many of you here know, I went through too many difficulties to claim what was rightfully mine. Even 3 world powers came on the same day to kill me. As some of you here will remember, the point is, the reason I'm here now is because of 2 people I consider friends, and oh, brothers, Ariel said, and his gaze exchanged between me and Rudeus. I'm obviously referring to the sword god Gino Britzes and the great magician Rudeus Greyrat. Please come here with me, she said. I quickly wiped the remains of food from my mouth and stood up from my chair, walking next to Rudeus, and we stood side by side until we reached Ariel. I could hear several whispers from people like, the sword god, the third of the world powers. I didn't know the dragon god's dog helped Queen Ariel. Isn't Rudeus Greyrat? These were some of the murmurs I heard along the way. I want everyone here to know that without these 2 people here, I would never have gotten to where I am. So I asked for a round of applause for the sword god and for Rudeus Greyrat. And immediately the room exploded in applause from all the nobles. Shortly after, I returned to my seat, and all my wives were staring at me. What was that? Nina asked. A political movement Ariel indirectly presented who is protecting her in case someone ever thinks of attacking her, I muttered. That's clever, Roxy murmured. Yes, it is, I replied, and continued eating. The dinner didn't last more than 3 hours, and that's how it ended, but Ariel called me and Rudeus to her room. When we arrived, she was receiving a foot massage from Clean, who greeted us briefly before continuing with the massage. I've said it before, but I want to thank you for your help during our trip. I really would have never made it without you two, especially you, Gino, Ariel said with a smile. It's nothing. I just did it to help a friend, Rudeus said with a smile. I was just doing my job, I replied. Yes, that is correct, but still, a simple thank you will not settle the debt I owe you too, so you can ask me for anything except a political position, she declared. Rudeus and I exchanged glances, and Rudeus spoke first. No need, princess. I already have everything I ever wanted in my life. I'm fine, he said. I understand it. And you, Gino? She asked. Money. Give me money. I replied. Ariel blinked repeatedly at this, and a spontaneous laugh came out of her mouth. Yeah, I guess that can be done, she said. I nodded with a smile, and so we left the room. We both walked down the halls, but Rudeus looked hesitant until he stopped at a part of the hall, staring in front of me in shock. I followed her gaze, and that there was Eris in her dress and in her typical Boreas pose. Oh shit. I quickly approached her to see what was happening. I need to talk to Rudeus, was all she said. I looked at Rudeus instinctively, but nodded and continued walking until I reached my wife's room. I guess I'll see what happens later. The real next step, I returned to the party room where my other wives were waiting. It was time to leave, but tomorrow I would return for my reward, hee. Ramara and Ars were already asleep when I arrived. It was no surprise since they had eaten their fill, but on the other hand my wives were with worried faces. Where did Eris go? Nina asked. She want to talk to Rudeus. You can go back. I will wait for her, I murmured. They all agreed, and so Elmois escorted them out of the castle and took them by carriage to the mansion. I stayed waiting in the party room for about half an hour. It was already dark, which was a great contrast to the festive atmosphere of a couple of hours ago. Gino, what are you doing here? A female voice said behind me. I turned back, and it was Sylphiette, and in her arms she was carrying a sleeping girl. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for my wife, Eris, I said as I stood up from the chair. No, it's not a problem. She's Rudeus' ex-girlfriend. Did you know that? She asked in a hesitant tone. Yes, that's why I let her talk to him. They both separated on bad terms after all, I said. Yes. He was depressed for 3 years because of that, she said in a worried tone as she looked at the window. But the important thing is that he found a woman who truly loves him, I said with a smile. Yes, that's true. Rudy, he's my everything, oh. And this is my daughter Lucy. Sorry for not introducing her, but she's asleep, she said. I see. She looks like her father. How old is she? I asked. She just turned 4, she answered with a smile. We stayed like that for a few moments, and we both decided to walk to where our respective partners were. They had both stayed in a nearby hallway, so we walked there. And so we arrived at the hallway where we had left them. Rudeus looked dismayed, and Eris looked at the floor as if she was embarrassed. But after a few moments of silence, Rudeus hugged Eris. I could see out of the corner of my eye that Sylphiette began to puff out her cheeks in jealousy, but I just remained expectant. So after long, while they both separated from the hug, Eris began to walk towards us, and Sylphiette began to walk towards Rudeus. Eris walked beside me without saying anything, but our hands were intertwined as we walked through the dark corridors of the castle. But when we left it, Eris pulled me towards her and gave me a deep kiss on the lips that left me surprised. But as always, she still doesn't know how to kiss well. So our teeth collided strongly. It was painful. It took us about a minute like this, until Eris decided to end the kiss. She looked at me with teary eyes and totally blushed. And why was that? I said while putting my hand on my mouth because of the pain. I can't kiss my husband, she asked with her arms crossed. I don't mean that. What did you talk about there? I asked. We fixed our misunderstanding. Now we have our partners and children, she said with a smile. I smiled at this while looking at her. I see. That's good, and what will you do now? Are you still friends? I asked. Yeah, I guess so, she said while taking my hand again, and so we started walking back to the mansion. That night, Eris attacked me at night. Apparently she was more excited than usual since she didn't let the others get close. The next day, I left early to go back to the castle. I was going to collect my reward. Elmois took me to a large room guarded by 2 guards with golden armor. One was a huge guy about 2.5 meters tall with an axe behind him, and the other was a guy of average build, but he had a golden staff on his waist. Doga, let us in. Gino is coming to see the princess, Elmois said. There's no proof, Doga replied dryly. You've got to be kidding me, the other guy next to him muttered, and opened his side of the door for us. I walked in, and Ariel was drinking tea with Sylphiette. Good morning, Gino. I see you're here for your reward, huh? She muttered while winking at me seductively. Sylphiette frowned, and I just sighed. Yes, but I'm not interested in your body, I said. Haha, I know. Clean, give his reward to Mr. Gino, she said with a smile. Clean immediately stood up from her chair, and from a cupboard she took out a large bag that looked heavy due to the effort poor Clean was making. You didn't specify the amount of money you wanted, so I put in what I considered enough for your services, she said, and Clean gave me the bag. It was heavy, at least 30 kilos. I looked inside a little, and I could count at least 20 coins just on the surface. Thank you very much, Your Majesty, and have a prosperous reign, I said with a bow, and thus I left the place. Ariel walked me home, and we said goodbye to her and then returned home. For that, we left the capital, and on the outskirts I called Almanfi to go to Pelagius Castle. In addition to transportation, I wanted to talk to him. Miss Silverell, could you tell Lord Pelagius that I want to talk to him, please, I said. Of course. In a moment, she said, and then started walking towards the hallway. Aren't you coming with us? Ghislaine asked, bewildered. In a moment, but something important has come up. I'll catch them later, I said with a smile. The girls looked at each other, but then nodded and returned home through a teleportation circle. After that, I followed Almanfi to Pelagius' throne room and went inside. The guy was still sitting there on his throne with a bored expression on his face. Gino Britzes, what do you want? He asked while looking at me with interest. Hello, I said with a smile. I don't know how to say it, but I came to make you a proposal that just occurred to me, I said. Pelagius raised an eyebrow as he looked at me. What kind? He asked. It's about the demon god Laplace. I muttered. I think I have an idea of how to defeat him, I continued. At this, Pelagius' eyes widened as he looked at me. That's a very arrogant statement on your part. Really, what do you have in mind? He asked. I think I have an idea of how to break his seal ahead of time. And with our current strength, the two of us would be enough to defeat him, I declared. Pelagius looked at me suspiciously. It seemed like he was analyzing me completely. Perhaps if it were someone else, he would have completely dismissed me. But no, I am the third world power after all. And how do you plan to do it? He asked. The seal can only be broken with the mana of Laplace or with someone with a similar amount of mana, he muttered, but then realized who he was referring to and started laughing. Aha, I see. That could certainly work, but tell me one thing. Why do you plan to do it? He asked. Laplace will be reborn in 80 years according to Orsted. I don't want my descendants to have to bear the weight of this battle, I declared. I see. Okay, I will help you, he said. I bowed and returned home. Now it was time to tell Orsted. And that's my proposal. Tell me what you think, I murmured. A whole day had passed since my return from Azura, and I had returned to Sharia to inform Orsted of my proposal. It's genuinely interesting. It's never occurred to me. But are you sure you want to do it? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, it is better to do it now than to leave the heavy work to my descendants. And we would also save ourselves the destruction of cities when he appears, I argued. Orsted remained silent as he looked me up and down and narrowed his eyes. I honestly think it could work. It's just a matter of letting Rudeus know. You said he has as much mana as Laplace, right? I think this is our only chance to finish him off once and for all. Not to mention we'll get to Hitagami faster, I said. At this, Orsted looked up at me and narrowed his eyes, then put his hand on his chin and stared at me silently. I won't lie. Your combat capabilities have far surpassed your versions from other loops. Now you even defeated the fighting god. Your proposal sounds too promising, but I still have my doubts. To defeat Laplace, Pelagius, Alec Kallman, and Eurupin fought him in a battle to the death, and they were barely able to seal it. So tell me, Gino Britzes, are you sure you can do it? Orsted asked. I looked at him seriously and nodded. Yes, and besides, didn't you say that you were saving your mana to fight Laplace? I murmured. Yes, I said it. But I also need mana to fight Hitagami, he replied. I see, then will you help me? I muttered. Orsted fell silent again and finally sighed. Yes, I will help you. But first I need to check your power, he said as he stood up from his chair. My power? What do you mean? I muttered. I mean, you'll fight with me. You will fight with all your strength, and based on your performance, we will make a strategy. Orsted said, fight against you. I complained that you won't kill me, right? Why would I do that? We are allies, right? Orsted said, and began to go down to the basement of the cabin where the teleportation circles were. Where will we go? I asked. To a meadow south of Azura. That's where I normally train Rudeus, he replied. I see, I said as I looked at the sword on my hip. It was my father's sword. It had a blue blade, and at the end it had a toothed edge. I held on to the handle tightly as we descended the steps. This will be difficult. Sword God versus Dragon God. I followed Orsted through the maze of teleportation circles for about 3 minutes until we stopped at a circle with nothing special in particular. Without saying anything, we both jumped into it and were teleported. When I opened my eyes, I found myself inside a stone ruin, the same ones I used in Begarit and in the teleportation labyrinth. "Follow me," Orsted said, so I followed him to the outskirts of the ruin. When we came out, we were in a common forest, not as lush as Sharia's, so we left it quickly and arrived at a grassy plain. I looked in disbelief at the landscape ahead of me. We are now in the south of Azura. There are no human settlements for days. "We will be fine here," Orsted said as he walked towards the plain. We walked for about 3 minutes until we were in the center of the plain, and then Orsted stopped. We were 20 steps away from each other. Orsted was totally calm as he looked at me, so I took out the Tsukikage sword from its sheath and got into a combat stance. "Well, as I said before, depending on the outcome of this battle, that will be how we proceed with your strategy," Orsted said as he crouched slightly and stood on guard. I nodded, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. Eris had been trained by Gul Farion and me for years with the simple purpose of defeating Orsted. I knew that determination was good, but that dream was simply absurd. Knowing that there would always be someone stronger than me out there kept me grounded my entire life, even now. Gul said, "When facing Orsted, there are always 3 things you should not do when facing him. Never make the first move his water god style level, is divine level. I have already defeated Raida, but Orsted is a god. My Dragon Phoenix sword could have penetrated his Tuki, but it broke. Also, he is able to use the long sword of light with only his hand. But the solution is simple. I just have to cut off his hand before he reaches his maximum speed. And also, this guy usually uses words to provoke, but we are in a practice fight." I put these thoughts out of my mind as I got into a combat stance, and that I lunged at him without hesitation. Third POV. Orsted knew Gino Britz in a more intimate way than he ever imagined in his countless loops. He could be considered a co-worker, or even if they went later, they could be considered friends. Now Gino Britz was stronger than he had ever been. Orsted had no doubt that Gino could defeat Laplace alone. But even so, he had to be 100% sure. The proposal that he had made him a few hours ago took Orsted completely off guard. He would never have thought of such a thing and even believed that it could work. And after all, Orsted had reserved his mana specifically to fight against Laplace. And now the opportunity was presented to him sooner than he could have ever imagined. And now he was in front of him. Orsted was on guard, his eyes fixed on Gino. He was faster, stronger, and more cunning than the other Loops versions. Orsted couldn't afford to let his guard down, and so Gino bent his knees slightly as he held his father's sword in front of him, his expression calm and determined. And so Gino made a huge leap. The distance of 10 steps was closed in less than 1,000th of a second, and Orsted realized that he had a sword at his neck. Gino POV. Crack-a-boom. The sound of my sword hitting Orsted's neck echoed across the plain, raising a cloud of smoke. I quickly ran towards Orsted until I put my sword on his neck, but he never moved. I thought he would stop my attack at the last second, but my sword crashed into his neck at my maximum speed and wounded him. But even with all my strength, I only made a superficial cut. His Dragon Tuki is simply an incredible thing. But even so, just with the force of my attack, Orsted was thrown backwards. I followed his trajectory while running and began to deal him countless sword blows in just thousandths of a second. Little by little, the cuts began to appear on his skin, and I could see how his eyes slowly opened wide. He was just realizing the first attack, and I had already given him more than 100 attacks. But right at the 101st attack, Orsted flipped in the air at an impressive speed and kicked me in the chest. I was able to react to this and stopped his blow with my sword, but the force of his attack threw me back, but I cushioned the blow with wind magic. When Orsted fell to the ground, he was already completely healed, as if the wounds had never been there in the first place. The only testimony of this is that his white robe had slight scratches. I immediately realized that he surpassed me in brute strength, and his regeneration was almost immediate, but I already knew that. I just had to prove what I was capable of. Interesting. I heard Orsted murmur while he had a small smile on his face. I could only shudder at this as I looked at him. I could feel the sweat running down my forehead. Before me was the strongest man in this world. I could not afford to let my guard down. Less than a second after this, Orsted lunged at me at a terrifying speed, but it was a speed I could react to. His right fist was clenched and in a hook position, and his left hand was straight and facing the other. This guy always uses martial arts before anything else. I dodged the blow with ease. Orsted passed by me, and I took advantage of this to attack him at the waist. It was an arc movement at the speed of light. My sword reached his waist, and I hit him there. His body crashed into the ground in overwhelming speed, but with a movement that scared me, he got up from the ground, and with a kick to the solar plexus, the guy sent me flying. I felt my organs collapsing inside my body under the overwhelming force of this guy. I flew out and fell on the ground like a rag doll. I had to use advanced level magic to heal myself from the inside. Orsted just stared at me as he looked at me. It seemed like he was analyzing me. I quickly got up from the ground and put myself on guard. Orsted raised his right hand until it was above his head. I was about to make a long sword of light. Orsted lowered his hand at the speed of light, but I ran towards him at full speed. I caught up with him until his hand was at the height of his chest, and I made my own long sword of light that blew his hand away. His severed hand flew out. I could see the surprise on Orsted's face. I quickly crouched down and kicked him in the chest, but it barely made him stagger. At this, the bastard grabbed my leg with his left hand, and with his right elbow, he broke my leg in a quick movement. I couldn't even twist my face in pain as he threw me back with a punch and jumped back, grabbing his severed hand in the air, joining it with his severed stump and gluing it together like it was nothing. Fucking monster. I see. You're strong, Gino Brits. You're faster than me, apparently, he murmured. I just stayed on guard against this while I healed my leg. I have to distract him with something. In my left hand was my sword, and at the same time, I healed my broken leg. My right hand was free, and Orsted was already getting into combat stance again. He lunged at me at great speed, but with my hand, I aimed at him and threw a stone bullet that hit him right in the chest and made him retreat. He opened his eyes wide as he looked at me. The stone bullet was hollow, and inside it had a small but powerful explosion. Even this attack managed to damage Orsted. His tunic was stained and parts of his hair were charred. He kept advancing towards me, and I kept shooting. He moved to the right, and I to the left. He moved to the right, and I in the opposite direction. He advanced, and I threw a stone bullet at him that made him retreat. You might wonder why I was taking so much trouble, but you must understand that we both moved at speeds that were equal to that of light. My mana did not move so fast towards my leg. When he was 3 steps away from me, I felt my leg. It was already healed. He throws a punch at me, and I dodge it and throw my sword at his head. Orsted did not have time to react, and my sword cut one of his cheeks. No, he reacted, and his fist went to my ribs. With wind magic, I got away from him as fast as I could. His fist only hit the air, leaving him exposed, but the bastard went for my sword. If you want it, take it in vessel. Huh. With a war cry, I threw a long sword of light toward his hand that effectively cut his fingers, but Orsted did not flinch. With his 3-fingerless hand, he stopped my sword. The blade penetrated his skin, almost splitting his hand in half. All my momentum stopped. It felt like I had hit a wall, but now I was not a hammer. I was a simple fist hitting a concrete wall. His left hand went towards me at an immense speed. I gave up on my sword and threw myself backwards. Quickly, I accumulated the mana in my hand, and I threw an electric shock at him with all the mana I could gather in my hand. The impact hit him squarely in the chest, and I could feel that the impact made him fall. I no longer had my sword, so I was exposed. My sword had been buried in Orsted, so I did not know if it was intact. As long as I did not have my sword, this battle was lost for me. Crack-a-boom. A huge explosion followed by a shockwave sounded from the other side of the plane, and from it came Orsted. His tunic was gone, and on his chest the flesh was exposed and scorched. His hand was already as good as new, and he had my sword in his left hand. At this I felt a chill run down my spine. Orsted took my sword as if it were a spear and threw it at me at an incredible speed. I could barely dodge it, but it left a huge cut on my cheek. I tried to grab my sword before it fell to the ground, but maybe it was instinct or something else. But I turned to look at Orsted. The guy was already in front of me with his fist almost at my chest. I barely had time to dodge the attack, and he kept going. I ducked down in that instant and grabbed my sword, but when I got up, Orsted was already there. He had a slight smile on his face as he ran towards me, which made him even more terrifying. With all my strength, I threw a long, sort of light at him, which he couldn't repel, and cut him in the chest. But the fucker didn't even flinch and kept running towards me. I could see that he had only been using martial arts this whole time. In fact, there was no need to use more against me, but it feels disappointing. I threw another long sword of light at him, which cut his left wrist, and I took the opportunity that he turned his gaze to grab his hand again and cut his leg off with a long sword of light. The guy staggered, leaning on his left hand as he looked at me in surprise. I could see genuine shock on his face. He was wounded, and on his knees on the ground, I had caused that. But again, this vision didn't blind me. I quickly tried to throw another long sword of light toward his other arm, but the bastard threw an electric bolt at me at a speed that caught me off guard. I didn't have the ability to repel it, so I had no choice but to dodge it. But this was enough for Orsted to recover. I guess I have no choice. I heard him murmur. This made my skin crawl, and fear took over me. The image of Orsted that was so clear throughout the fight vanished with a speed that I couldn't see. Only by instinct I crouched, but there was nothing. With a sonic boom, I jumped into the air, but there was nothing. When I was falling to the ground, I used another sonic boom to cushion my fall, but something was strange. I looked at my right arm that held my sword. It wasn't there. I looked in shock at my surroundings before the pain invaded me. And then I felt it. Orsted was heading towards me. With all my strength, I searched for my arm. I hadn't felt the moment he cut me. I never felt it. I ran towards my arm that was about 20 meters away from me. But when I took my sword, I felt it behind me. I barely had time to react, and with my left hand, I intercepted Orsted's sword. But that's just a euphemism. My sword only collided with his while his attack was directed toward my other arm. But his strength was superior, and my sword gave in to his attack, tearing off my left wrist with a jerk and then being sent flying again by a kick. Apparently, I was unconscious from this, because when I woke up, Orsted was next to me and healing my wounds. Duh. Well done. With your skills, you are able to defeat Laplace, he said with a small smile. I simply sighed at this and fainted. Preparations for the impending battle. When I woke up, we were still on the plain. I looked to my side, and both my arms were completely recovered as well as all my injuries. Okay, you're awake. It's time to go, Orsted said from a side where I couldn't see him. I lazily got up from the ground as I looked around me. How long was I gone? I asked. About an hour. It wasn't much, Orsted said. Looking closer, Orsted was naked from the waist up. He was unharmed, but I could see a few strands of his hair charred by my attacks. I, for one, was also shirtless, and my pants were in tatters. Roxy would probably give me away for this. How was I? I muttered as I grabbed my sword. The scabbard had been destroyed, so I would have to carry it all the way. You put me in a tight spot on more than one occasion, and you were faster than me. Your power is enough for you to beat Laplace alone, but I will help you so that it is not so dangerous, Orsted explained. I see. That's a relief, I murmured with a smile. And yes, even the fact of putting Orsted in a difficult position is a sign of how powerful you are. Okay, let's go back. I need to change my clothes, Orsted said, and so we returned to the cabin. When we arrived, we were surprised to find that Rudeus was there waiting. Where were they? Huh, he muttered, and then his expression turned into shock when he saw Orsted's state. Rudeus, what a nice coincidence. We need to talk about something very important. That will be our next course of action, Orsted said as he opened an old wardrobe. Rudeus raised an eyebrow at this, and then looked at me, but grimaced at the state of my clothes. What is it about Lord Orsted? Rudeus asked after a brief pause. Gino, explain it to him, Orsted said suddenly. Rudeus looked at me expectantly, and I just sighed. We need you. Your mana capacity is the same as Laplace's, and to open Laplace's seal, we need an amount of mana equal to that of the seal. I muttered, same as the one that was sealed. He said, confused, but then he blinked several times, and his face turned into complete shock. Wait a minute. Are you planning to free Laplace? He shouted. Yes, you may have noticed our ragged state, but we have returned from a fight to analyze Gino's power, Orsted muttered. His power? And how did it turn out? Rudeus asked. Gino is powerful enough to defeat Laplace alone, but besides him, me and Pelagius will fight, Orsted said, and from his old wardrobe, he took out another white tunic and a shirt that reached his knees and had buttons. Rudeus was in complete shock at this and looked at me sideways in disbelief. That I see. Then, you need my power to defeat him now, so that it won't be a problem in the future. Rudeus muttered. Indeed, if we have the opportunity, we will have to take it, Orsted declared. All right, when will it be? Rudeus asked with a sigh. Then Orsted looked at me. In fact, we hadn't planned that part. Let's say in a week. I muttered. Orsted nodded at this, and so did Rudeus. And so the day was decided when we would free Laplace. I suppose that now Orsted would test Rudeus' abilities, but that was no longer my responsibility. So after that I returned home, feeling more confident, even though Orsted had mopped the floor with me. Although, well, it was to be expected. I came home, and I immediately regretted it, despite having lived my entire life in the sacred land of the sword. One will never be safe if one is almost naked while it's snowing, and I had no shirt and my pants were destroyed. The right side of my pants, it was destroyed up to above my knees. The left side was already in tatters. So despite all this, I returned home, shivering from the cold. Needless to say, I received many strange looks from the villagers and other swordsmen, although they were smart enough not to ask what had happened. When I got home, Roxy gave me a hard time for my appearance, and Ghislaine just looked at me strangely. And what made you look like that? Ghislaine asked. Yes, that's something I want to talk about when everyone is present, I said. Roxy looked at me in surprise, and Ghislaine just nodded at this. After changing clothes and being in the dojo for the rest of the time left in the day, I returned home with Eris and Nina. I'd already told them that I had to talk to them seriously, and they were just waiting. When we got home, we all sat on the couches like we always do. What? You're going to face Laplace? Eris said excitedly. Yes, but it's not as exciting as you think. We can only do it because Rudeus has a similar amount of mana, and it's an opportunity we can't waste, I explained. I want to fight that Laplace. She continued enthusiastically, and I just frowned. No, just telling you that Orsted will fight too should be enough for you to realize the gravity of the situation, I said firmly. And at this, Eris just crossed her arms and pouted. Are you really going to be okay? And why do they need to fight with Laplace? Roxy asked worriedly. All dragon generals contain something inside their bodies called sacred treasures, and with these sacred treasures you can access the world of Hidegami, and we only need one, which is Laplace's, I explained. I see that SO Laplace is a way to get a Hidegami? Nina asked. Exactly, and when we defeat Hidegami, all this will be over, I muttered. They all looked at each other, but in the end they understood the seriousness of the situation. The next day, I met up with Pelagius, Orsted, and Rudeus at the Chaos Breaker. We needed to plan our next course of action. Despite Orsted's statement, we still had to be on our toes. We would be liberating Laplace in a week, so we needed to prepare quickly. But Orsted and Pelagius' experience fighting him would be of great help to me. If all went well, this whole war would finally be over. So, in a week, huh? Orsted, are you sure he has the qualities to defeat Laplace? Pelagius asked. We were currently all sitting at a table on a balcony drinking tea. Yes, I confirmed it myself in a battle. He replied. Pelagius arched an eyebrow, and his gaze turned to me. A battle? You two fought. And how did it turn out? Pelagius asked incredulously. Gino put me in a tight spot on more than one occasion. His speed and reaction time is faster than mine. Laplace will not stand a chance against this, he said. Pelagius was visibly surprised as he looked at me, and then nodded. I see, so it's like that, huh? Okay, everything will be ready in a week. We will go to the demon continent. That's where Laplace was sealed, Pelagius said. Yes, very well. If that's all for today, I think we should leave, Orsted said as he stood up from his chair. Pelagius nodded, and so we all left the castle. In a week we would go to defeat Laplace. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. I said goodbye to all my wives outside my house. They looked visibly worried about it, but it was now or never an opportunity which we cannot waste. I left early in the morning after breakfast. My hip was slightly aching, as I had had an intimate night with my 4 women the night before to relax them, which paid off. But with beginner-level healing magic, the pain was relieved. Gino, Roxy murmured as she hugged me tightly. It had been years since we had been married, and I hugged her whenever I could. But this time it was different. She was shaking and sobbing lightly. Take care of yourself, please, she murmured with her face buried in my chest. I just caressed her head softly. They didn't make the exit easy at all, but it was my duty. In the end, with a soft kiss on her lips, I separated from her, and started walking towards the forest. Orsted gave me one of the whistles to call Almanfi, so when I was a decent distance from the village, I took out the flute and played it. As usual, no sound came out, but after about 10 seconds Almanfi appeared in front of me. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Yes, please take me." I said. Almanfi just nodded and gave me the golden rod to teleport, and without saying anything else, the spirit of light disappeared from my sight. But that was just a euphemism, since I could see his entire trajectory. The guy just rose into the air and began to fly south. That's where Shireo was. Just a few seconds later, I felt something pulling me up, and when I opened my eyes again, I was already in the Chaos Breaker. There was Orsted waiting for me along with Rudeus. Both looked ready. I could see that Rudeus was wearing his light armor under his robe, and inside the robe, he was carrying a scroll. He probably summoned the heavy armor. "Oh, did you bring it?" Orsted asked, looking at my back. On my sword, I had the Kajakut's sword, which I had taken from Alec after killing him, but on my hip, I also carry my father's sword, just as a precaution. Yes, my physical capabilities will increase with this sword. It's my secret weapon, I said with a smile. Orsted just nodded without taking me seriously, and so we began to walk towards Pelagius' throne. When we arrived at Pelagius' throne room, he was already waiting for us with a bored expression on his face. But his clothes were different. Now he was wearing silver armor, and Almanfi and Silverl no longer had their normal clothes and were now dressed to go to battle. "Well, now we will go to the north of the demon continent, where Laplace was sealed. Be prepared," Pelagius said, and immediately I felt the Chaos Breaker begin to move at an incredible speed. "The time has come." "Hi. We're already in the final stretch of the novel. I'm deciding whether to do a fan FIC about Paul or someone else. I could take the easy way and do another one about Rudeus, so that it ends up being a copy and paste of the novel. But no, keep reading this story and give me power stones, please." The demon god, Chaos Breaker, moved at an impressive speed despite the size of the fortress. It took us about 3 hours to travel from Sharia to the demon continent, and specifically we would go north, about 3 days' travel from the city in Ukraine. According to Pelagius, the area where Laplace is sealed is with a monument made by his demon soldiers, so it will be easy to identify. "Well that we've arrived, everyone get ready," Pelagius said, and so we followed him to a teleportation circle and jumped into it. I opened my eyes and found myself in a stone ruin with which I am already familiar. "Well, let's go out," Pelagius muttered. The three of us followed Pelagius until we were outside the ruins. As you would expect from this place, the heat was tremendous, but that wouldn't stop us. "The monument is a half-hour walk from here. Follow me," Pelagius continued, and so we continued. She didn't have a mana, I like Ghislaine, but even with the naked eye one could see rainbow-colored particles floating in the air. That's how dense the mana that accumulated here was. Pelagius led the way, followed by Orsted, then me, and finally Rudeus, who held his staff tightly. And, as Pelagius said, after half an hour of walking, we came to what seemed to be a building in the middle of this desert. And it was only a stone structure with 4 walls, and on the roof there was a huge stone that extended to about 10 meters. "Is it there?" I muttered as I looked at the structure. Yes, when we defeated him, the demons erected a monument to their fallen general. We could have stopped it, but we didn't want to, since when we saw it, it was a reminder of our victory. Pelagius explained with a sadistic smile. "Well, let me summon my armor first," Rudeus said as he pulled out the scroll from his robes. Pelagius nodded, and so we waited. I approached the structure. Didn't look like anything out of the ordinary, but I could see inside it a red orb with black rings. The orb was approximately 2 meters, and at first glance it was clear that it was composed of pure mana, which made me shudder. When I turned behind me, Rudeus had already summoned his armor. It was different from the previous one, probably an improved version. That was good. He quickly got into it and started walking towards the monument. "Well, now what do I have to do?" Rudeus muttered. "I'll do the spell to undo the seal, and you'll provide me with mana. You already have experience in this, while you'll help Nanahoshi with her magic circles, right?" Pelagius murmured. "Okay." He muttered and placed his hand on the wall of the monument. Suddenly, Pelagius started speaking in a language he didn't understand, and apparently Rudeus didn't either. That is the language of the dragon folk. This, and the spell to reach Hitagami, can only be performed by the dragon race and require an abysmal amount of mana, Orsted explained. I see. So that's what made your victory so difficult, huh? I muttered. Orsted grimaced, but then nodded. Yes, but with you and Rudeus here, I feel hopeful, Orsted said. Pelagius continued talking for a full minute until he finally closed his mouth and rose from his place. It's done. Get ready, everyone, he said, and the next moment the monument began to crack until it became a simple mound of sand. Rudeus got away from there as fast as he could and stood behind us. The red orb began to change color and spin at a tremendous speed for about 10 seconds until it stopped, and with a puff, it dissolved and revealed a tall man with green hair. At first glance, Laplace looked quite similar to Orsted, only a little older and with his characteristic green hair. The guy was naked and on his knees, but then he started to move, leaned on some rubble, and got up from the ground. The spell didn't work? He murmured. He looked at his hands, then looked around in confusion. I took advantage of this to put myself on guard like the others, but this seemed to get their attention. He looked at us in disbelief, but it only took him seconds to realize. I see. You undid the seal. What idiots, he said. Pelagius clicked his tongue at this, and Almanfi and Silveril teleported behind him. You are from that time. Are you still allied with humans? Are you still helping that inferior species? Laplace said indignantly, with his eyes closed in anger. Are you still with that same shit? I always knew you were crazy, but Eurupen took too long to realize it, Pelagius said angrily. This only made Laplace angrier, and then he looked at Orsted and a look of fear crossed his face, but then he noticed me and a look of anger came over his face. Damn humans. They reproduce like cockroaches. I'll get even with you, Aldebaran. Laplace shouted as he formed a red orb in his hand. Aldebaran. It must refer to Rudeus. Perhaps I confused it with the armor of a fighting god. Careful, Pelagius shouted, and the orb launched itself towards us at a horrifying speed. We all managed to dodge it. The orb continued on its way and crashed into a mountain, creating a huge explosion that left me and Rudeus in shock. But Pelagius and his spirits had already pounced on Laplace. The guys simply brushed them away like flies, destroying Almanfi in the process. Oh shit. Rudeus, cover me, I shouted as I gathered my mana into Kajikut and rushed at Laplace. The guy didn't have time to react, and I made a huge cut on his chest. Yick, he screamed as he looked at me with hatred, but when he tried to attack me, he was sent flying by an electric shock from Rudeus. All right, you can get past their defenses. Keep going like this, Orsted said behind me. I just nodded and lunged back at him. Laplace crashed into a mountain at enormous speed, but he didn't even flinch. When I was close to him, he threw another red orb at me, which I barely dodged. But this left his arm exposed, so, with a long sword of light, I cut it off with a simple cut. Erg! Fucking human! How can you break through? He shouted angrily. It's because I'm a sword god, asshole. I shouted. God, what? Fucking arrogant humans will never even be able to dream of the title of Erg. Laplace screamed, but a direct attack to Pelagius' solar plexus sent him flying towards another mountain. Rudeus and Orsted followed behind us, Rudeus giving me support and Orsted intervening if things went wrong. When we reached Laplace, he was fully recovered and had 2 huge red orbs in his hands which he threw at us. This caught Pelagius off guard, and he was barely able to avoid it, but Silveril was not so lucky. But before I could worry about the spirit of light, Laplace lunged at me at high speed, but he wasn't that fast. Orsted might be even faster, so dodging him was easy. Laplace passed by me at high speed, but before he knew it, a stone pillar fell on him courtesy of Rudeus. Pelagius, and I momentarily retreated to see the damage. But just then the pillar exploded into 1,000 pieces. REIaNCARNATION! Laplace gave a guttural cry that made me shudder, and immediately he launched himself at me, but was stopped halfway by a stone bullet that made him fall to the ground. Before he could get up, I ran towards him, and with a long sword of light, I cut his legs, making him fall face down. Pelagius! Rudeus entertained him. I screamed. They both looked at me confused, but nodded. Orsted was in the same position, but looked alert in case of emergency. Laplace's legs regenerated almost immediately, and at that moment Pelagius arrived. It was clear that Pelagius had no chance against him, but he was buying me time. That was the case, but unlike him, Rudeus attacked him with blows that seemed to damage him. Apparently his physical strength with the armor is greater. The moment I saw this, I accumulated mana in the sword while raising it above my head. In my right hand a sword, in my left hand a sword. I screamed, and the rubble around me began to float. With my sword I will claim thousands of lives. I shouted at the top of my lungs, and the next moment Laplace began to float. The shock on his face only lasted a few seconds before he threw another red orb at me. But with gravity magic the orb returned to its caster and hit him squarely. I took advantage of this and compacted the explosion as densely as I could, and when it had dissipated, I completed the technique. I am the sword god Gino Britzes ha! I shouted as I made an arc downwards with my sword. Laplace fell to the ground at super speed, followed by a huge crater and an explosion that sent me flying. I should learn to control this sword. With wind magic, I cushioned my fall. I didn't wait another second and started running back toward the crater. I got there in less than a second and quickly extended my hands towards the sky. The clouds above me turned completely black and dense lightning bolts began to appear. This was in less than 10 seconds, and in the 11th second, I launched an electric bolt with all my strength towards the crater. The pillar of light hit the ground, and the shockwave cramped my feet and made my ears ring. But seconds later, another pillar of light larger than mine came out of nowhere. I looked behind me, and there was Rudeus as well. It took us a few moments like this until we canceled our respective spells, and with wind magic clear smoke from surroundings. Pelagius and Orsted were also behind us as they looked at the crater. Whoosh! From the crater, a figure jumped into the air and fell like a rag doll about 50 meters away. It was Laplace. The skin on his entire body was completely charred, and he was missing an arm. It's now or never. Faced with this image, I did not hesitate any longer, and I rushed towards it with all my strength. Because of his injuries, and because I'm faster, Laplace could not react. And with one cut, I opened his chest. At the same momentum of my attack, I turned around and cut his back. Laplace fell to his knees while letting out a guttural cry. I could see his wounds starting to regenerate, but an attack from Pelagius followed by a shower of stone bullets from Rudeus made him stay in his position. The damn thing screamed in agony as it writhed, using its body as a shield as it searched for the area where its core was. It had to be careful not to break its sacred treasure, or it would be all in vain. Zenitrinsic? Takarin Nikdaia. Laplace shouted in a language I couldn't understand, and a huge explosion occurred around him. I was barely able to cover myself, but the blast blew me away. He's trying to escape. Stop him, Pelagius shouted. And yes, Laplace had been overwhelmed and used a spell to distract us, but I could see that only by using that spell did he weaken. He had already fully recovered, but his posture was lethargic and he looked at us with hatred. Fucking human! Pelagius, you should be ashamed of yourself for relaxing at his level. You. Laplace tried to scream, but with my father's sword I stabbed him in his solar plexus, where his nucleus was. Laplace's face froze on the spot, and he looked at me with a face that was a mixture of hearing and anger. You, act, he murmured, but buried Kajika in his chest as well. Laplace stopped struggling and fell to the ground with a thud, and the next moment his body began to turn to ash until only a yellow crystal remained in the area where his heart was. Is it done? I muttered. Yes, he's gone forever. Pelagius murmured. I sighed at this and let myself fall back into place. His sacred treasure, Orsted muttered as he walked towards me. He looked at me for a few moments and then smiled at me and picked up the crystal. Orsted put the crystal into his robe with a smile. Thank you very much, Gino Britzes. Thank you very much, everyone, he said while looking at Pelagius and Rudeus. I just smiled at this. I wasn't physically tired, I was mentally tired. There was nothing more to say. Orsted took the sacred treasure with him, and so we returned home. Laplace had finally been defeated. The end of an era. I opened my eyes in confusion, and I looked around me. There was nothing. Everything was a totally white space that was unfortunately familiar. What the fuck? Did I take my bracelet or something? I muttered to myself. Currently in the world of emptiness was the place where Hidegami was, But how did I get here? I looked behind me, and there he was, Hidegami. He was sitting on the floor with a defeated expression. Hi, I muttered. I was confused enough to say hi to this guy. TC said, I always hated you, right? He muttered angrily, but looked at the floor. And I think so. And the feeling is mutual, I said with a smile. I tried everything. I even brought the fighting gods to exterminate you, but nothing worked. Hidegami muttered in a rough voice. Yes, I think I remember you saying that my destiny was strong, right? I replied. Hidegami clenched his fists in anger as he looked up at me. It was a weird sight. The guy was kneeling and looking down at me while I was standing upright. If you hadn't contacted me in the first place, none of this would have happened to me or Rudeus, I murmured. Hidegami made a confused face as he looked at me, and I could see that it made him angrier. Do you think I would sit back and watch your descendants kill me? I value my life, No thanks. He replied. Yes, me too. But don't you think that if you hadn't tried to kill Roxy, Rudeus would never have turned against you? Tell me, he already trusted you in one way or another. But killing Roxy was what sealed your fate, I declare. Hidegami looked at me, clenched his teeth in anger as well as his fists. If you had continued to help him, he would never have distrusted you again. Therefore, he would never have allied with Orsted. The same applies to me. If you had never visited me on my 5th birthday, I said. Hidegami didn't answer, but I could see the anger growing on his face. If you had never contacted me, you wouldn't be in the situation you are in now, and even your end came sooner than planned, I said with a smile. TCH that you were a fucking despicable being, he shouted angrily. Don't bite your tongue, I said in a playful tone. What? Don't think so much of yourself, you fucking idiot. I'll always find a way to kill you. You'll see, he screamed and got up from the ground. Many tried and failed. Who do you have in mind now? I murmured. That I'll never tell you. But when you least expect it, they'll attack you from behind. He screamed in total rage as he stamped his foot on the ground. Well, in that case, do your best, I said as I patted him on the back. He abruptly pushed my hand away and walked away from me. Just die, Gino. Just die. I just want to see you dead, he cried in despair. Are you a child? How old are you, 5? I murmured. Just die. Just die. Just die. Hidegami screamed in desperation, and I felt a force pulling me back, and I woke up. I opened my eyes, and the roof of my house invaded my vision. I let out an involuntary sigh of relief and felt a smile forming on my face. I'm sorry. A child's voice called from my right, and I turned my head in that direction. To my right was my daughter Ramura with my dragon bracelet in her hands. Her expression could be considered regretful. I just smiled at her and extended my hand towards her. She gave me the bracelet, and I put on my right wrist. I know you said we'd never take it, but it's so beautiful, Ramura murmured as tears welled up in her eyes. It doesn't matter. If you want, I can ask Orsted to make you one, I said with a smile. Really? Thanks, Daddy, she said excitedly. I looked to my left, and there was Nina using my arm as a pillow, completely asleep. What time is it, Romy? I asked her. That I think it's 5 in the morning, she said, looking out the window. 5 in the morning? And what are you doing up so early? I said as I slowly got out of bed. That I wanted to sleep with you, she murmured. How cute. Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but it's time for me to get up. Why don't you sleep with Mommy Nina for today? I suggested. Ramura made an adorable pout as she clung to my pants. But I wanted to sleep with Daddy, she said. I promise I'll sleep with you tomorrow, okay? You know I have to go to the dojo, right? I said while stroking her head. She increased her pout, but nodded and lay down next to Nina to sleep. Shit, that girl has me in the palm of her hand, and unlike other people, I enjoy it. After tucking her in and giving her a kiss on the forehead, I left the room. It's been a month since I defeated Hidegami, and Orsted and Rudeus have been making a mega teleportation circle to go to the Void World all this time. I had occasionally gone to see the work, but had not helped much. The plan was for me and Orsted to go to the Void World to fight Hidegami, plus Pelagius helped by giving us sealing circles for Hidegami. With them, we would seal their powers, and they would no longer have influence in the mortal world. And that day would be today. Today is the day where we will go to defeat Hidegami once and for all. Perhaps he has not even realized this, and only went to see me in my dreams through the entrance that Ramara created. Still, I started the day like any other. I got up, exercised, took a bath, had breakfast, and went out to the dojo, but I would only be there until noon as we had agreed. After noon, I left the dojo in charge of Nina and left the sacred land of the sword. All this fight would end today. Tea had to be like this. I arrived at the cave where I killed Galvin so many years ago and teleported to Sharia in an instant. The location of the teleportation circle is located where I had my fight with Orsted, so without asking anyone, I went down to the basement and navigated the maze of hallways until I found the right circle. I didn't think twice and jumped towards it, appearing in the stone ruins. As before, I carried Kajikut on my back and my father's sword at my waist. I walked through the forest quickly until I reached the plain. The teleportation circle was huge, about 200 meters in diameter. I'm surprised it only took a month to do it, even though it's Orsted after all. I'm here, I muttered as I approached the place. Okay, everything is ready, Rudeus, Orsted called, and we started walking to the center of the circle. The circle was a labyrinth of drawings on a white stone slab, and right in the center there were 4 small spaces. That is where the sacred treasures would go. Well, I will proceed to put the sacred treasures, Orsted said, and from his tunic he took out 4 crystals of different colors and put them in their respective places. All right, Rudeus, get on your armor to start the spell, Orsted said. This was a precaution. I know I had said before that we would face Hidegami, but according to Orsted, he is on a different level. Only he can defeat him, and he left the rear guard to us, to Rudeus more specifically. Rudeus climbed onto the heavy armor nearby and placed his hand exactly in the center of the circle. Okay, get ready. I'll start the spell, Orsted muttered and started speaking in a language I didn't understand, while Rudeus pumped mana into the circle. The drawings began to glow as Rudeus continued to pour mana into the circle. I also noticed that the sky began to shimmer. The sky above us turned black and a blue or began to form. I was momentarily scared by this, but Orsted didn't seem to care, so it's okay. Okay, it's ready, Orsted said as he stood up. The circle emitted a blinding light, and the sky seemed to open up and black clouds descended towards us. And I also felt as if I was beginning to sink into the mud, but I was sinking into the marble floor. Crock-a-boom. A huge explosion left me deaf for a few moments, and I was left unconscious. I don't know how much time passed, but when I woke up, I was in the world of emptiness, but below me was a huge circle, just like the one in the normal world, plus I had all my clothes and weapons with me. In front of us was Hidegami, who was in shock and with his fists clenched. Rudeus was standing next to me and looked undecided. Fucking bastards. You think you can beat me? I'm a goddamn insect. Hidegami shouted angrily. I couldn't see Pelagius' expression, but then a sword came out of his hands, and he pointed it at Hidegami, who shuddered in fear for some reason. That weapon must be more powerful than I thought. This is your end. Fucking imposter. Today I will take revenge for the death of my mother Lunaria and the fall of the dragon world. Orsted shouted imposingly. I couldn't even help but shudder in fear. Hidegami did not respond and immediately lunged at Orsted. The battle had begun. But it was more disappointing than I thought. In short, Orsted swept the floor with Hidegami. I realized that he was faster. I couldn't even follow his movements. But it seemed that only that sword could hurt him. The battle lasted only about 5 minutes at most, and Hidegami was left armless and inert on the ground. That was easier than I thought. Rudeus muttered, and I nodded. We both approached Hidegami's body. For some reason, I could now see his body. It was completely white and very small, about 1.5 meters tall. Orsted didn't say anything and started putting the seals on Hidegami's body. First, he put one on each arm and leg, one on his chest, and one on his eyes. Thus, their powers will be sealed for eternity. It's done, Orsted murmured with a smile that infected us. Throughout this exchange, Hidegami never said a single word. His strength had left his body as well as his desire to fight. Although that was good, I couldn't stand to listen to that bastard scream while he was imprisoned. When we left the seals, Hidegami stood there kneeling and looking at the ground. It was a pathetic sight which made me rejoice. And so, without saying another word, The three of us jumped back into the mortal world. I opened my eyes, and we were on the plane again. I looked around me, and nothing at all had changed, except for Orsted. For some reason, his body started to glow and looked like he was turning to ash. I understand that the spell is complete, he said with a smile. I just looked at him in amazement. What's happening to you, Orsted? Rudeus said in shock. Since I defeated Hitagami, the time I spend in my loops is taking its toll, and my life is running out, he said. I didn't answer and just looked at him with resignation. Suddenly, Orsted took out his sword and offered it to me. Take it. This was my father's sword made from a metal that no longer exists. It consumes a lot of mana, so you can only use it in life or death situations. Although I doubt you are in such a situation again, he said with a smile. I simply nodded and took the sword. Then Orsted took off his white robe and passed it to Rudeus. This robe is made from the skin of a now extinct white dragon. It is one of a kind. Take good care of it, he said. Rudeus had a complicated expression on his face, but he still took the robe. Destroy my sacred treasure. Thank you very much, he said. We both nodded, and Orsted's body turned to ashes in front of us, leaving only a gray crystal behind. 3564 Grandpa. 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 I opened my eyes, and a boy with cat ears was in front of me with an annoyed expression. Brat, how many times have I told you not to wake me up? I said as I got up from my couch. I stretched my back and looked around. I was in my room. My grandson Dylan was with me. You were telling me a story. I went to the bathroom, and you were already asleep, old man. My grandson shouted, Hey, I'm not that old. I'm barely 35. I said indignantly, That's already considered old, the boy replied. It's your father's fault for having you so young. I replied, Fine, but tell me how the story ended. How did you defeat the god of fighting? Dylan asked excitedly. I was already standing and was leaving the room. Well, I just used my big sword while I cut off the limbs. Rudeus burned them. I explained. What? Dylan said in admiration. Tell me more, Grandpa, he shouted. Tomorrow, little one, I'll go train with your grandmother Eris. I said, You promise? He asked. Sure, I promise. Now go home with your father, I said. Dylan nodded and left my house like that. I watched as the little boy disappeared into the snow and let out a sigh. I guess I should have told Reynolds about that part, right? I muttered to myself. I was now 35 years old. It had been 16 years since Orsted defeated Hitagami and his subsequent death. Since that day, I had finally been able to breathe normally. Needless to say that Rudeus and I were in shock at this whole situation. By previous orders of Orsted, we destroyed the huge teleportation circle that led to the world of emptiness. In addition, Rudeus destroyed Orsted's cabin along with all his notes and teleportation circles. I kept the god sword and Rudeus kept his white robe. We said goodbye there and went our separate ways. Since that day, we have not seen each other again, but it is not necessary. I continued my days as normal at the dojo. My exploits became known, and besides my position in the world powers was already third place. I was named the strongest sword god in history. Life is good since that day. I gave Ramara my dragon bracelet, and Orsted's sword was kept in my room. I tried to use it once. My skills increased to levels I never imagined possible. Needless to say, my mind could not process my own speed. It is an efficient weapon, but it seems I can't use it for more than a minute before I run out of mana completely. My marital life is going smoothly. There haven't been many conflicts since we freed them from Hitagami, except for a situation 10 years ago involving my son Reynolds. You see, when the little bastard was barely 13 years old, he started having forbidden desires. And since he was very close to a villager's daughter, the little bastard came up with his little surprise, although I couldn't do much since it's not something rare in this world. The problem is that I became a grandfather at 28 years old. My other children didn't follow that path, since they concentrated more on their path of the sword. But ironically, Reynolds is the most talented of all my children, since he recently became a sword king and is an advanced rank in all magic. If he's lucky, he'll be the new sword god in the future. But it seems my condition is unusual in the whole story, since my power is honestly huge. Also, I decided not to have more children. I found out that Rudeus had his second son 3 years after Hitagami's defeat, but nothing more. And so, I just spend my days training the sword saints, having sex with my wives, and taking care of my only grandson so far. I won't lie if I said that life gets monotonous at times. Being this powerful is sometimes boring, and knowing that the strongest man in the world is dead isn't much of a consolation either. Sometimes I even feel like I'm looking like Gulfarion as I sit on my cushion with a bored expression. The fourth and second places of the world powers were left empty for several years. So the technique god decided that now there would only be 5 world powers. And the places are as follows. First, Laplace technique god. Second, Gino Brits, sword god. Third, Randolph Marion, god of death. Fourth, armored dragon king, Pelagius Dola. Fifth, Quagmire Rudeus Greyrat. So now I'm the second strongest person in this world, and Rudeus became the 5th eventually, but I never investigated how. Anyway, life all these years has been good. Nothing will change, actually. I have family, power, and prestige. I think that's every man's dream, right? But other than that, I just wish I could have spent more time with my father, but I guess that will be a minor regret in life. I opened my eyes again. I was lying in my bed. It was early in the morning. At this time, I go to train, right? After all, I am the sword god, and I have to stay in shape. But for some reason, my body felt weak. I passed my hands over my eyes, rubbing them. But I felt weak. My hands were calloused, but besides that, my skin was flaccid and I had white hairs on my arms. All right, I'm already 64 years old, and I'm on my deathbed. I muttered to myself. Now I remember everything. My life continued normally until I turned 62, but I got sick one day and I became weaker over time. Reynolds took my place as sword god when I turned 45. He was already as strong as Gulfarion by then, but he still let me win. If he had trained until he matched me, then it would only be until now that he would have a chance against me. Gino, you're awake. My love, how are you feeling? Roxy said from my side. In these last few days, I had weakened considerably and have been better than ever since. Like shit. But I guess that's part of growing up, right? I muttered with a smile. Yeah, wait. I'll call the others, she said as she ran out of the room. Roxy ran out of the room, and I stood there. Life sure went by fast, huh? I muttered. I remember everything perfectly from the day I opened my eyes for the first time in this world, when my mother taught me to read, when I started training with my father, and subsequently he took me to Donald's dojo, when I met Nina and we trained together, when I faced Galbin, when that black bear attacked me, the day I became a saint of the sword, the day Eris came to the dojo, the day I became a saint of the sword. All those memories came to my mind in an instant, which made me smile. Dear! An elderly voice reached my ears as I stared at the ceiling. There was Ghislaine, now over 80 years old, but from her constant exercise, she looked barely 50. At her side were Eris and Nina, both of them already old. Now that I think about it, all my wives are older than me, and I'm the first to die. How curious, isn't it? Gino, Eris murmured as she held my hand. Eris, I guess it's my turn now, huh? I muttered. She didn't say anything. She just closed her eyes and tears started coming out her eyes, and she gave me a kiss on the lips that I felt lasted an eternity. It's okay, calm down. You did a good job all these years. You can rest, Ghislaine said while stroking my head. Yeah, I just didn't think it would be so soon. I muttered she didn't answer anything either and just looked at me with a smile. Love, Nina murmured and started crying and gave me a big hug. Will you be okay? I murmured. Yes, we'll be fine. You can rest. Roxy's voice reached my ears. I just nodded and settled back into bed. Maybe it was simply because of this moment of relaxation or something else, but the next moment my consciousness faded and I died. Oh shit, really? I would have liked to see them all one last time at least, but I guess there's no problem. Oh, really? I muttered as I looked around. I was in a world completely in white, and in front of me there was a kneeling being without arms. Are you happy now? He muttered. Yeah. I lived a good life, fell in love and had kids. I can't ask for more, I said with a smile. TCH, I've always hated you, but now it doesn't matter anymore. I can't move or see the world. I'm doomed to spend all eternity staring into literal emptiness. He shouted, Well, then I guess you get what you deserve. I muttered with a smile. You're a bastard, he muttered. Yeah, after all you consider me a womanizer, haha. I replied. Hidegami didn't say anything and stared at the floor. I guess this is the end for me, huh? It was anticlimactic, but it doesn't matter. I'm satisfied now, I muttered as I watched my body turn transparent. Hidegami didn't answer again. He just stared at the floor. "Well, see you later, asshole," I said as I started walking. I just walked without looking back, and for the second time, my consciousness faded away. Known by many as the strongest sword god in history, even his own son and grandson Dylan Brits could never surpass him in power. When Gino Brits came to power at the age of 14, he was classified as the weakest sword god in history. But as the years passed and his exploits increased, his position in the world's view increased significantly. REIaNCARNATION 361425 was the first to bear witness to his power after leaving I Soul Cruel, future REIaNCARNATION, in the care of the former sword god Gulfarion, K381K425. Later his presence became greater after helping Queen Ariel Anemoi Azura, K406K468. In the year K425, and 2 years later Queen Ariel publicly announced her alliance with the sacred land of the sword. In the year K425, Gino defeated the former sword god Gulfarion, Alec Coleman III, K315K425, REIaNCARNATION, and the god of fighting with the help of Rudeus Greyrat, K407K481. This act catapulted him to fame and made him go down in history as the third world power. But years later his position would advance to second place after the death of the dragon god and the defeat of the demon god Laplace. After this, he spent the rest of his life in the sacred land of the sword, where he spent the rest of his life. Chapter 81 to 100 is ended. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you. Only true anime fans will hit that subscribe button. Are you one of them? Comment on their favorite young adult fantasy audiobooks and check our other videos for more entertainment.